We have this part is guys from California. You're welcome to be on, but
oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Oh, how you doing?
Yeah, good. You?
Good. How are you finding the camera?
Oh, really good. I think the first nebula I did was Iris Nebula, and I think everybody said, "Yeah, you've done the wrong nebula for the monochrome camera." So
Yeah, you did.
Elephant Nebula, Elephant Trunk Nebula last night. Some of my colours are coming out a little bit funny with the stars, but inherently, it's a hell of a lot better. I mean, I still haven't got my final image to look as good as the 5 images it stretched in Astro Toaster that I was using, but it's a hell of a lot better than what I've had before. So
I did tell you, it's that wow factor when you just go boom. It's like revelation.
yeah, even the first image, I was like, wow, look, you can see the whole outline of him and everything. And you know, with my camera, I was stacking like 5 to 10 images, and I was still thinking, well, I think he's there, but I'll, you know, put it in my head that he's there. But here, there's none of that. You look at it and you can see exactly the outline of all the gases.
Oh, yeah, totally.
Yeah, yeah. So it's amazing. Yeah, thanks for that.
I did not want to do that. Oh, how do I get back out of this? There we go. Is that the live clock, Scott?
What's that?
We got 3 minutes and 23 seconds.
Yeah.
Okay. It's taken me longer than 5 minutes to eat a damn peanut butter sandwich.
You'll just have like this peanut butter, you know, cement at the roof of your mouth that you can't get off.
Basically what it is right now.
I have you logged in, and you have 2 logins with me.
Mm-hmm. So
Okay.
what you're seeing here is this here, that's you see the camera on, is the control.
Okay.
There is a screen up there that is the secondary control that OBS loops through.
Okay.
That's how I'm doing it.
I see. So is it making like a virtual camera into OBS?
No, because what I'm doing is I'm capturing the screen through OBS, and OBS kicks out to YouTube.
I see.
So if you go to Woodland Hills Camera and Telescope right now, you'll actually see the live video playing right now. You won't hear us, you'll just hear some music in the background.
Not from here. It's a hacker playing music. Oh, I see it. Yeah. Oh, very nice. Very nice. Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm going to transition to your countdown clock when it hits 1 minute, okay?
Okay.
Well, 1 minute's relative for me, whatever your time delay is.
Well, I'll do this. I'll jump out for now, and then I'll jump back in what, half an hour, 45 minutes? And that gives me a chance to set the telescope up properly.
Oh, yeah. Do your thing.
Yeah, yeah. Cool.
About 2 hours.
Cool. Brilliant. Awesome. Cheers. See you soon. Cheers, guys.
See ya. Bye, Chunks. Looks good on Zoom. I mean, on YouTube.
Oh my God, the 5-second countdown.
Yes. Hello, everybody. This is Scott Roberts with Explore Scientific, and you are here at the Global Star Party number 14. We are blending broadcasts today with Simon Tang, who's with me. And Simon's got a lineup of speakers that's going to be really amazing. And it's all about visual astronomy. Is that right, Simon?
So we're doing visual and outreach for this particular programming. And honestly, I think this is the first time anybody's attempted to do something as crazy as what we're doing today. So this could either go really great or horribly wrong. But I'm pretty confident this is going to be a lot of fun. So we have a lot of people who are already logging in to the live stream. And of course, if you guys are also logging in through the Explore Alliance network, you're literally seeing the same thing. So it makes no difference what side you're going on. We're going to monitor both ends of the chat from our side and the chat from the Explorer Alliance side. So you guys don't have to pick which one you're going to watch. So you can either just stay with us for the entire event, or you can jump over to Explorer Alliance, whatever you prefer. That's the whole point of this.
I still don't understand how it works. So, you know, I'm
It's working.
It's working. It's all because of the magic of Simon Tang. So he's
There
doing
you go.
I give him all the credit. So, yeah. Well, great. So, you've been planning this program for a while, Simon?
Yes, this has been planned for probably almost a week and a half now. In fact, we have blocks of programming that we do. So we try to do at least 2 in a month, unless there is a special event, which, you know, seldom happens from an astronomical standpoint. But the next one that we have coming up, we will have Rogelio doing a talk on his thing, as well as his new book that's coming out. And then obviously I'll have guests built around that too. And then an event probably happening hopefully in November it's going to be an all-women cast. Unfortunately, I will be hosting it, and I'm, you know, not really a girl, but, you know, we'll get away with it. I'll probably dress up in drag or something.
Dress up in drag.
Yeah. So then we'll have just basically all girls. It's an all girls night, essentially, because we want to bring emphasis on this hobby is not just for one type of person. It's for anybody of all ages. And I couldn't care if you're a male, female, or an alien from outer space. In fact, I'd like it if you're an alien from outer space, because you can take me with you.
Yes. Well, that would also be another first, right?
Yes, that would be another world first. So hopefully the program is going to go like this. We are going to have the first 2 hours. So we will do our regular scheduled talks. We have Daniel Mounsey, who obviously works at Woodland Hills Camera and Telescope as a resident telescope expert. Yes, I do have a barking dog in the background. And then we'll also have Kevin from Focus Astronomy, who is going to be talking about visual as well as outreach specifically. And of course, the way that outreach works now is it's not the same as it used to be. We don't have physical star parties at the moment because of the current situation. So this is why Scott essentially created all of this, and why we created the informational side of things. So you can kind of come to us for the hardcore nitty-gritty type stuff, or you can join along with the Explorer Alliance and have a virtual star party, which, you know, even I'm actually involved in half the time. And my cat finally has joined us again.
Right. Yeah, it's a little bit different from us for the Global Star Party, anyways, to broadcast on a Saturday. Normally, I would have done this on a Friday, but yesterday I had a commitment with the Austin Astronomical Society who was also broadcasting live. And so you're starting to see clubs embrace the technology that we have available to us today, and and to get greater reach than they ever had before. The Austrian Astronomical Society has about 500 members. Their reach with a live broadcast has got to be into the thousands. So,
oh, probably without a doubt.
right. And it's a great club. So if you live in the Texas area, especially in the Austin area, you got to join this club. They are all about educational outreach, and they have some brilliant people in there. So it's really, it was a lot of fun last night.
It's kind of a shame that a lot of the astronomy clubs has suffered over the past few months because not everybody has the access to that level of technology, and there's been good things and bad things about the way that COVID has kind of unfolded. I think we're now truly thrusted into the 21st century in terms of integrating how technology works and what it's done to help evolve astronomy in so many ways, because the phrase EAA, electronic assisted astronomy, was not really a thing up until now. And it's fantastic to see that there is now this new bleed over coming out to create this outreach. And even though what we're technically doing is not electronic assisted, it is to a certain extent, because now we're able to show people the things that you just simply can't see and introduce people into the world. And we're going to have people logging in all over the world at around about 2 o'clock our time. That's going to be 4 o'clock your time, and God knows what it is for the rest of the world. But they will be showing all sorts of different weird and wonderful things. And I'm actually happy that a guy called Chox just logged in just a second ago, just to pop in to say hi. He's getting set up. Now, I sent him a camera, which will be his first monochrome camera.
That's
and yep. So I'm gonna be really excited to see his results. I'm really looking forward to this, because it's that game changer, and I can tell he's already excited.
Sure.
All right. Has Daniel showed up yet?
I have not seen him show up yet. No.
Okay. Let me poke him real fast.
In traffic or something.
Now he's sitting at home, probably with his kid pulling his pants down his ankles or something like that. And I've got my cat now, who decided to sit in my lap. You can tell it's getting cold now, because usually in the summer she generally leaves me alone, but in the colder days she's just all over me and just will not leave me alone.
Mm-hmm.
So, who else have you got coming on during your programming?
We have some of our regulars that will be coming on. Certainly David Levy will be on, and he will give his talks, which are always really inspiring. And he always adds some poetry in there, so he'll read some Robert Frost or something like that. He'll be on initially for 10, 15 minutes, and then we've got Gary Palmer, who is co-hosting the show with me. And he's gathered up some of his friends that do astrophotography in the UK. So we got Steve Collingwood is coming on. He's got a guy named Gary Varney, who I'm not familiar with, but does some really top-notch planetary imaging. So he's going to give a little tutorial on how to image process. He's got a tutorial on Mars that we're going to show. We have 10-year-old Libby in the stars. She's going to be on, and she's going to talk about her trip to Kennedy Space Center. So that's
actually something to look forward to, actually.
Yeah, right. So Libby has been on several of our shows. She loves doing them, and she's learning how to be a presenter. And so it's a skill. It takes a while to learn it, but she seems to get better every time she does it. So I think that's really cool. And it's just cool to see a 10-year-old, that interested in astronomy and space exploration. So, and who else? there will be others. You know, Shailendra that was just on, he'll be on as well. You know, I hope to see some cool live imaging going on, and some live image processing. And there'll be kind of an open panel towards the end where people just share different experiences. If there is, you know, someone shooting live stuff, we may get into letting the audience make requests to image different things. So, you know, remember that, of course, it's dark right now in Europe, and or getting dark, and so it's you know, this is really a global star party.
Yeah, I think this is just going to be brilliant. I'm actually excited because I haven't done anything quite like this. I've done simultaneous castings before, but not on this scale. Because, like I said, this is why it's called a global star party. It's going to stretch from one side of the planet to the other. Speaking of planets, here comes one right now.
Hey.
More like an asteroid. Can you hear us, Daniel?
Oh yeah, I'm good. I'm here. I'm just renaming myself. I got Benjamin's name on here. How you guys doing?
We're good. We're good. So I'm just going to run off with a couple of questions or comments on our side of the chat. Chimp6 says, "I'm a visual guy, not a photo guy. I prefer to be in the moment rather than capture the moment. Thanks for this programming." And then Sensi AJ says, "I bought a solar filter and I'm scared to view the sun." Don't be scared to view the sun. As long as you follow all safety precautions when using the solar filter. Obviously, do not look at the sun without a solar filter. All right, so Daniel.
You're the solar man, I'm telling you.
I know, it feels like that's what I've turned into all of a sudden. I wasn't originally.
Yeah, that's what you do. You're good at it.
Okay, so what we're going to do, let's get this program started. So Daniel, give us an introduction about yourself, and then the floor is yours, essentially.
Yeah, no, it's cool. I like to interact with everybody.
I'm just going to close the window real quick to stop the sound from coming in, because I'm about to hear somebody start a truck.
Oh. That's
sorry,
cool.
that will alleviate the neighbors who decide to have a party every second of this waking moment of the day. So for those of you who don't know who Daniel is, again, he works at the store, Woodland Hills Camera and Telescope. He is essentially our resident expert when it comes down to it. His forte is visual specifically, and when I first met Daniel, I kind of did not know what to expect in terms of, you know, is this guy just another salesperson or something like that? But in reality, everything from a visual standpoint, I've learned by pretty much hanging out with this guy. And there are things that I've started to see that I never would have noticed or paid attention to until I started hanging around with the group and having them doing their thing. So, Daniel, let's go into this.
Ironic considering Scott Roberts is here, because he's a monument of history. Between Scott Roberts and Alan Hill are like the two guys, man. It's just like seen it all, you know? Unbelievable. Two guys. Yeah, so I started with this. Backyard Astronomers Guide.
Oh, yeah.
Remember that, Simon, how I keep going on and on and on?
Hold on.
That's still the Bible, man. It's still the Bible, you know? Simon's probably got one there. What do you have over there?
I don't know where my copy of the same book is. Okay. It's buried somewhere.
I'm sure it'll come up, you know. No, yeah. You know, actually, Scott Roberts' buddy, David Levy, the shoemakers and Levy, David, they discovered Comet Shoemaker Levy 9. That was what started it. You know, it was actually on a newsstand in a supermarket. I was a box boy. I was bagging groceries back in the day. I don't know, what was that? And then I saw this magazine cover about these comets were going to hit Jupiter. And I was like, wow, you only heard about that in science fiction movies, you know? So that really blew me away. So that image on that magazine was burned into my soul. And at that time, I think I was just tinkering with a 6-inch Newtonian. And then I was corresponding with Jeff Wood over at Scope City in Sherman Oaks, California. And that's kind of how we started. Jeff and I were doing, you know, I was going in there as a customer, and back in that time in the early 90s, there's a lot of visual stuff. Now it's changed a lot in the sense that you have a big demographic of imagers like yourself. And then but you know, we still have a surprising amount of visual observers, which is still kind of cool. I don't know. Simon, what would you say? It's about 50-50?
You know what the funny thing is? I would probably turn around and say there are more visual observers still than there are images, only because the transition hasn't fully happened yet.
Yeah.
And the age group is where the interesting side comes from. So it tends to be the older generation that tends to do more of the visual aspect of things. And then it's the younger crowd that does the imaging aspect. But what the interesting thing here that I found here is imagers are discovering visual astronomy again. And older visual astronomers who used to use film to do imaging have rediscovered imaging. And this is my thing. The way I look at it is, the reason why I do imaging is I make the invisible visible. Whereas looking through an eyepiece is you are a part of what's happening. And there is probably at some point in time, and I'm going to pick a slow transit. I actually want to see the ISS transit the sun through an eyepiece this time round. So like the plan here is I'm picking one specifically that has at least a 2-second transit chord, so I can see it. Because 2 seconds through an eyepiece.
It can be that long, 2 seconds? Because I remember the live video you shot, it was a fraction of a second, it seemed.
So when it comes down to transit specifically, there, depending on the website that you're using, you have the apparent sizes of them that can vary from the size of, say, Venus, all the way down to basically a flea on a dog, essentially.
Right.
And the smaller it appears, the slower it goes in front of the sun. So that's why I want to pick one of those particular ones. And you'd be surprised, you can actually see it.
Yeah, I saw the live video that one time, but it was just instant, you know?
Right.
Speed. Okay, so you're going to do it visual?
I'm actually planning on visually seeing it. And unfortunately, it's only an experience that is going to be for myself and no one else, because you can't just say, hey, how quick, come here and have a look, because it'll be gone by the time you do that.
Yeah, you got to plan it. Well, we were, you know, we were fortunate, you know, when we were doing this, we were in SoCal. So we were fortunate to be in Los Angeles, where the seeing is actually good. And a lot of people that come into the store don't realize that Los Angeles has some of the most steady seeing in the country.
Oh yeah.
You know, and you get the onshore flow. That's why you know, for those that are watching and listening, what we were doing is viewing at Mount Pinos, which is like the place everybody goes. But the Vernon and the guys were like, you got to come over to Charlton Flats, which is next to Mount Wilson. Now, my understanding is that apparently they were talking about plans of putting Palomar, you know, the 200-inch up there at some point. I don't know if that story is actually true, but that's what I heard. Anyway, if you take Angeles Crest Highway, you got to go past Mount Wilson 10 more miles to get to Charlton Flats, which, by the way, I just went out there, but it was closed down. I posted it on Facebook, but it's shut down because of the fires right now.
Right.
So I don't know if it's open this week, but I went over there a couple of weeks ago. But anyway, the onshore flow from the Los Angeles basin is great, but up there you're at about 5,000 feet. So the elevation is really nice, and it gets you above that inversion layer. And that's where the seeing conditions are good. And so for that reason, we were able, you know, to get beautiful views visually. Now, I sympathize with imagers in the sense that I know that some of the places throughout the United States, the seeing is just horrible. And I don't think, you know, Simon, a lot of people, you know, when you mention seeing, they always think you're talking about darkness.
Oh yeah, that's a big misconception, because we have, the way we measure stuff is there's seeing and there's transparency. are the two critical factors in so many aspects of this. And when I say seeing, people think, oh, there's no clouds in the sky, it's pitch black. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's the problem we've had. So trying to dispel that myth, and stuff. But for certain things, it's great. For planetary viewing, the city light is actually what I prefer. And the seeing conditions here are sensational. So in May and August are like the two really ideal months. And theoretically, this is an interesting thing. The 60-inch at Mount Wilson is on the face, near the face of the mountain. The 100-inch is behind it. So in theory, the 100-inch scope loses about 0.2 to 0.3 arc seconds because the air, as it hits the face of the mountain, eddies over. So they get what's left over from it. Now, Charlton Flats is further in, but there we were getting, compared to Mount Pinos, which is very seldom you got good seeing. You had good darkness and good transparency at Pinos, but you didn't have good seeing. So we went over to Charlton Flats, and that was when it really changed my whole life, because we could view the planets and everything was rock stable. And in fact, most of the time, 9 times out of 10, the seeing was just sensational. There was very rarely a night where the seeing was not good. I mean, it was good most of the time, really good.
See, it's funny that because the solar stuff that I do relies heavily on seeing, and this is something that you guys at home need to do. It doesn't matter if you're a visual or an imager, is learn weather patterns in your vicinity, because at some points there are key times. For me, I've discovered between the hours of 7 till around about 10 o'clock in the morning, I get my optimal seeing. And the reason for that is I'm literally on the edge of the Los Angeles National Forest. So the forest's here, I'm here, and there's a valley that runs through like a V shape. And by knowing if the wind is flowing from, say, east to west or west to east, I've got 2 mountains to block. So the air can go up and then go back down, and I'll have this clear column that shoots out. If it's south-north or north to south, forget it. I'm in big trouble. Plus, I know there's a storm.
How long did it take you to discover that? Because, people, they're not familiar with the best time to view. It's something they're still in the process. I mean, so I know this has been going with you for a couple of years.
It took me a good 6 months to figure it out. And admittedly, I'm not exactly the best weather predictor on the planet or understand any of that stuff. And to be honest, I had to really learn it. So I started to look at things like onshore flow. I started to look at what's happening in LA specifically to know what would happen in my area, because we have like a microclimate here in Southern California. It's like 1 minute it's snowing and the next minute it's like sunny, and you're like, well, hold on a minute, I just drove over a mountain. And then what was the other thing that I used to, I still look at all the time. What's it called? Hold on, I've got to open up the site. It's the jet stream map.
Transparency, you mean?
Yeah, the jet stream. So I watch the jet stream very, very carefully, because that tells me everything.
Yeah, it tells you a great deal. It did for me too. I was always keeping an eye on that. And that's how Vernon and I planned those nights to go to Charlton Flats. And another interesting thing is that, when we're in the valley, Woodland Hills at the store, the temperatures, as can be 90 to 100 degrees Fahrenheit sometimes.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Then you drive over to the 405 freeway into the LA basin, and the temperature will literally drop 20 degrees Fahrenheit. It's a huge factor because you have that onshore airflow that comes into the LA basin, and at Mount Wilson and all that is above it. That's why, it's such a trade-off. I used to take my larger reflector scopes to the star parties where we were in the valley. And that was when the reflectors were really having a hard time adjusting, because there's no ocean there. It's all blocked by the mountains. So there's nothing there to control the temperatures, and I always think of the ocean as an air conditioning. It just keeps everything consistent. And you get very subtle deltas, about, 8, 10 degrees Fahrenheit. Whereas you go into the valley and the temperature just swings like crazy and the scopes can't keep up with it. And the other thing, and one of the things I have learned, I like you, I look at the jet stream maps, I keep an eye on that. But the other thing I had learned is to look at the atmosphere. Like I can actually stare at it and look, I can feel which way the air is flowing. I know if it's very transparent, it's not a good thing. I know the seeing's usually not good. If I don't see an inversion layer, I don't see any kind of water vapor or some kind of haze, then I know the air has been zapped out by some kind of dry Santa Ana. And I think these are important things if you want to get into the hobby of viewing double stars and viewing the moon and the planets. And by the way, and I go into the Cloudy Nights forum, I discuss this, and people are just like, can't believe what I'm telling them is that I actually like light pollution for the kind of viewing that I do. I prefer it. And I have all these reasons why. And, but the most important thing is the seeing conditions. And I'm into the hobby of viewing double stars, multiple stars, and planets. And 90% of my viewing is doing that, unless I go up to the mountains, where I'm going to either like Rose Valley, in the dark skies, or Lockwood Valley, or Chuchupate, Mount Pinos. Then obviously I'm going to look at things that you can see better in the dark. But I don't usually look at planets and double stars from those locations because they're not the best.
Yeah,
But
I've noticed that because you're much further inland. I mean, again, from an imaging standpoint, I could care less about how much that star wiggles. But
yes,
if I'm doing outreaches, or when I used to do them in schools a lot,
of
the
course.
first thing I would always ask is like, where is it going to be? And they go, why does that have any relevance? I said, it has a lot of relevance because it tells me what I can and can't see. So it's kind of the juggling act of figuring out your local weather patterns. And again, there are numerous websites, apps, and all sorts that you can go into, but be patient with it because you do have to collect your data over a certain period of time. You do have to look at what the weather patterns are doing, and don't just look at your local, look further out. So if you have an area that instinctively blows wind from east to west, you need to look at what's happening in the east and why it's doing that. And is there somewhere you can go to where you can have an advantage? We do have.
I totally agree, and I tell people this: to get to dark skies, you have to leave the coastline. Typically, you have to go further inland to get to dark skies, and that's where you start losing your seeing conditions. You gain the transparency, but I have had some unusual, weird situations, like where I went to Joshua Tree, which is one of my favorite places to view deep sky, and I went there and it was rock stable. It was just weird. You get these freaky nights that end up being good, but typically that's not the case,
Right.
And then trade-off, to get dark skies, I'm going to compromise some of my seeing, but for DSOs, I can live with it. And most deep sky observers know that the seeing isn't typically great in dark sky locations, but you get the transparency you need to look at, extended objects, the big extended objects in the galaxies and stuff. It's cool.
Okay, so let's just switch to a couple of questions real fast. Daniel, is the 6-inch Eclipse Smart Solar Filter safe to observe the sun with?
The Eclipse Smart, yeah, it's safe to observe. I think they're talking about the polymer mylar looking one.
Yes.
Totally safe.
As a safety precaution, I generally advise people anything over 8 inches worth of aperture when it comes down to solar filter should always use an off-axis mask. It gets too big at that particular point.
Completely agree.
And it's not that it's unsafe, it's the intensity of the light is quite dramatic. If you were doing imaging, obviously the bigger the better. I do know some crazy people out there that have used 11 inches with an 11-inch white light filter, but they don't dare look through it. And they know because they'll see the sensor temperature shoot up quite drastically. I know you kind of answered this, but how would you rate your LA mountain seeing view versus Joshua Tree National Park and Anza Borrego? So Daniel, you can answer it from your end. I'll answer it from my end.
Yeah, so it's pretty huge. I mean, if you go to Joshua Tree, I'm going there basically to. First of all, I got to say, Joshua Tree is very sacred, special place. I go to Jumbo Rock, and it's a very spiritual experience. That's the thing. I get a very peaceful enjoy. I actually enjoy just sitting quietly there. It's just so peaceful out there. But as far as seeing conditions, it's typically not as good. And then for imagers, there's lots of planes that travel through that, because they're coming into LAX, so they travel a lot through those skies. So imagers have complained, but as far as for me, the seeing, I don't go there for seeing conditions. LA just night and day better. LA is amazing. People just don't, they misconstrue light pollution with scene conditions, and that's one of the big myths that we always have to dispel at work, you know, explaining it. This is like the worst place. I'm like, no, ironically, this is a great place.
Yeah, so I'm going to answer it in regards to where I am. It's like I said, it's because I have that luck of the onshore flow from LA, and there is this interesting gap that I have. So think of it as there's the ocean that's down here. So we're basically in what, Topanga, Malibu, and all that hits that mountain, the Santa Monica Mountains, I think they call it, and the air basically gets pushed back up. Now, the problem here is as it gets pushed back up and it goes over LA, it can come back down. What I'm hoping for is the east to west wind to knock it sideways. And because I sit inside of a valley, when it goes from east to west, it will go around, block that point, which gives me the steady column that runs through where I live. And like I said, it always happens between 7 and 10 o'clock in the morning, my time, from a solar standpoint. It happens in the evening as well. So as soon as 11 o'clock in the afternoon, in the morning starts, it's like the wind just picks up. It's like clockwork, guaranteed.
Right. That's good. You get familiar with your location and what the behavior of this, and then you learn the seasons that are good. I was mentored by a few guys, George Rackledge, Ed Grissom, and John Pons. And I remember them doing all the solar viewing in the morning. There's like all these factors. And, you know, it's funny, you and I, we're all having this discussion because these are the things that are so fundamentally important before even getting the telescopes, you know, and that's the thing, you know, you can have all these great instruments and everything, but if you don't know what you're doing, you don't know about your location, sometimes it can backfire and disappointing results, you know?
So I'm going to do a couple of questions over from the other chat here. I just missed the one that you just sent me. I found atmospherics to be also useful tracking. Oh, not that one. There was a question that I just saw.
And there was a question from someone that says, "Is global warming affect?"
Oh, yes,
there
that was it.
Hemisphere?
Yeah, I don't, you know, for me personally, if I believe there's an issue with, you know, from the satellites have shown that, but as far as from an observational standpoint, I haven't had any issue with that from what I can tell so far. At least from where I'm at, you know, as far as global warming is concerned. Maybe Simon, maybe you have thoughts on it, but for me personally, no, I haven't had that much of an issue.
I'm not going to get too much into the science because this turns into one of these crazy arguments for a couple of people that are naysayers in some ways. But I will say this, temperature changes will affect how the jet stream works. You have to understand that this entire planet works off of, it's like a conveyor belt. You've got the one in the ocean and you've got the one in the sky. If you disrupt either or, those weather patterns can actually shift. And the general consensus is that the Earth over the last 50 years has increased in temperature by 1 degree Celsius. Now, that's not measured in Fahrenheit, we're talking Celsius here. And how much of a dramatic change has that created? Well, it has actually had an impact. Does it impact seeing? Not really, because we are always chasing different locations to get that type of seeing. If the weather pattern changes, on the other hand, then that's a different story. But unless the ocean suddenly moved, somewhere like Charlton Flats, the chances are wouldn't really change drastically because you're so high up. Anyway, the whole point is to be above the inversion layer. That's the idea behind it.
Get the transparency too, but the good
that can't change.
Yeah. Yeah, and the other thing too, and this is the funny thing is like the way I actually determine scene conditions is instinctively now. I was talking to my friend Mike Forslund, remember Mike Forslund?
Yep.
And he was talking about a guy that does fishing, and this guy is like the ultimate fisherman, and they have these fishing contests, and this guy can tell instinctively by the weather where the fish are going to be at. It's just the craziest thing. But in a way, astronomy is the same thing where I look at some sites, but generally I can tell by the way the atmosphere is behaving. And the other thing is I've seen situations where you'll have clouds moving one direction at one altitude and moving another another is the trippiest thing. So I'm always looking at these things. I look at the smokestacks near the coast here at El Segundo, Manhattan Beach, and they have these stacks, and I can look at which way the air is flowing. Ideal seeing for me is going to be where a prevailing wind that's moving from the southwest to the northeast. That's when the seeing is typically really ideal. If I don't have any jet stream, it's really ideal. I remember the month of May in 2011. I think it was 2011. I was viewing, I don't remember, I think 25 nights out of that month. Every one of those nights was amazing from my yard, every one of them. And I viewed like 25 nights that day. I remember it was being clear, and it was, it was very stable, but you do get a lot of moisture. So when you see a lot of dew on your telescope, that's usually indicative of good seeing. That means you're getting that onshore flow. Now, I've had situations where you get marine layer come in, and this is really a trip. When the marine layer comes in, it traps the heat in. So you have heat rising from the ground. It gets trapped underneath those clouds, those low clouds there, and actually the dew disappears, which is the trip.
You know, the funny thing is though, for us that are north of LA, because that's technically where I am, I pray for the marine layer because it makes such a difference for me, because I can see the glow is so much lessened.
Oh yeah, it's crazy. I think that's why you hear these guys, or they're getting these ridiculous meter readings at Mount Pinos and Lockwood Valley sometimes. Don Penzak is always going on about that, but sometimes you do get those nights where it blocks it out. But it has been, I'm just used to viewing here. I've been viewing here for 28 years now, so I'm kind of familiar with my surroundings. But I remember I posted a picture of Jupiter in cloudy nights, and I said, pick the image A, B, and C of Jupiter that best describes what you typically see. And I was shocked. It was really unfortunate. I sympathize with people throughout the country who don't have good seeing conditions. They were picking the worst image of Jupiter, like they could just barely see two belts, which is just crazy. I'm just like, wow, I sympathize. And I understand why people want to get into planetary imaging, because they can, get those fractions of a frame, and
funny you mentioned planet. Here's the funny thing. I'm not going to turn around and say I'm the best planetary imager, not because I don't have the equipment or the patience for it in so many respects, but there is, to me, a huge difference between seeing it visually, but seeing a picture of it. And I'm going to tell you this now. I prefer to look at it through the eyepiece. And people never. We did an outreach back in a long time ago, and there was a two-moon transit occurring on that night, and people couldn't understand why I was freaking out, because from the public side they didn't really see this and they didn't really understand what was going on. But I'm just looking at it, and we're in the middle of a shopping center, just so you know, in Valencia, so it's like lights everywhere, and
I'm not surprised. That place
it was just a nightmare at best. But planets are just dead easy. You can see them anywhere. And the funny part of it was, on that same night, it was, I think, 4:30. The sun was like getting caught up behind the buildings. And I said to the guy, because he bought his 12-inch Dobsonian out, and I said to him, "You want to see Jupiter right now?" And he goes, 4:30? You're going to be out of your mind. There's no way we can see it. And I said, "No, we can, because I know exactly where it is."
Right.
So I go to the moon and I start nudging to my left, and I go, okay, so however many movements in terms of degrees, I'm in the vicinity. So I'm just going to move it up and down until I see it. It floated into view. We got the higher magnification out. I said, like, quick, it's over here. And he couldn't believe it. He was seeing it at 4:30 in the daytime. Anyway, going back to the story of the transit. So people were freaking out. I was freaking out, and people just didn't understand why I was going nuts. Seeing this. And recently we had a double transit again, and every imager that does planets under the sun was out there trying to shoot it. And I got to admit, it was somewhat disappointing, because it was not what I remembered seeing. And then I started to realize there is that disconnect between imaging versus visual.
Oh yeah.
When you see it visually, it's totally different. When you do it by imaging, it's not the same, not even remotely the same.
I'm curious about this, because you do a lot of the imaging, whereas I look at a lot of the planetary images that I see, online, and there's a few world-class imagers out there, but I know a lot of people, I can tell, because I've seen so many views of planets, that I have a very clear idea of my own perception of the color of them and the way, you know, things are highlighted. But I do notice that it's difficult. I don't know if it's for people to process the image in the sense that they kind of get the colors wrong. They look a little bit too stark and contrasty. And I wonder if that's just from their own inability to have that experience of seeing good views visually to have a frame of reference.
I think it is. I think it is, because I try to image my, planets using the refractor, not because it's you know, whatever the size is. It's because it gives me the closest idea of what I physically saw.
Yeah.
And I try to color it based upon what I remember seeing in my mind's eye, so to speak. But at the same time, what's irritating here is, and this is why I'm not a big planetary imager in general, is when I look at the picture and it's like that small, you can see the pixels and all that kind of stuff, and you know in your head how you create that image, and it just has this false sense to it. But then when I view through something like a 9 1/4, we were over at John Hawke's place, and Darren had his 9 1/4 there, and I'm looking through it and I'm like, this is just crazy. It doesn't look the same, even though it was small in the eyepiece. I could see everything.
Oh yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah,
you know, I could pick out the cloud band details, even though the planet was just tiny. And then I could see inside of the cloud bands. I'm like, oh, hold on a second, my camera doesn't pick up anything close to this.
Right, absolutely. Yeah, no, I've had so many of those nights, you know, and those evenings, you know, and you cherish them when you have them. It's a very, they call it a religious experience.
Right.
You know. And I've been, you know, I switched, you know, I have a couple of different scopes I use, and I typically, you know, I remember going back just for a second though, I remember, you know, you talked about daylight viewing the planets. Venus, the best image of Venus I ever saw was in broad daylight here at home in my backyard in a 12.5-inch reflector. And it was just rock stable in broad daylight. You know, that day the air was very stable. Broad daylight, I saw Venus and it just looked unbelievable. You know, how beautiful and how sharp and crisp it looked. It was really nice, you know. And that's what I find out. And sometimes, you know, you have variances of seeing conditions. And then sometimes it's easy to just use the refractor because you don't have to worry about collimating anything. They're not affected by the cool down the same way as reflectors are. There's all these factors that go into the mechanical physics of it before you can even, there's a lot of misconceptions. I can just say that. There's, you know, there's talk about telescopes and you know, the physics of Strehl ratios and we can go into you don't even get to there first. You got to have a platform to view from. It's like when you look at an observatory, they do research before they put observatories in place. Right. It's not like you just take the scope out any place and you get good results. I mean, it's only as good as your weakest link.
I'm just going to acknowledge somebody on Scott Roberts's live chat. I just noticed Clyde Playmate is watching. Hello, Clyde. For those of you who don't know who Clyde is, he did the Solar Extravaganza. I strongly recommend you see some of this guy's work. I mean, he's going to be retiring soon. He runs the Big Bear Solar Observatory, so it's good to see him actually on making his couple of comments here and there. So, you know, hats off to that guy for sure. Actually, you know, he's so brilliant, Daniel. I wish you get a chance to listen to some of his talks.
I'm going to have to do a little follow-up with you afterwards about that because I'd like to see that and be curious.
Yeah, no, Clyde is somewhere else when it comes down to when it's doing solar and observational stuff. It's just unreal.
Cool. Got some people chiming in. Scott, that was on yours.
What's
Scott?
that?
That was on the Explore Scientific comments?
Yes, that was Claude Playmate. He is like chief astronomer over there at Big Bear Solar Observatory.
Oh, that's so cool. God, I think of Joe Napolitano when I remember the Big Bear Solar Observatory thing they did. Remember that?
Sure.
That was really something.
Sure.
Ben, this is why I can't write on cloudy nights because I'm constantly interrupted by this little infant.
You know, the funniest thing is I remember when he was only 2 years old.
It's like,
So
and you just no peace and no quiet. You just can't concentrate on anything anymore.
that's what having a kid's about.
God,
So
it's so hard.
now, regardless of who the brand of the telescope is you actually have quite a few telescopes that you use for visual, and
Yeah,
there is no such thing as just one scope can do it all. Out of the
correct.
scopes that you use, which one do you find you use the most of, and for what
Sure.
particular subjects?
Yeah, I have a 6-inch fluorite Takahashi. That scope I use a lot because it's consistent, and that's a fluorite doublet f8 scope that I use, and I have that attached to my Tema mount. But later in the evening, what I'll do is I'll take the Muon 250 out and I'll set that up on a towel with a fan, and I will leave that scope from, usually for planets, I'll leave that scope say 7:30, 8 p.m. with the fan for 2 to 3 hours till I get to midnight. And at that point, that's when that scope will really perform to its like extreme, like, and I'm talking tack sharp. I'm not talking about like soft, scintillating images. I'm talking about razor sharp images. And that's what I want to see. That's what makes it exciting and fun to watch. And it takes some time. And I think that's the problem a lot of enthusiasts have, is knowing when it's cooled down. And there's techniques you can do. I encourage people to Google Schlieren photography, which is a German word for streak. Do a streak test. And there's techniques to doing streak tests that you can do. And that is one of the ways I learn about what's going on inside the optical tube, what is scene conditions, and what is like a boundary layer. There's all these things that you have to learn about. And the best way to learn it is through Schlieren photography. You can Google it on YouTube, SCHLIEREN, Schlieren photography. I encourage people to do this, because one of the difficulties I have is getting people to believe how much air moves. If you have just one slight, even your hand, anything will cause air to move. And all these things affect the images. And that's why when people come over, I'm like, please stand over here. Don't stand where the air is moving. I'm like very particular about this stuff, because it's the only way I'm going to see the images really still. And Schlieren photography is a really an amazing thing of being able to see that. And one of the ways you can do that is you take, just by coincidence, where it matters most, when you're looking at planets, you have the illumination of Mars or Jupiter or Saturn. They actually produce the perfect amount of illumination, background illumination that you need to perform the test. And what you can do is you can get a sight tube with a pinhole, drop it into your diagonal. And if you get the right distance in there, what will happen, if you don't give your head the right distance, you won't see the illumination. But what will happen is you will see a crystal clear image of everything going on against a background. And there's ways of doing it with the Fresnel patterns of star tests where you look through an eyepiece, but that's not as clear as doing a real Schlieren test where you point the scope at a planet, you put a sight tube in there, and you need that in there to keep your eye dead centered and get the right distance. And you'll see this beautiful tack sharp illumination of light. And you can see scene conditions, you can see boundary layers, you can see the most subtle movement going on inside your tube. And it's a real powerful tool, and it helps you learn what's going on inside your telescope and in the atmosphere as well.
Funny you mentioned that. I'm going to give you a little bit of a funny story about the Schlieringer test and the Schlieringer effect. There is a great YouTube video, which you showed me originally, Daniel, of this guy. He's got his hair dryer out. He has a match, and then he has like bottles of nothing in them, but there is actually a gas in there, and he'll pour it out. And you see the gas pour out, and people just say, "Oh, that's just
it looks like hell." And then you see the real image. There's nothing there. It's completely
there's nothing there.
But
so
this
is a bit of a sidetrack. So when the guy discovered the Schlieringer test or the Schlieringer effect, they thought it was a gateway to the paranormal world and seeing into it. So when you see these stories about energy aura radiating off of people. And seeing all these weird things, it's because they're experiencing the Schlieringer effect, not realizing that's what it is. This is actually true. This is actually a true story.
It's an invisible ocean.
It is
an invisible oceon.
And
that's
sometimes,
what we're viewing in.
Right. And sometimes I do that on purpose when I'm doing imaging on planets, as I will defocus and I will sit there and watch it to see what it does. And if it ripples like a maniac, I'm like, oh, forget it. I'm not even going to waste my time, because it is a waste of time.
Yeah, it's very hard to have very still air, and that's the goal. It's like, you know, your environment, your atmosphere, the concrete, the water heaters, the hoods of cars. You know, when I used to come home from work, I would look on the hoods of the cars or the windows to see if there was dew on them. And that was one of the, you know, the signs that would tell me, hey, I might have a pretty still night here, you know. And these are all factors that affect the views. So if I don't have that, I can't get to the optics. You know, that's the next step, is getting good telescopes, good optics, and to get that performance. And these are things that pertain mostly to double star viewing in planets, which is what I spend a majority of my time doing. So if you're into deep sky, you know, if you have good seeing, great, but you know, it's just get to dark skies and get some transparency for deep sky. You know, Scott's been all over the country. I mean, he knows better probably than anybody. I mean, Scott's been in way more star parties than I've ever been in my life. So I'm sure he could school me on that, you know, on the deep sky location.
You guys are, all the things you're bringing up happen all over the country and actually all over the world. You know, there are microclimates that happen. There are places that are more conducive to good seeing conditions, like, you know, the Florida Keys are incredible. Very you know, I was explaining about the laminar airflow effect over Mauna Kea, you know, these kinds of things where you can have bad seeing almost anywhere, but, you know, sometimes it does take a place that is geographically conducive to have sub-arc second seeing, you know?
Yeah. And you've been going to the Winter Star Party for
long time
here, Scott. Yeah, ridiculous. You know, so if anybody's got experience, I mean, Scott's got a ton of experience with this stuff too, you know, and it is true. And Scott, you know, the temperatures, I've researched the Winter Star Party. You just get those very subtle deltas. And so you get these people with these open tube Newtonians with these mirrors that are, you know, thick mirrors, and they're able to perform because the mirror's not chasing the climate, you know, chasing the temperatures as badly, you know.
Daniel, you probably remember Don Parker, who was
of course, he was the mentor to everybody.
So he had built an eyepiece out of a microfiche lens on his 16-inch Newtonian. He says, I'm going to show you something that you should be able to see. And we were looking at Mars at this time, and he had his 16-inch telescope at something like 2,000 or 3,000 magnification.
Right.
2,000 or 3,000. Okay. So we're talking 50 power per inch or 60 power per inch. We're talking way over 100 power per inch. Okay. And Mars looked like it was punched out of the sky. It was you know, I could see.
Don Parker was the god. He was the godfather, man.
Yeah, that dude did things that he was constantly being
unheard of.
You know, of breaking the rules somehow, but he just had great optics in his Newtonian.
Look at Carlos Hernandez was talking so much about him, you know.
Yeah,
Carlos Hernandez was, you know, Don Parker was such an important, influential, you know, person.
Right.
That's so cool.
I've experienced sub-arc second seeing, I don't know, 10 times in my life, something like that, you know. Most of us get to, you know, see the sky when, you know, in 1 or 2 arc seconds where it's, I mean, and that's really fine, you know, that's excellent.
What is one of the most memorable deep sky places that you've observed? I'm curious, that you could think of. Something that really spiritually moved you, a dark sky location or something. Can you remember something that stands out?
That would have to be a toss-up between Yosemite and Bryce Canyon.
Yeah.
I was at a very high mountain, maybe over 12,000 feet in the Yosemite region, and that's still seared in my brain. Of course, Monica, I spent 3 successive nights in a row at 14,000 feet, and that was just blowing. Cerro Tololo, seeing the large and small Magellanic clouds there, and the Milky Way.
Oh, I'm jealous already.
Yeah.
When you get down there, they tell you right off the top, oh, you're from the Northern Hemisphere. You guys don't have a Milky Way. We have the most.
Right, the center of it too, right? It's kind of like NGC 891, just right above your head, you know? So, hey, Benjamin, Daddy's on here. Sorry, guys.
It is.
So we're going to do 2 questions here from the live chat because we got about 15 minutes left and I don't know how long it's going to take to answer these. But question number 1, best type of surfaces to set up on, and then give bad examples as well. So that's question number 1. So let's start with that.
Am I answering or Scott?
You, Daniel. Well,
Okay.
Anybody can answer, to be honest.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I'd be curious to have Scott share his opinions, but I will just say, hey, Kevin, I would just say this, that, you know, grass is an ideal, you know, it doesn't radiate the same way that concrete does. So, you know, the atmosphere is radiating heat as, you know, as the sun goes down. So, definitely grass, but if you have too much moisture and you have dew going all over the place, that's one of the things you get more water vapor and stuff coming from it. But typically I'm viewing over concrete or grass, but my scene conditions are good. So I can get away with some pretty good stuff because I don't have these crazy deltas of my, you know, temperature deltas. So I'm good.
So what's the worst surface now?
Well, the concrete, honestly, in the valley is like the worst I've dealt with. We were at Oak Park. When we were at Oak Park, it was ridiculous. I mean, it was just like heat coming off the ground constantly. So I didn't bother bringing my Milan 250 out there. It couldn't do anything. It was like looking at a blobby planet. It was just like, people go through it, they're like, hey, I want to see through one of these. And I bring it up there and it's like, can't do anything with it. And it's just like, you can see this boiling heat just coming off. I think Oak Park's one of the worst places in the valley. That's one of the worst places.
Oh, yeah.
And ironically, where our star parties were. You know?
I think one of the worst surfaces that I've ever dealt with is sand, specifically.
Yeah.
And I don't mean dirt. I mean sand. If it's been baking out in the desert and then you go and plonk a telescope on there, for some strange reason, I get all sorts of weird and wonderful problems from being on top of it. And what I end up having to do is I actually, if I go to like questionable places that I have a lot of dust, I will bring a big piece of carpet out with me that I roll over the sand or the dirt or whatever it is. And it does genuinely help.
Totally. Hold on one sec.
That's right. The other question is going to be, when Daniel comes back, is about acclimation. A lot of people don't actually understand what acclimation is. I don't know if you caught what I just said there, Daniel.
I did. I think that is the huge thing. One of the things that Kevin and I follow Cloudy Nights a lot. So Kevin and I are always, you know, Kevin and I talk a lot. We talk like every few days. Kevin and I will have very lengthy conversations. But I think one of the biggest problems that we is dealing with is getting people to realize that their scopes are not acclimated the way they think they are. There's ways of detecting that, and Schlieren is one of the ways that you can tell. And I go on about Schmidt-Cassegrains and these heat spikes that emanate from the light baffle, and that's why I tell people if they have a Schmidt-Cassegrain, you know, remove the visual back from it and let the light baffle, you know, adjust, because you get a lot of heat in the tube and they store heat, you know, and that's the biggest problem with scopes. So they're not cooled down. And it's another myth with refractors. Refractors, I know it's going to sound hard for many to believe, but refractors take just as long as Schmidt-Cassegrains or Newtonians to cool, if not longer. But people will tell you refractors cool fast, but it's really not what's happening. If I were to take an infrared thermometer and I were to point it at a baffle inside of a refractor, it'll be hot inside, just like it is inside of a baffle of a Cassegrain. But it's because of the way that light is traversed through the refractor tube, and light is being bent and brought to a single point. And it's not disturbed because it's not being bounced back and forth off reflective surfaces the way it is in a Cassegrain or a Newtonian reflector, where you have body, you know, Newtonian, particularly with Dobbs, you have your own body heat going through the light path. So it's like, you know, flying from LA to New York, you know, you fly more times, you're more susceptible to experiencing turbulence. You know, it's the odds. And I always envision what's going on inside of a tube. If it's not acclimated, it's not going to perform. And people think they're acclimated, but a lot of times they're not, you know. So that's one of the things we battle on Cloudy Nights, is trying to get people to believe. They think their scopes are cool, and most times they're not. It's just very sensitive. So.
Okay, so another question. I think I'm going to have Scott answer this one because the fact that he mentions I have a 102 refractor might be a dead giveaway what he owns. Says he has a 17 millimeter Plossl and a 2x Barlow for planets. I mainly chase clusters and nebulas. Would I get better viewing with a 32 millimeter eyepiece?
Oh, okay. Well, that I think has a lot to do with how dark your sky is. You know, some people do the calculation of where they just look at exit pupil coming out of the eyepiece and do that little calculation. But something you have to remember is that if you're doing deep sky imaging or observing, that you need to find that fine line of where contrast is now being pushed back and making that deep sky object pop out while keeping the largest exit pupil that you can. Also, you need to be in dark enough skies where your eyes can actually dilate, okay, to accept an exit pupil. So it's real important to have lots of medium range, medium power eyepieces to get the best possible views. You know, so you can't just say, oh yeah, buy a 32, buy a 10, get a Barlow. You know, those are standard answers for beginners because they don't know what to buy yet. Okay, but you get into it. I don't know, how many eyepieces do you have, Daniel, in your collection?
Countless.
Exactly. So it's like for a visual observer,
Kevin's the same way, you know.
Like a painter, you know, you're going to have lots of colors, and you're going to be experimenting with things constantly to evoke the best possible views through your telescope. And there's no magic eyepiece out there. People think that there are. There are performance eyepieces for sure. You know, manufacturers can make them as good as that design can be, but it's really still a combination of the sky, your scope, and your eyes. Okay, and so that's why there are all these different brands, all these different models, and so.
I always use the golf club analogy, you know, because we get that question, Scott, all the time, you know. I just say it's like saying there's one perfect golf club. There isn't. You have different golf clubs for different distances and different, you know, a putter and a driver and a whatever, you know.
Oh, I mean, you can get really complicated because one set of golf clubs may not be good for, say, you, but is great for me. You know, we can go, it does entirely depend on what you're going to be doing and how you utilize it. I'm just going to quickly introduce Kevin Legore. So for those of you though who don't know who Kevin is, he does the outreach astronomy program known as Focus Astronomy. This guy is, I'm going to call him the king of outreach. He really, really is. There is nobody else out there that I know that puts as much effort in as Kevin does. So Kevin, just a quick introduction about yourself and then we'll carry on with the programming.
So as Simon, I guess, boldly stated, I don't know if I'd call myself the king of outreach, but outreach is kind of my thing. Some of you might know me from... Doesn't that make
you the king?
Yeah. Some of you probably know me from Skywatcher. I'm the product specialist. That's the day job, and the night job, and the weekend job, and the job. But on the side, I guess you could call my hobby is outreach. That's what I'm passionate about. I love sharing stuff with people. That is really my goal. So I created my own program called Focus Astronomy in 2011. And that goes out to public events, anywhere I can get astronomy into the hands of people. That's where I go to do it. And likely most of the time it's not in particularly good locations, but I have to go where the people are at, not where the skies are good. So that's who I am. You can always go to focusastro.org and check out all the other stuff that I do over there. So, but thanks for having me on today.
Yeah,
and hello to Scott and Daniel as well. So.
Yeah, you're in trouble now, aren't you? You're like,
Scott,
crap.
Scott's Explorer Scientific, and you got Kevin from Skywatcher. Don't you and Scott Roberts fight, Kevin, on the phone? You guys are arguing with each other because he's Explorer Scientific and you're Skywatcher?
I think of it more as sparring, I guess, because at the end of the day, we're all still friends too. Where it's like that was great.
Spar. We don't spar. They're good competitors. Skywatcher's
Yeah.
competitor. So, and that's good.
We keep each other on our feet. It moves the hobby forward. So
That's very humble, man. The guy.
Okay. We're going to go back to one of the questions, and this is about acclimation again, or going back to acclimation. I just lost the question. I think you sent it to me on the chat, right? Yeah, you did. Does keeping my rig in a non-heated, non-cooled garage, is it helpful with temperature acclimation? So in other words, am I better storing a telescope in a place that's similar to the outdoor temperature, or is it a bad idea?
You want it similar. I always tell people like a cellar or something where the temperature is cooler, but it's really just about having the scope be the same temperature as the atmosphere or the area you're viewing in. That's what you want. You just don't want anything to have a different temperature. You want the temperatures to be the same. Anytime you don't, then you're having to cope with these artifacts that we were discussing in Schlieren. But I went to a friend's house up in Tehachapi, and I went down in his down below in a cellar, and I went, oh my God, it's so cool in here. And I said, you should have his scopes weren't in there. I said, you should have your scopes in here because it's going to get cool at night. So, the ideal thing, in my opinion, is check out what your expected temperature is going to be outdoors and put your scope in an air-conditioned room. It makes a huge difference, man.
Oh, totally.
Huge. It's not subtle. It's huge.
All right. So, Daniel, I'm going to give you one last question, and then we're going to carry on. This is actually a good one. So this is why I want to spend a bit of time on this. So we've got about 5 minutes to try and get through this one. Yeah. Regardless if it's imaging or visual, okay, because the guy's asking specifically for imaging. I will answer that in a second. When I'm imaging Mars, I can never seem to get surface contrast or the correct color of the polar ice caps. The whole planet is washed out in red. Would a UV-IR cut remedy something like this? So I'm going to answer this part for you. The answer straight up is no. A UV-IR cut, all it does is it reduces the amount of glow the planet actually has, so it's not too piercing. If you're using a Barlow specifically, I always tell people, no, you do need to use a UV-IR cut because it helps get rid of this hot spot when you're dead center on the Barlow. Now, how this transition to visual is, a lot of people don't realize this, Daniel, and I remember that we used to sell these things quite frequently, is colored filters.
Yeah.
And how much of a difference a color filter can actually make in either both visual and imaging.
I think there's I agree, and I think there's sometimes misconceptions. Kevin Lagore and I were having a discussion about this about a month ago. I always tell people this. If you're like for Mars, for example, because Mars is out, it's ideal. I always tell people you want to see the features to some reasonable degree first before the filters can accentuate them. And I always tell, light blue for the polar caps of Mars, or the, a 21 Ratten or a 23, which is like an orange red, is nice for Mars. I think the biggest problem with filters is that the colors are so stark, deep, and it would be nice if companies, Vernonscope did that. They made the colors more subtle so that when you looked at them, you got accentuated some of these features without making the planet look like you were looking through a filter. So I actually do have a bunch of very subtle filters that help enhance certain features. But I'm a big believer in using filters. I mean, Bill P on Cloudy Nights has got a big thread going on about filters right now. And one of my favorites for Mars is the Beta contrast booster. And I think this morning I was watching a video that Kevin Lagore did, because I was watching YouTube videos and stuff, and Kevin's video came up and he was talking about, I think it was the neodymium filter, Kevin, from Beta. And then
yesterday we talked about Mars on our webcast at Skywatcher, and the two that I like to use the most are the neodymium, Moon and Sky Glow, and the contrast booster. And then if you have a large enough telescope, visually a UHC actually really pops the surface detail out. You have to have a
and Kevin actually had photographs, I think, through each of them. I think, if I recall correctly, Kevin, I think you had photographs through each of those filters. Really cool.
So those are helpful.
So going back to the imaging aspect of this, this is ironic. When you're doing planetary imaging, oddly enough, it's still just as good to shoot monochrome but use RGB colors. And when I create the luminance layers, I don't actually use a clear luminance layer. I use the filter that actually gives you the most amount of performance on the planet. And ironically, red happens to be the actual one for Mars. And if you have an issue with color balance and getting the polarized caps to look right, then I strongly suggest is to look into doing monochrome image with RGB filters. You'll find you can control it a lot better. My assumption here is your polar caps come out yellow, which is what most people experience when they're doing imaging of Mars. That's what tends to happen. It's not because you're seeing yellow. It's not because of that. It's because that's the light that gets diffracted and filtered out. Remember, the sky's blue for a reason. So that blue light is being cancelled out as it passes through our atmosphere. So we don't see as much of it as we would like to. Hence why it has this yellowish tinge to it when you image. It's not really a flaw or a mistake. If you shoot RGB in monochrome with astro imaging for planets, it's way, way better than trying to doing one-shot color. One-shot color is just like quick and easy.
IR pass filter is a good one to use too if you're shooting monochrome, because it cuts a lot of the extra spectrum out.
I know I use orange-red filters sometimes on double stars. I have these very subtle tones of orangey red colors that help kind of cancel out some of the seeing, at least visually. From a visual standpoint, filters can be used in that regard, you know, to help with some of the seeing conditions. But it's a trade-off, you know, because if you get too deep in the colors, you change everything the way it looks. So.
Yes, that's right. Okay, so Kevin, you have a presentation?
I do not. We can just kind of talk.
Oh, excellent. So we're just gonna. I thought for some weird reason I thought you were gonna have a presentation. So thank God you don't, because that usually turns everyone off. It usually turns everyone off. Okay, so Kevin, what the reason why I have you on this particular event is because I know you do a lot of outreach, and there is a lot of people who watch our live stream both here on the Woodland Hills Cameron Telescope and possibly the Explorer Scientific side of things. And the biggest problem they're facing here is their thing was outreach, and you can't do outreach right now. So what are the things that you're doing in terms of outreach, whether it be either electronically done? Is there certain things or procedures that you are going to implement in doing astronomy in the public physically that you are going to put into it, if that makes sense? Procedures, that's the word I was looking for.
Yeah, COVID's made everything really interesting. I normally see about 30,000 people a year doing my events, and that has basically tanked because I can't see anybody. So to get around that, I've started doing virtual star parties. So if you have cameras and stuff like that, I've started to, you know, I'll go on my website and social media and I'll announce, hey, on Friday, blah, blah, blah. We're going to be doing a virtual event. And basically how that works is I hook a camera up to one of the scopes in the library, essentially. And I pick an observing list, and usually about a dozen objects, and kind of through the hour and a half that I normally run it, we go through that. And I go through a lot of the details of those particular objects. And I like to actually pick objects from, you know, basic up to the advanced. So that way, I don't believe outreach stops at just beginners. I've gone out to star parties with lists of objects to look at, and have shown even experienced observers targets that they might have missed or haven't bothered to look at. So I like to do that, but virtual star parties have been something I've been doing, and that's worked pretty well. I haven't done any lately because we've had smoke and I'm in Arizona, so we're just finishing up monsoon season. So between weather and all the other fun stuff that's been going on, I haven't really been in the position to do my virtual events. But
Evan, I thought we were supposed to have all the smoke, man.
Well, I don't know. You're all about the jet stream. So
it just all blew over to you, man.
Pretty much. So
it's clear up north, right?
Well, it's clear right now.
Yeah. Okay. We're clear, I think. I don't think we have much smoke now.
I mean, do you think that we're actually going to get back into a situation, at least in 2021, certainly not the rest of this year, that the precautions we're going to have to take for doing outreach is going to be completely different? I mean, just having somebody handle an eyepiece is also going to become problematic.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting because at first, everyone's like, oh, it's almost over, we're gonna get through it. It's like, it's not just like a light switch where it's on and off. We're gonna have to, because everyone's gonna be reserved about it as well. No one's gonna want to rush into it. I have several large events that I'm a part of out here in Arizona, like the Tucson Festival of Books that takes place on the University of Arizona campus. We have 120,000 people at that event. They've already canceled it for next year. They're doing it virtually. So I'm already seeing casualties for stuff like that moving into next year. There is one large event. It's an air show that takes place out here. They're still going forward with it. I don't have a lot of hope that that one's going to occur, but I'm even kind of reserved. That brings about 10,000 people. I like doing large events because it brings a ton of people and you can hit a bunch of people real quick with outreach. That one's moving forward, but it hasn't been canceled yet. And then, of course, my personal favorite, the Grand Canyon Star Party, which takes place in June. That's the only one I think of as a higher probability because we'll be in the summer at that point. I think there'll be a better way of approaching and treating COVID, hopefully, by the time that comes around. But I'm not expecting any major events to start occurring until mid next year. And even then, it's going to be kind of weird to segue into doing events again, especially in a large format. And I've been asked to do events already. And the funny part about that is, people who want to have us come out and do events, they're like, well, we'll social distance. It's like, all of you will, but I have to stand next to it and tell you all about it. So I'm next to everybody. So right now it's just kind of, it's not worth doing at the moment.
Right.
So
I mean, I'm going to mention this. It's going to be interesting how we handle something like an eyepiece. I mean, in general, I tell people, please don't touch the scope anyway. You shouldn't be messing with it in the first place. The most I would say is this is how you change the focus. That's an easy one to solve. You could put a condom on the freaking knob for all I care and be done with it, and then just take it off from the next person. But it's the eyepieces that make me nervous. And Scott, I'm not trying to create a sales pitch here for you, but the point being here is the idea that you've created a waterproof eyepiece, and you've demoed this countless times, means that something like the eyepieces from Explorer Scientific, I can actually just wipe down and be safe, because there are eyepieces that I own. You cannot get those suckers wet, otherwise you ruin them.
You can submerge them in a bath of alcohol. Okay. So you can absolutely disinfect them.
So when you say it that way, it makes me think you dropped it in your beer.
Right. But that is something that I was approached several times this year. What do? We have this outreach planned, and so one of the scenarios that I came up with was, still there has to be social distancing, there has to be face masks, there has to be all these things. But we have an inexpensive line of waterproof eyepieces in our 52-degree line. And I suggested that they buy 15 or 20 of them. And because they have serial numbers on, they could assign the serial numbered eyepiece to that person. That keeps that eyepiece all night, okay? He keeps that eyepiece and then dumps it into a bath of sterilization bath at the end of the observation session.
I never thought about that.
That's one way to do this. Okay. Someone else, I was reading the chat here, said that, and there are these handheld UV things. So let's say you don't have a waterproof eyepiece. You could UV sterilize it. Okay. That's another possibility. I still like the idea of dunking in alcohol, but UV light may be just as effective.
I'm just answering something. So Comfortable cat? Sorry, I've got my cat sitting on my lap like she always does.
I just have to say, I'm really impressed with the way that this broadcast is working out. If you're just coming in to watch the broadcast right now, it looks like one broadcast, but it's not. Okay.
Yeah, it's actually two.
Broadcasting with this system to a YouTube channel. Okay. We are broadcasting a separate broadcast platform. Okay. Simulcasting out to our channels. Simon figured out how to combine them. Okay, which is really cool, and it's working great. So
I was wondering how you guys pulled this off.
the only thing
Everybody in America is becoming an expert at this because that's pretty much how we all got to live now, you know?
that's true.
Pretty much.
It's true.
So somebody's asking, and I'm going to ask this question to you, Kevin, because I know you leave a lot of stuff outside. Is the telegizmo covers a good idea or not? I would like to leave my rig all set up, but leaving it outside in the elements during the day scares me.
I have a Paramount MX with a C14 decked out with feather touch focusers. It's been outside for a month and a half. The mount's been out there for 3 months. I'm not going to tell you where I live because that's where I live. But I have the Telegizmo 365 covers. I have the tripod cover, and then I have the larger cover for the scope on top. And it's been out there all monsoon season. I have a friend out here who lives by the 365 cover like religiously.
Wait, does he live inside of it?
He could. But he used to have an AP 1100 and a Mulan 250 that's under there. And he has no observatory. He just uses the 365s. So if you are going to get a cover, the 365 is the way to go. Those are awesome. They are more expensive, but they're the only cover I would get at this point because they're...
Kevin's motto is scopes are meant to be used. And when I look at Kevin's scopes at Star Parties, I'm like, wow, man, Kevin takes it to the next level, you know? Hilarious.
You know, I gotta admit, I'm the same way because...
You are, yeah, that's fine. It's meant to be used.
Right, because when people get and see my stuff, they go, what the hell have you done to it? It looks like you dragged it through a bush, you know? And I was like, well, no, because I use a damn thing, you know?
Yeah, right.
There's a difference between use and abuse.
Yes.
So,
Now,
I mean,
the funny
people pay a lot of money for a, Gibson 1970 that's been worn down and stuff like that. So I like telescopes that have, you can get them at a better price because they're not cosmetically sound, but they have a story to them. I've seen a lot of people who have very high-end refractors that are immaculate, and it's like, I've never used it. It's like,
right.
What? It's like, why? Why would you do such a thing? Put it outside. Use it. All my scopes live in the Arizona sun.
But for resale value, but I don't really...
So the interesting thing here is I've had the EQ8 RH Pro now for almost a year now, and it has literally lived permanently outside under the 365 cover. I've only just brought it back in because I had to run out and use it, which I forgot the damn counterweight over, which that's another story. And I'm actually going to be disassembling it again to check how much dirt, or if any dirt, has gotten inside of it. I did remove the dovetail saddle, and I was really stunned at there was no dust inside of the shaft, bearing in mind that this is one of the most exposed areas of the actual scope. So now there is a round metal plate where the clutch pad actually is. That's going to come off next. And if I see any sign of dirt in there, I have a measurement or a gauge on that. And I'm going to turn around and suspect that I'm not going to find anything in there. If anything, I'll probably find a spider that figured out how to get in. But, the thing is, don't be afraid to leave this stuff out there. And it's really funny that I watch people get super paranoid with their scopes. And I said, but you just left it outside for 6 hours while you were observing. What's the difference?
If there's a big storm coming, obviously, it's like, bring it in. But, if it's going to be, now I'm in Arizona, we don't know what rain is out here. So at that point, I'm trying to find a picture on my phone of a particular piece of equipment that I've got that's been outside for a very long time.
There is a customer of ours who he has never bought anything indoors. Just so you know, his setup is probably close to $40,000 to $50,000. He has never bought it inside. He barely covers it. And he's had it out there. It's all faded. He had an eagle. Now the eagle, if you know what it is red. His is pink now.
Mine's
Everything still works. That's the funny thing. While Kevin's looking for that picture, Scott, real quick, isopropyl alcohol, is it safe to use on the eyepieces? Because I think I know why he's asking this. Will it strip the coatings?
No. No. Isopropyl is used all the time in cleaning optics and working with optics, and no, I mean,
What I use the most.
Acetone also. You know, it's just that acetone is a little bit more.
It's a bit harsh, isn't it?
It's
If
more,
you have paint, but if you have no paint, it's nothing to worry about.
yeah, it melts plastics. It you know, dissolves paints. You know, silk screening, stuff like that. So you got to be careful with acetone. But acetone's really awesome in that it leaves almost no streaks, or, you know, so it is in the arsenal of you know, professionals who work with optics and clean them all the time. So I would, but isopropyl is a very easy thing to work with. I do recommend 99% isopropyl and distilled water, you know, to clean up optics with.
Okay, Scott, do you want to just introduce our new people that have just joined in?
Yeah, Steve's been there for a little bit.
Steve's been quiet here. I've been trying to privately chat with him, but you can see my chat. So how you doing?
Sorry. Good. Sorry about that. Yeah, Scott, I just replied actually.
Okay.
I was hoping to get on earlier and to have a solar scope set up, and you guys were talking about the weather earlier on and weather patterns and how to predict the weather. Simon, I found it very interesting, and having to live through some of that here too. I've had rain, sun, wind, a lot of clouds all day, and it's been like that most of the week. The only thing that's missing is snow, which I'm not upset about. So where I am up in the Toronto area, we have a good variety of weather throughout the week, and that has to do a lot right now with what's happening in the Gulf, because as storms come in, it kicks up a lot of that humidity and changes the weather pattern that gets picked up by the jet stream and sucked straight up north in a northwest direction, and we get covered. But I wanted to hopefully join in some of the intriguing conversation that's been taking place. I didn't want to interrupt, and then I saw Kevin, like, come on. And I love your aquarium in the background, Kevin.
Yeah, it kind of adds a nice backdrop since we upgraded it. So
The fish tank's cool. I told him to keep it.
Okay.
well, when the weather sucks.
Isn't
that's
that a
the
bigger
other
tank,
hobby.
Kevin? I thought you said you were getting a bigger tank.
This is the big one. I had a
This is the
75.
bigger
This
one.
is a 143 now. So
That's cool.
knock on wood, it never breaks.
Yeah, right. That's right. I also have, we also have Libby in the stars here with us, and Libby is later in our program is going to talk about her experience at Kennedy Space Center. So that's going to be really cool. So
That's cool.
that
Wow.
we are about here Central Time when it's 3:33. We will start the second part of our program here in about 27 minutes. But where we'll have David Levy joining us as well, and Gary Palmer will be checking in, I think, by that time. So, but it's been very, very interesting, listening to all the recommendations for visual observation and how to handle seeing conditions and stuff like that. Eyepiece questions, these kinds of things. By a show of hands, you guys that do visual astronomy, would you prefer to do visual astronomy over astrophotography, or astrophotography over visual astronomy, or do you equally like both?
I'm going to start then. So I would turn around and say I like to do imaging more than I like to do visual, not because of the typical objects that we all see. It's my thing is making the invisible visible. The things that you just straight up cannot see are the things that I tend to like to see the most. And then at the same time, I look at imaging. See, some guys just going out for just straight up pretty pictures, which is great in so many respects. But I'm trying to approach it with some level of scientific reasoning. So there is a picture that I recently posted on my Instagram where I have the North American Nebula and the Pelican Nebula, and I tell this story countless times. If you actually look at the nebula carefully, it's actually the same part. It's actually the same nebula. And the only reason why you have the two shapes of the North America and the Pelican is because there is a cloud band that sits in front of it that creates that shape. And that's the science that I'm looking at. So when I look at an image and I see this huge patch of stars, in fact, I'm going to see if I can screen share. Let me just minimize all the silliness so you guys can't actually see what we're doing here. And then I'm just going to go to my Instagram real fast, and then I'm going to do a screen share. So I'm just going to show you guys this thing real quick. So I'm going to share the screen. So the picture that I'm going to show you here is this one. So what we're actually looking at here is that is the North American Nebula here on the left, and the Pelican here is down to the right. The wall of Cygnus is just over here. But more importantly is you see this dark band that runs across from the top and then works its way through and then snakes its way back round again. That's actually in the foreground. And I know that because the darker the area appears, the less stars there physically are. And the lighter it is, the more stars there appear to be. Hence why I know why there is something in front. And a lot of people, the way they process their images of the North American Nebula just make it look like this pitch black sea when it really isn't. It is far from the truth. In fact, there's so much going on there. It's just outrageous.
That's a good image.
It's a different way of looking at it. And I found that not a lot of imagers like to see things like that. They just want to see this strict black harsh edge and whatever it is of the subject. But I'm looking for things like dark nebulas. I'm looking for what is in front, what is behind. So Daniel.
Well, I like the way you go about the imaging. You and I have discussed that many times. You know how I feel about it. I like visual because I feel like I think a lot of that just comes from Robert Burnham Jr. Because, you know, I always mention this, that, you know, it's like Alvin Huey, faintfuzzies.com. You know, you can go to it, faintfuzzies.com. It's that subtlety that impacts me, you know, even if it's a very subtle thing. So I don't see for me, just personally, for me, I'm okay seeing things faint and subtle because I've read so much about them, and it makes me appreciate even the most subtle thing. So I like to see things, even if they're faint. It just really blows me away. So, but I get it. I get it. Some people don't have that same perspective or feeling. And so for some people just prefer to image to see things visually. And then there's the people like yourself where you kind of have a mixture of both, where you appreciate both aspects of it. So that's good. You know, whatever makes, there's no right way of doing it. I think it's just a personal preference, you know, what people like. I just always love visual. It still moves me, you know.
I keep a little plastic hammer in my case, okay? Just in case somebody looks at, you know, some really amazing deep sky object and looks at me and says, "Is that it?" Like that. And then I just hit it with the plastic hammer. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
What's your thoughts on this, Kevin?
So I've more recently gotten into imaging. I use imaging as an extension of, much like Simon does, of visual. There's a lot of weird things I like to look at. I'm not big on pretty pictures. I think they're great. It's just not my cup of tea. I like shooting in black and white all the time because I really like the old school glass plates like E.E. Barnard and the dark nebulas. I think those are really cool. I think it's more about looking at the structure of the object rather than, you know, all these exotic colors. But that's just my take on it. And like Daniel said, there's no wrong way of approaching it. It's just, that's how it is. I think as I've gotten older, there was a gentleman at a star party out here in Arizona several years ago explaining this really well. And it's kind of stuck with me. And the experience between astrophotography and visual is very different. And what I try to get people to really pin is the word experience. When you're out shooting images in the evening, that's awesome. When I'm imaging, it's generally remote. I program it. I go to bed. I have 2 kids. I don't have time to stay up all night. So I let it do the work, but it's not the same experience. And visual is very cool because you are actually, you're kind of enveloped in the experience. It's not just, oh, I saw this. It's like, what was the temperature of the night? The crisp night air was really nice. You know, especially out here in the desert, there's so many different sounds and feels and scents that you get off just from the atmosphere. And a lot of that, when I'm out observing, I can flash back to some of the most memorable events I've been out viewing. And it's not just, oh, that object in that 30-inch was like amazing. It's like I can remember the whole ambiance of that moment as a experience altogether. So that's always fun. But the way this gentleman put it was, it's a lot like going to the Louvre in France and seeing the Mona Lisa. We've all seen the picture of the Mona Lisa in a book or on the internet thousands of times, but it's a whole different thing to make the trek to France, go to the Louvre and actually see it in person. And that experience is what that's all about. So there's definitely room for both to exist. But the experiences are very different from one another. So I really appreciate both of them simultaneously. It's just different flavors on how you want to do it. And they can complement one each other very nicely. But right now I'm more into a visual aspect. It's just, as Daniel and Simon and Scott and Steve can all relate to, things at work have been crazy in the telescope world. And I'm doing a lot of problem solving for customers all day. So at night, the way I can disconnect from that, you know, is just kind of go out and look at Mars and not have to worry about, is the USB giving me trouble? Is the driver not working? Is the tracking off or whatever? I can just kind of literally unplug and go to it at that point.
So we've got about 8 minutes left of the Woodland Hill side of things before we switch over to the actual global star party. Going to ask you a couple more questions, Kevin, before we let you run away from us. One of the biggest things that's, from a visual standpoint, that a lot of people have is, and it's more for outreach than anything else, I guess, they're so used to seeing planets, and we tend to ignore everything else. And when we're in a true dark sky site, the biggest problem that most of us have is doing nebulas. And I'm not going to talk about clusters just yet, because that's going to be a separate thing I'm going to ask you. But nebulas in general are just an absolute nightmare to view. But I remember seeing you at a star party in, where was it, Paramount Ranch in California. Mm-hmm. And I was looking through your scope and we were looking at the swan. And I was like, well, hold on a minute. I can't believe I'm seeing this where I am. And the Paramount Ranch, it's a dark sky site, but it's not that dark. It's probably a 6 on the scale, if anything. So it's not so different for me. But it was just mind-blowing seeing it.
Yeah. I think a lot of that really has to do with understanding the site and understanding your equipment and what's capable of doing stuff. A lot of people, I've been to plenty of events where people are like, oh, you can't see that here. It's like, you could try. And if it doesn't show up, you could just change it instead of being like, it's not possible. Okay, well, I'm going to do it anyway. So, but yeah, the big thing is really understanding the environment and how your equipment's going to act. So Paramount Ranch was 5 minutes from my house when I lived in LA. It was right across the highway. So I've observed out there several times. I knew the site. I knew the gear I was working with. I knew what was obtainable from that location. And it's very similar to like a guitarist where, you know, you're going to know certain things, you know, your instrument, you know, you can hit this and whatever. And that just takes time. But I know there's a lot of people out there that everything's kind of a rush. And I understand that you want to see stuff and you want to play with all these different scopes. There's so many great options, but there's something nice about, you know, astronomy is all about time. Take a breath, relax, like really hone in your gear, you know, there's like a musician, hone in your ear, where this time you're honing in on your environment and your equipment. And then that way it's like, oh, I know skies look good, I can push the power on here. Or like when we looked at the Swan, it's like an 03 would be great. I understand that this is an emission nebula. It's in a good position in the dark portion of the sky. I'm running a 6-inch refractor. I could back it off to like 75 power. And all that comes together as like a bunch of puzzle pieces to really give you that punch. Where in other locations, it's just, hey, this isn't possible tonight. We're not going to do it. And I've done that on different locations. It just, I know the way all my scopes act and which targets they shine on at what locations. But that just takes time and experience.
Cool.
Evan, I was going to tell you, I think one of the most beautiful nebulas is the North American Nebula. You can see it so beautiful in an 80 mil, like a small wide field 80 millimeter refractor or something with a UHC filter. It's just mind blowing how clear it is.
You know what the funny thing here is a lot of people don't expect that you can visually see that nebula.
Yeah,
and
you know, it's incredible.
Oh yeah, you totally can, and people just don't realize it. I mean, 9 times out of 10, they're out there with some gigantic refractor reflector, and I'm like, dude, wrong scope, go small. And it's that prime example that I'm trying to give. You can actually see it naked eye. That's how crazy it is. So if I remember when I was out in some, I was out in a dark sky site. And we were setting everything up, and I'm like explaining to the guy, there's the Milky Way, goes right over here because we're doing a photography thing. And I'm just looking at it, and I kind of go silent because I'm doing this. And he's like, what are you looking at? And I was like, you know what? I've never really paid any attention to that, but it's the North American Nebula because I haven't seen it as illuminating as it was there. So don't assume. What?
Yeah, when you get to some dark sky sites, it's really impressive. We did a viewing event up at Kitt Peak once. We had the whole mountain to ourselves. They let us bring our own equipment up there. That was the first time I saw Uranus naked eye. It's like, oh, crap, it should be right. And then we take the finder and put it on there. It's like, oh, well, that's Uranus then. So, but it's impressive. But yeah, give it a try. Don't just say, it's impossible. I can't.
There was
it doesn't look good.
I think there was even discussions about seeing Barnard's loop with the naked eye using filters in front of your eyes or something. I don't know if that was.
I don't. You know, I don't think you can directly observe Barnard's loop. I know you can see.
There was some discussion about it. I've never tried it, so I don't know. But there was some discussion about it.
Well, I mean, the only way I could turn around and say I wouldn't say you could directly observe it, but you can make out some structural elements because of where the dark and the light contrast can occur. But can you see that? No. Well, I would say there's no way.
I have seen Barnard's loop with the unaided eye under very, very good sky.
I think David Levy's seen every friggin' thing.
Well, yeah.
And David Levy.
You can't argue with David Levy.
Yeah.
No, you can't.
Yes, you can, but I did see that one. I haven't seen everything, but I did see that one.
So I stand correct.
You know what? It's a shame, Daniel, that we didn't have Don Penzak because he can see Barnard's loop in the daytime.
You know. Right. David Levy, man, yeah, I mean, he's the reason, you know, the Shoemakers and David are real, I mean, huge impact on my getting into this, you know, and that, like I said, the Comets, that was real amazing experience, that whole thing.
Hey,
All
guys.
right, guys. So this about wraps up this portion of our live stream. We will actually keep this running throughout the entire Global Star Party. John Isaacs will be joining us at 2:30 with his talk about eyepieces and star hopping. It's going to be a very condensed version of it, but hopefully he can stick around and we can just jump backwards and forwards with him like we've been doing throughout this. So we're probably going to take a 10-minute break from our side. I will leave the stream running for all of you guys who want to stay on our side of things. If not, you can always go over to the Explore Alliance network and view it through there. It makes no difference. We're going to keep on monitoring this until, I don't know, the cows come home, I guess.
Yeah, Simon, it's been really great though. Thanks for being the technical guru on putting this. What we think is, we think this is the first ever. One of the people in chat called it a mosaic broadcast, and so it's a it's two separate broadcasts blended together. It's pretty amazing that it's working.
Cool.
So very cool, very cool. Okay, so we are going to take about a 10-minute break, and we're coming back on with David Levy, Gary Palmer, Libby and the Stars, and Terry Mann, and we have astronomers from around the world, and we've got an incredible audience watching from everywhere. So it's really cool, and we'll be back.
Okay, so we've transitioned out of our side. Beautiful. Wow, we get to see all of Scott Roberts' stuff.
How's it going? How is everyone?
We're
Just
good.
pleased to be here, Gal.
Yeah?
We're pretty good here.
Living the dream.
Sorry,
Living
I
the dream as
interrupted.
always, mate.
Sorry, I interrupted about Barnard's Loop, but I do remember seeing it naked
Oh,
eye once on a very clear night.
You know
It's
the funny.
absolutely stunning.
I was hoping somebody would butt in and say something because, in all honesty, for me, it's one of the hardest things to see. I know Don Penzak has made mentions of what the parts he sees. I mean, I've only made out certain parts of it, but that's it. That's as far as I've gone.
I was at a star party in Bolivia. It was on Lake Titicaca, and the sky was so dark, and it was so dark it was bright with stars. And that was from there. I had no trouble making out Barnard's Loop. But you need to have a really good sky to do that. But I'm going to try it again from here. I doubt I'll see it, but I'll try it again.
I've really got to go to the bathroom because otherwise I'm never going to get to go. So I will be right back, guys.
No worries.
Hey, Gary.
Hey.
How's it going?
Yeah, good. Just the usual.
Not bad.
Yeah, that's it. Living the dream, as we say.
Yeah, that's right, mate.
Yeah.
That is it.
Dreaming to live is more like it.
Yeah, it's there's no dream at the moment over this side, I'll tell you.
No.
Yeah, still.
No comment.
It's just a minute-by-minute swirling torrent of pain and misery, populated with the odd eddy of nonsense to lift everyone's spirits.
Yeah, that's it. That's the one.
Like I think of it as the big swirl before the flush, but
yeah. The only excitement is wondering which direction the swirl is going to go.
depends what side of the equator you're on, right?
Well,
yeah.
Everybody, look at Libby. We have a new person here, Libby and her cat.
Its name is Bowie.
Oh.
is that Bogey?
See if I can get Cosmo to come in.
Bowie.
I hope
After
you'll
David
introduce
Bowie.
the cat to everyone today.
I want to be on? Cosmo want to be on live? Send Cosmo over here. Send Cosmo. I'll put him on camera.
You raining where you are, Steve?
Sorry, mate.
I said, is it raining?
A silly question, isn't it, mate? Really? Is it raining? Of course it's raining.
I'm only asking because it's reasonably clear here. There's a little bit of cloud running through, but
when I came out to the office, I looked up and I could see a couple of stars, and I thought, oh, I might open the dome just in case. And that was like, I think the universe saw that as a challenge, and it just cloud complete.
Yeah.
But to be honest, it's not a big deal. I'm only going to be on for half hour or so tonight. So
yeah, no worries, mate. No worries.
It's supposed to be raining here today, but it's just partly cloudy and about 90 degrees Fahrenheit. Typical.
Yeah, 90 degrees. We don't talk in that language. Yeah.
Yeah.
The fall in South Florida. Ooh.
Yeah.
We get cool weather. We call that December.
Yeah, we only talk in temperatures of below 15 degrees now. Yeah, October onwards, that's it. That's the end of
let's add an area's perspective. We're in that funny zone in the UK where we think it's really cold and wet, but people in Norway and Sweden just laugh at us because we don't know what winter is.
Yeah, that's the one.
As a Canadian, you want me to explain what winter is?
Well, you measure snow in like feet rather than inches, don't you?
No. We do it in centimeters and meters.
Oh, well, at least you're metric then, which is a good definite bonus.
Yeah. Hey, Scott, real quick, are you sharing your screen for any particular reason?
Yeah,
Scott? Dang it. I can't cut back to that. Otherwise, everyone's going to see what he sees on his screen.
That's right, mate. That is the screen of a bathroom break.
That's the screen of a lot of things going. Actually, my screen is not any better. Mine's just an absolute. You know what? I'm going to show you guys. I'm just going to switch the camera so you see the disaster of my desk without. This is how many screens are involved in mine, with everything going on. So you can see it. So yeah, you thought Scott's screen was crazy. Mine's is even worse when I'm doing these live streams.
Steve, I grew up near Pittsburgh, so I know lake effect snow very well, but that's one reason why I live in South Florida.
I understand. I actually spent a lot of time in Pittsburgh the past few years, so I'm very familiar with it as well. Whenever I would drive down, it was just a 5-hour drive of seeing the exact same thing.
Yeah.
We get a light dusting of snow and the country comes to a standstill.
Well, you saying that, the year before last, we had about 7 feet of snow here. It was over the tops of the truck. So, yeah,
you know,
if it does come through, it comes through.
You know, the worst part of it here is when I was living back at home is the London Underground would just fall apart because of leaves on the line.
Yeah.
Now it falls apart because it's a Diggy car. Yeah, that's.
Now it falls apart because it's subject to Great British Engineering.
Oh yeah, that too.
I have a feeling that this conversation is going to turn into a competition soon. When it snows here.
Now, Canada always wins because of Rush.
There you go.
Simple as that.
Well, I'm in California now, so it's like snow is not a thing. Although it has snowed where I am once or twice, and it's like it's just weird. You stand there and go, "It's snowing here in LA. It can't be. It's not possible. What's going on?"
Yeah. If there's less than 3 feet of snow, you're still expected to be on work on time.
Is that a black cat? Oh my God, she's got a black cat as well.
Name is Bowie.
Where's my? Oh, mine's wandered off. I've got a black cat too. She's usually sitting on my lap, but I just gave her something to eat, so she's eating like crazy right now.
Steve, I was at the Hard Rock last night. At least I saw one of Geddy Lee's guitars, so at least I got that going.
Well played. I've got his Big Beautiful Book of Bass, which is a fantastic coffee table book.
I bet.
I'm a long time guitar nerd, so.
My coffee table book is Mike Constantine's Apollo the Panorama, so I'm a different kind of geek.
I'm a guitar nerd, sadly.
Here you go, Libby. That's my one.
Oh, nice. I don't think Cosmo wants to come in here. He's afraid. So,
So Simon, you'll stay on with us, right?
Yes, we are still broadcasting on our channel. I'm just going to leave this up and running, and like I said, I will be staying for the entire thing because it's overcast. So even if I try to set up my scope, it just isn't going to happen for solar.
Mm-hmm.
I tried to get some Mars data last night, but seeing was horrific.
I see.
Yeah, that hurricane is up at the coast of Louisiana, but we got some of the periphery effects. So it was clear, but the sky was turbulent. So it was just fun to be outside.
It's been rubbish here, so I haven't had a chance to do anything for a couple of days at least.
No, we're still with you. Come here. Come here. Come here. Tricked him. There's Cosmo. He's eating a piece of ham. Hi, Cosmo.
Are you going to have another cat called Wanda or a dog? So you got Cosmo and Wanda.
This is Bowie.
We are back. You've been watching the Global Star Party number 14, and earlier today we started earlier than planned because we were able to blend broadcasts, which are, our nickname for this is called mosaic broadcasting, where we have two separate broadcasts going on that are blended together through the the magic and skilled technical expertise of Simon Tang, who's with us right now. And so it's been really great. You can see who we have on with us at this moment. We have Simon Tang out in Woodland Hills, California. Steve Malia out in Toronto, Canada from Ontario Telescopes. David Levy out in Vail, Arizona, which is really great. Libby in the Star, she's here with me, not in the building, but here in the same area as me in Arkansas. Steve Collingwood in the UK. Andreas Nielsen in Sweden, is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah, that's
right.
From
Sweden, Stockholm, yes, correct.
Okay. Gary Palmer in the UK, up in Wales. Gary Varney, you're in Florida somewhere.
Yeah, Pembroke Pines, Southeast Florida.
Pembroke Pines. Okay, there we go. And then we got Shailendra Sharma, also in the UK, and Terry Mann in Ohio. So we've had again, we have a great collection of astronomers and astrophotographers from around the world. And we expect some others to be joining us later in the show. So, I am going to give the spotlight to David Levy. David has been on every global star party that we have produced. I am at once very proud to have him on our show, but it's awesome for him to be on the program because he's one of my dear friends. And so I love it. As I've said before, there's no one that sets the stage better than David Levy to give people the feeling of what it's like to be at a star party. He quotes from, Robert Frost and other poets. He's an expert on Shakespeare, and we all love him. So, David, I'll give you the stage, and thank you.
Thank you, Scotty, and it's wonderful to be here. Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk with you again. I think everyone here knows that song. That is from Simon and Garfunkel. It's The Sounds of Silence. And it's marked there. There's a lot of poetry and song and literature about darkness, and it's all negative. It's all extremely negative, except for me. And it is not negative for me for the simple reason that when it gets dark, that means the stars come out, as they did last night. It was a beautiful, beautiful night, a little bit breezy at first, but then the breeze let up, and I set up my telescope, and I was able to have a wonderful, wonderful brief evening under the stars searching for comets. How long have I been searching for comets? I've been searching for comets since December the 17th, 1965. I wanted so badly. I didn't start searching for comets because I wanted to find a comet, although I did. But I wanted to do that because I thought this would be the best way for me to learn the sky. And I see the sky as a teacher, as a wonderful teacher, as I recommend all of you do as well. When I take the telescope, my telescope right here, and I point it up at the night sky, and I look through the eyepiece, and there are star patterns. Then I move to another field, and there are more star patterns, and then another, and another, and another, and there's star pattern after star pattern. And then a fuzzy spot comes in. Oh, I know that. That's Messier 13, one of my favorite objects. Wait a minute. And another part of the year, I'll be looking and I'll think, why is the sky just a wee bit brighter, a shade brighter over there? Turns out I'm looking in Orion at Barnard's Loop. And even with a telescope, I cannot see the whole thing, but I see a brightening that I can see as Barnard's Loop. Barnard was one of the great observers of all time. He actually got his start doing photography with an employer, and he spent a lot of his time in the darkroom, but at night he would spend his time looking at the stars. And he discovered his first comet, and then someone announced an award that would be given of $200, which was quite a bit in the 19th century, for the discovery of a new comet. And eventually he was able to make enough money from his discovery of comets to build a house that he and his wife could live in. And it was really a very exciting time for him. He eventually got a position at Yerkes Observatory and really did enjoy doing the double stars that he did and all the other observing. He's one of the greatest visual observers of all time. One of Barnard's colleagues, I want to say, living at the same time he was the poet Alfred Lord Tennyson. And Tennyson also was an astronomer. He loved to look at the night sky. He loved to take his telescope, which was a small refractor, take it up to the roof of his home and on the Isle of Wight in England, and look at the night sky with it. He didn't get to use it all that much because whenever he really wanted to observe, he would go to nearby London and he would use one of the large telescopes there at one of the observatories, mostly at the Royal Greenwich Observatory. But in between looking at the night sky, Alfred Lord Tennyson was a poet, and a great one. He wrote a poem in 1850 called In Memoriam, and it was an elegy towards his best friend, Arthur Hallam, who had passed away from a stroke at the age of about 22. And In Memoriam was this poem that really studied nature, it studied the world, it studied the sky. And it's kind of interesting how he structures that. It's based around 3 years that pass since the death of his friend. And he talks about the discoveries and the progress in science that has happened over those 3 years. until at the very end he goes back to his friend's death. That friend of mine who lives in God, that God whichever lives and loves, one God, one law, one element, and one far off divine event to which the whole creation moves. That far off divine event really was not understood in the time of Tennyson, although Tennyson actually predated by about half a century Edwin Hubble's measuring of the origin of the universe. And it opened the great question as to whether the universe will end in a big crunch in which the universe is condensed into a single point as it existed 13.7 billion years ago, or would it continue to expand forever? We now suspect, because if dark matter and dark energy are correct, that there is more than enough matter and energy so that the universe will indeed expand forever. But Tennyson really was brilliant, and he really understood the night sky, and so did his children, and so did his grandchildren, and so did his great-grandchildren, and so did his great-great-grandchild, Jonathan Tennyson, who I know, and I've met him at the University College London. It was while I was doing my thesis, my doctoral thesis, and I just looked up Tennyson to see if there were any living relatives. It turns out there was Jonathan Tennyson. And I wrote to him. He wrote back immediately. He said, I know who you are, and I've done research on one of your comets, which was really exciting. So it was wonderful to get to meet him and to get to meet the great-great-grandson of the man who wrote these words, which inspire us not to mourn the darkness, but to go out and celebrate it, to go out and celebrate the stars, celebrate the night sky, and to learn as much about it and them as we can. This is from Ulysses. The lights begin to twinkle from the rocks. The long day wanes. The slow moon climbs. The deep moans round with many voices. Come, my friends, 'tis not too late to seek a newer world. Push off, and sitting well in order, smite the sounding furrows. For my purpose holds to sail beyond the sunset and the baths of all the western stars until I die. It may be that the gulfs will wash us down. It may be that we shall touch the happy isles and see the great Achilles whom we knew. Though much is taken, much abides, and though we are not now that strength which in old days moved earth and heaven, that which we are, we are. One equal temper of heroic hearts, made weak by time and fate, but strong in will to strive, to seek, to find, and not to yield. Back to you, Scotty.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. That's great. That's great. Well, the European edition, as we have called it, of the Global Star Party, although I guess we just have to call it Global Star Party because it's astronomers all over the world. But a big part of this is made possible by Gary Palmer, who has worked with me to build up attendance for and speakers and astronomers, astrophotographers for the people that are observing through Europe and even down south. We'll have to try to get some astronomers down in Africa because it's dark down there too right now. But Gary, I'm going to give you the stage for a little bit, and then we're going to bring on Libby and the stars.
Hi everyone, thanks Scott. Thanks David for opening the star party from this side. It's always a pleasure and always gives us something to think about. Yeah, I can never come up with words anywhere close to what you seem to come up with on these shows. I can come up with lots of other things, but words is not a big thing with me, although I enjoy listening to them. Thanks to all the other guests for coming on this evening, or tonight now as it is over here. And I'm looking forward to seeing what everybody's got. And also say to people that they are welcome to join us. You know, we sort of mention this halfway through a show, but if people are out doing something or they've got a passion in this, you're welcome to come on the show and join us on any of these events. That's what this is all about, is bringing everybody together from whatever field of astronomy they're in and what they enjoy doing. So I will hand you back over to Scott, and Scott is probably going to bring on Libby now, which is nice to have you on this show as well, Libby.
Yes, that's great. Libby, are you all set to go? Okay, I think you're
Yes.
still.
Sorry.
Okay. Libby is still in 5th grade. Is that right? You're a 5th grader,
Yes.
10 years old, and she is someone that absolutely loves all things to do with space exploration and astronomy. She has a couple of telescopes, and you've been observing Mars recently, I know. You wanted to talk about your experience at Kennedy Space Center. So that's very cool. And do you have any presentation you wanted to give? You want to share your screen?
Yes. So I can't share my screen. I worked on the presentation on my iPad and I could not share it to my mom's computer because I was using her work email and that's the only email she has. So I'll try and show like the pictures from my iPad like that.
That's cool.
Because technical difficulties, the only email that she has is her business. And I can't use it because of her domain. And I need to contact her administrator or something to use her email. So I'll be showing it from my iPad.
That's very fun.
Sun's blurring. So last year I went to Kennedy Space Center in Florida, and that was probably the best experience or almost closest experience I've had with a spaceship. And here I have a picture. I went to go see a rocket launch while I was at Kennedy Space Center, and I was by the timer and I was looking and I didn't think that was going to happen. And that was just a fake timer for the launch. And you could see clouds in the background. We did not think it would go. Storms are coming in pretty bad. So here's a picture I took of how bad the storms were getting over the Atlantis.
Wow.
And
how did you feel about being at Kennedy Space Center, Libby?
I thought, I was like, oh my gosh, I'm so excited. I was running around everywhere. And as living here in like Bentonville, kind of being close to Tornado Alley, I love storms and everything. But apparently if there's something that can be canceled that I really want to go see, like if there's a space shuttle, there's like a launch going on and I want to see it and it's being canceled, I will scream. I'm like, no, it didn't want to be canceled. So I started to take a picture in front of the Atlantis again, and it started raining on me, so you could currently see me running in the picture. So after that, we have moved inside, and I moved to the space shuttle exhibit around Atlantis, and there's a picture. I was just posing in front of a little picture while everyone was trying to get inside. There's a line, and sometimes whenever I'm in a museum and there's something huge, I kind of trip a little bit. I'm looking up so much, I kind of trip a little bit. That's how I felt being around the Atlantis.
It's just
I was like, oh my gosh, I feel like I'm gonna trip. And then we have a picture of astronaut food. It's a real astronaut food. My friend at Space Camp they had these little freeze-dried ice cream sandwiches, and I quickly learned that you can't actually take that up in space because of the crumbs. And then I had another moment where I was about to trip because I was looking up so much. Here are the boosters. One of the biggest parts, they have to be one of the strongest parts of the rocket or the space shuttle. Because if you don't, then there's no way that your rocket's gonna get to space. They had a little museum part where you could walk in and like play with like a little fake cockpit for kids to, you know, go and play in. And so I went in and my mom took this picture. I was looking at her like crazy. I was like, don't take pictures of me. She thought I was crazy. She was like, you're looking in there. She's like, that's for babies. Don't you want to be in the real thing? So, I was checking out all of the controls.
Libby, what do you think is so inspirational about a place like Kennedy Space Center? What is
Well,
what do you think inspires kids about Kennedy Space Center?
I think the part is that kids my age, we didn't grow up in a generation of people launching people to the moon, like NASA launching, and you know, we don't really think of that being a great job anymore. And I think me being one of the kids to think that NASA's going to start again and it's starting again, it's fun because kids will know like, oh, well, like, oh, hey, we're going to have a museum about this generation and NASA launching. And I thought it was obviously cool because I wanted to be an astronaut ever since I was little, and seeing the stuff that astronauts get to experience and do was kind of crazy. I'm like, well, they get to do this and that. And kind of having that stuff out there for kids to walk in and play in is kind of like, oh my gosh, we're real astronauts. And one thing that we also talked about was the MQF, Mobile Quarantine Facility. And that's when they quarantined the astronauts before they went to the moon because they did not know they had a disease. So here is Kennedy's Mobile Quarantine Facility. And they had one of those at Space Camp, and they let us actually walk through. It had like little glass barriers around. And I'm like, oh my gosh, we're like in our own mobile quarantine facility. Here is Mars Exploration Rover. I obviously don't think that's a real one, but it is a model which would be close to a real rover. And we were about to get on the bus to go to Kennedy launch, where they launched astronauts and satellites. And we were like, we're not going to make it. We're not going to make it. The storm's too bad. So it started raining really bad and it stopped. So it was kind of like a little bit soppy outside, and they took us on the bus. And we were like, we're not going to see it. Like, oh my gosh, we're not going to be able to see it. But once we got there, they were like, okay, the launch will go on. So I saw the launch and it was gorgeous. We had to have someone send photos to us because we did not realize how close the timing was to us. So the lady right next to us sent us her photos. I don't have them. I don't know if my mom has them on her phone, but it was definitely beautiful. It was a satellite for communication for Israel, and I thought that was amazing. It was Falcon 9, I think, sending it up there, and it was glowing. It was kind of the like 7 o'clock when it launched, and it was glowing. Like, it looked amazing in the sky because it was so pretty against the blue sky. And after that, we got some pictures around the rocket garden when it was kind of getting later into the day. And so I have this picture of me during the after the our rocket launch, and I was way more excited after that because during in the museum I was like, we're not gonna make it, we're not gonna make it. But after that, it was beautiful. I got to visit the rocket garden, and they had a really pretty. It was really pretty outside. Here's a gorgeous picture that we got of the rocket gardens, and there's a moon and a star, at least in the picture. Not very bright because of all the clouds covering the storm. And then here we have a rocket, and I thought that was another moment where I almost tripped because it was so big. You're just kind of looking up to like take it all in. It's kind of like if a kid goes to an aquarium and sees a giant whale, you're gonna kind of trip and be like, "Whoa, that's too big."
Right.
I thought that was another part that's my favorite because along with the new rockets that NASA was building, they had the original design was just like that. And now then they went to the space shuttles, which the design of that was extremely different. And now they're going back to kind of their own rocket design that they had back launching the Apollo 11. And they're just adding some new safety features because we did have lots of fails and we kind of learned from them during the Apollo time. And they put too much of this chemical in there, and it burnt a fire. That was tragic. And now they learned from that, and they're putting more of another chemical in there. And now they're building more safety. So I was kind of thinking about that when I was walking in the rocket garden, because the new space rocket was SLS, has on the capsule where it carries the astronauts, has a tiny missile on top of the capsule. So if there was any problems, they would start the missile and then head them back to Earth, because the astronauts are the most important of the mission. It doesn't care about making it, it cares about the astronauts, because if we can send them up there, we have to get them back safely. And I think that was one of the things I was thinking about when walking through the garden. But my experience, after all, was amazing. And I felt like that was the closest experience I've ever had. But that was amazing for me to be able to go there. And we were first planning to just go to the museum, and my grandma actually said, "Oh, hey, there's a rocket launch that day." And we were super excited. So we were lucky enough to get a trip to go see the rocket launch. And that was one of the best parts to seeing it. I was extremely happy, and I'm so glad that the weather didn't ruin everything. And I feel like that is like a lifelong experience. And we like to brag to my dad because he has done like almost everything in the world. And I said, I have seen a rocket launch before you.
Libby, that's a great wrap up of your talk. I was reading some of the chats here, and someone asked me if you wanted to be an astronaut, and I wrote back that you were planning to be an astronaut in your future here. One of the comments was, it would be amazing to see in a few more years with my children watching the night sky and seeing the broadcast of Libby's first EVA as an astronaut. Do you with the danger of flying into space, because there is a danger of it, are you afraid of that? As you walked through that rocket park and were reflecting on the the survival of astronauts and the care that they give to survival in the astronauts, what are your thoughts on that?
So my whole entire life, I have never ever been afraid of anything. Like, I love going on roller coasters, and it's like amazing for me to go on roller coasters. I'm like, oh my gosh, it's so much fun. Dangle me upside down. I'm having fun. No matter where I am, I'm having fun. Even if it's dangerous, I will be like, I'm happy that I can do it. And I always have looked on like the bright side. I'm like, hey, at least we tried, and at least we learned from this lesson. So let's say I got on a roller coaster and it broke down. Hey, at least we tried. We learned from this lesson. I've never been like fearful of anything. But I am aware that some astronauts have had some issues while on board, and every astronaut will have issues on board. So, hey, we'll learn from that.
All right. Well, thank you, Libby. It was a great program. Thank you very much. And we will go to our next speaker here. Gary, why don't you help me out a little bit and introduce some of the people here?
Okay, so we have Steve Collingwood from Pulsar Observatories here in the UK. Andreas is in Sweden, and I've really enjoyed some of his informative imaging ways and problems that he comes around from his location. We have Gary Palmer on, who we talked about this on the last Star Party when we asked people about image processing, what they would like to see. And everybody was, oh, can we see some image processing on Mars? And the issue I have here is really not getting good clear skies to image the planets. So we really do struggle. Do get it now and then, but just not on a regular basis. And Gary produces some excellent videos and images of the planets. Also runs his own group on anything to do with lunar, anything to do with the moon. So I thought it'd be nice to get Gary on and run us through that sort of thing.
Great.
Chops is in London. He's just getting into the imaging and just getting into all of the pitfalls and the good bits and the bad bits and whatever comes along in that area. Simon, we've had Simon on before. Normally he brings us the sun from California. This time he's been working on other parts of the show in the background and broadcasting some other bits earlier on. Unfortunately, I didn't get to see all of that. I watched some of that on catch up. I was busy rushing around trying to get everything ready to go out live on here.
Oh, no worries. So just so you guys know, John Isaacs is standing by right now. So as soon as you're done with your intros, we'll go over to John.
Yeah, fine. And most of the other people on here, we've already sort of run through. Scott introduced those. We've got Terry Mann on from the Astronomical League again. It's always nice to have Terry on. And we need Terry to show more of those fantastic aurora images, because I was really impressed with those the last time. They're really enjoyable.
Yes, she's excellent.
Yeah. And the same with Steve. Steve's always there supporting us in one way or another from Canada. It's always good to have you on. So whenever you're ready, Simon, if you want to go over to John, and we sort of work from there.
Yeah. Okay, so this brings our last part to the telescopes.net live broadcast section with John Isaac. John Isaac was brought to my attention through Daniel, who is an avid supporter of Cloudy Nights. You can always find John there. And John specializes obviously in visual astronomy. That's what our event was about today, is visual and outreach. And the outreach part is essentially the global star party of the entire thing. So, John, we've got about 15 minutes roughly to go through this, and I don't want to try and overly cram this. So I'm going to launch into the first part, which is the types of eyepieces. And you mentioned when choosing an eyepiece, you're looking at things like eye relief, exit pupil, and things like that. Give us a good brief rundown of what we're looking for when we're choosing an eyepiece.
Well, this is kind of a interesting question. I'm a believer that most any eyepiece you can buy will give you a good sharp image on axis in the center of the field. What you're paying for when you buy eyepieces are things like how wide the apparent field is, how big it seems, how much eye relief the eyepiece has. So when the eye relief is the distance behind the eyepiece, you can see the image. And some eyepieces, particularly short focal length eyepieces like fossils, you're very close and it's quite uncomfortable and you have a difficult time seeing the image. Having maybe 15 millimeters of eye relief just makes for a more pleasant, pleasing image. The field of view, eyepieces come in anywhere from 40 degrees, that would be an ortho, to 100 degrees or more. I think for me, I have 100-degree eyepieces and I use them a lot, but I find that anything above 60 degrees and above seems comfortable and feel like I'm seeing as much as I need to see.
So if I was doing outreach, you mentioned something very critical here, and I used to get this constantly, is you get somebody to come up to the eyepiece and they look through it and they go, I can't see a damn thing, it's pitch black. And they're not just saying that because they can't see anything. It's just that, the eye relief, it's that distance. In your experience, what have you found to be the best type of eyepiece for outreach?
Well, now a lot of people use inexpensive eyepieces because they're afraid they'll get damaged, or there's somebody will put their fingerprint on them, or that someone's from their eye makeup. But I use my good eyepieces. I have a set of Teleview eyepieces, and I use them because I think that anyone who is willing to look through my telescope deserves the best possible view I can provide. And I think those are the eyepieces that I choose for myself. So
excellent. So the other thing here is, and we spoke about this very briefly, is looking for things. And I've mentioned this before, the actual skill of star hopping has slowly been lost over time. And this is not really a dig at any astro imagers out there. We kind of rely too heavily on software, plate solving, apps, and all that kind of stuff. But the actual skill of star hopping has slowly kind of just disappeared. So what are some of the tips that you have when you're doing things like that? Because I know that you're an avid star hopper.
Right. When I started, I realized that it was important to me to understand where in the sky whatever I was looking at was. It wasn't just looking at the object in the eyepiece, it was kind of knowing where that object was. And this is something that was important to me. It's not important to everyone, but I think it's a valuable thing. I look at the sky, I think of it as like a treasure map. And so you have all these hidden treasures out there. And if I can find them, I can walk out at the night. I can spend a couple days just looking at different things, a couple nights actually, that I know. I'm not, I wouldn't say I'm a pure Luddite in this regard. I rely heavily on Sky Safari. This app, Sky Safari Pro, it goes on a tablet or a smartphone, and it provides you with the image of the sky at the very time you're looking and in the exact orientation it is. And you can zoom in and out. You can see what the sky looks like, what you should be seeing. You can customize it so stars you see are there. So it's almost like cheating in my way of thinking, because
right. I mean, the thing is, though, I mean, Daniel was telling me that, you know, in star hopping,
yeah,
you don't just start with a narrow eyepiece, just go straight for it.
Right. I mean, but you have a chart, you have something you want to find. I think basically it depends on the telescope you're using, but the three tools that I use would be a red dot finder or a TELRAD, which is you use to point to the general area of the sky. So you want to get within 4 or 5 degrees so you know where you're starting. Then I'll use a right angle correct image finder, which magnifies the view 8 to 10 times and provides a field of view of 5 to 7 degrees. And so now you're zoomed in. Under urban skies, you're now able to see a lot more stars, where you might only see magnitude 4 or 4.5 from a backyard. With a magnifying finder, you can actually see probably magnitude 7 or 8, where you can actually see enough to guide yourself with. And so with the chart, knowing you identify, say, what I call the initial alignment guide star, I would point the scope at that star using the red dot finder. And then I know I have a path that I've developed in my mind going from identifiable stars in the field from the original star to the object. Now the object will probably not be visible in the finder. So it's all these is relative. So you have like waypoints, and okay, I see this pair of stars. That means I'm 3 degrees from the original star. Now I want to go up to the left and find this other pair. Eventually you find what you want, the area you want, and then I would put in a low power wide field eyepiece in the main telescope. And so depending on the telescope, some telescopes that might be 5 degrees. That would be a short focal length refractor. Some telescopes, like my 22-inch, it would be maybe 3/4 of a degree or less. And so I need to be much more precise in my star hopping. But I think it's that, you know, I started out as a child, actually, I was a hunter fisherman. And so what really appeals to me about star hopping is it's the same thing. I'm hunting my stars, and, you know, I'm finding these gems, hidden gems.
I've got one quick question here for you, and then I know you got to go because you drove all the way from San Diego up to LA because you're actually here for an event. So I don't want to keep you forever, but just for you guys at home, we will be having John back to do an in-depth discussion with Daniel, because these two guys are just going to backwards and forwards. It'd be so awesome listening to these guys. One question that I did get from somebody is, what is your thoughts on varifocal eyepieces?
On what? On
varifocal, so variable focal length, zoom eyepieces.
Zooms?
Yes.
Zoom. Okay. I mean, yeah, it's a frequent topic. I think they have like there's a good place in astronomy, amateur astronomy, for zooms. They have the advanced. One of the things is with the image is that there's a trade-off between the brightness of the image, the magnification, and so you have to optimize the view, you have to swap eyepieces. And so say if I'm hunting down a magnitude 15 galaxy, I may only be able to see that at a very narrow range of magnifications and brightnesses, extra. But with a zoom eyepiece, I can go in there and I can tweak the magnification to get it exactly right. Whereas when you're changing eyepieces, number one, it takes time. And number two, you may not have the right eyepiece. So a zoom covers a lot. It's very useful. They have their limitations, but it's a frequent topic of discussion. But yeah, I think they have a lot of value. And for viewing the planets, for example, if you have the right magnification with your zoom, then the atmospheric, seeing the stability of the atmosphere really sets the limit of the magnification you can use. So with a zoom, you can in real time optimize the magnification. So,
excellent. Yeah. Okay, so this is about closes it up for our the telescopes.net live stream broadcast. We will continue to run the stream throughout the global star party. So again, it doesn't matter which side you watch it from, you'll still catch everything. John, thank you very much for coming in. I really do hope that you can come back and then we can do an in-depth one, because I know that you've got a lot of experience that would just be invaluable to some of the people that watch this program.
Yes, well, thank you, Simon, and I would definitely do that. So.
Yeah, well, don't worry, we'll drag you back. I mean, I wish we could actually have been all together, me, you, and Daniel, because I think between all three of us, we could have had an excellent discussion. So hopefully, getting Daniel's not a problem. So we will definitely come back and revisit this one.
Yeah. Well, I'm a retired, so I usually have plenty of time. So.
Awesome. All right, John, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
All right, Scott, I'm going to do a giveaway now.
Okay, all right, well, let's
so staying in the theme of doing visual astronomy, we are going to give away 2 planispheres. If you are not familiar of what a planisphere is, I highly suggest that you look it up. We're not going to go through it today. Since there are 2 streams running simultaneously, I'm going to give away 2, one on each live stream. So one for our one for the telescopes.net and one during actually on the global star party. So for the telescopes.net, here is the question, and I'm going to write the email in the chat. So I want you to give your answers. Just email me. So that's my side. You guys won't get to see it on that side, but we'll do that one separately. So that's the email address, and I'm not going to shout it out because I don't want anybody cheating. The question is, who were the 2 people that were on the live stream earlier? I only need their first names. So who were the 2 people that were doing my live stream earlier? Okay, it's very, very easy. So those are only for the people that are on the telescopes.net live stream right now. You don't need to type in the answer into the chat. Just email me the names of the 2 people that were in the live stream at the beginning. And no, Scott Roberts does not count.
No.
And now for the guys who are on the Global Alliance Network, Gary.
Thanks, Simon.
I would like you to create a question that's for the global, and I will say this now, I will ship this anywhere in the world. Okay, so do not be afraid if you live in Antarctica, I will still ship it to you. Gary, I want you to come up with a very odd question.
A very odd question?
Yes. And then Scott, if you can post my email address on your network so they know who to email.
All right. We'll do that.
So go for your odd question then, Gary.
What's the imaging spot circle on a FCD 102 Explore Scientific?
Cool. That's an odd question.
There you go.
Okay, say that again, nice and clear for the guys who are watching on the Explorer Alliance Network.
Okay, what is the imaging spot circle on an Explore Scientific FCD 102? And that's the inner imaging spot circle, not the external spot circle.
So Richard Grace is saying unvignetted or not.
Oh,
or not, yeah.
Not.
No, unvignetted. So basically unvignetted, the inner spot circle, yeah, would be classed as unvignetted.
That's what that means. Inner spot circle.
Yeah.
Is an unvignetted spot circle.
Yeah.
So those guys, you will answer, you will send me an email so I have 2 clear definitions, and then I will randomly pick a winner, and I will let you guys know via email. So you just give me your names and addresses and I will get those out to you. So I'm giving away 2 planispheres. Again, if you don't know what they are, I highly suggest you do some research about them, because they are actually very, very useful for doing visual astronomy. All right, Scott.
Okay.
It's all you now.
It's all me, huh?
I am now just a guest.
I want to thank you, Simon, for being a very, very important part of this program, and for doing the so-called mosaic broadcasting technique. You should patent that, and I definitely want to learn how to do it myself. So it's very cool that you're able to do it, and we'll try it again in the future. Okay.
Oh yeah, totally.
All right.
I will say this. At some point when we get to chocks, so for those of you who probably have been watching and following us, I did say I would ship him a monochrome camera as the life-changing moment, and he recently received it and he did image with it, and I'm looking forward to him listening to his experience, and for you guys to have the experience to see the difference on the level progression. And in all honesty, I am going to say this, Chocks, we've kind of accelerated your level of learning a little bit more than most people should. So just keep that in mind. If you find that you're struggling somewhere, we are throwing you in the deep end here. Okay, just be aware of that.
Right. Yeah, very good. Very good.
All right, the chair's back to you now, Scott.
Thanks, Simon. Take care, man.
No, I'm going to stay. I'm staying here, remember?
Okay. All right. It's kind of, you're staying. Good.
Yes.
All right, Gary. We do have more door prizes from the Astronomical League. They are our official sponsor, okay, of the Global Star Party and the Explorer Alliance for door prizes. And Terry Mann is a 2-time former president. She is still on the executive staff of the Astronomical League, and so I'm going to bring her on, and we'll let her read off the prior winners, okay, and the questions for this week's Global Star Party. And before we go any further, we actually do have a new email for door prizes, but we'll use that next time. This will be the last time we use Kent's email for door prizes, but it's kent@explorescientific.com. And our prize partners for this for the Global Star Party include Gary Palmer Astronomy, where Gary will give you an hour of his expertise, so you can choose from a wide variety of things that you might need help with, from imaging to telescope setup to image processing. And then we have the Mark Slater Remote Observatory, where you could operate a ED-165 FPL-53 APO and learn how to do everything from just taking a image to doing photometry. They do science that. They also do spectroscopy. So if you want to learn how to do science, this is a great step, and they are offering a session on that telescope. And you access this remotely. So from anywhere in the world, you can participate. Also, we have prizes from Explore Scientific, of course. And then we have prizes from the Vacuum of Space, where they have custom gifts, custom space theme type gifts. So, so I'm going to give you the stage, Terry. How you doing today?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, good.
I'm going to share my screen if I can.
Absolutely. It's a beautiful, before you share your screen, that aurora behind you, I think you've shown it before, but it's spectacular.
Oh, thank you. That's up on the Dalton Highway.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
And thanks for taking time out of your busy Saturday to do this.
No problem. Glad to be here. Okay, I want to start off with the answers from last Star Party.
Okay.
And the first question was, there are 88 constellations in the sky, and only one of them split into two separate parts. What constellation? That was Serpens. And the winner, I've got this right in front of it, is Matt Walsh, I think. I've got my pictures covering it up, but I believe it's Matt Walsh.
Matthew Walsh.
Okay, thank you.
Hmm.
The next question was, what planets has moon whose names mean fear and panic? And that's Mars, with Phobos and Deimos. And the winner is Dave Ing. And the last question was, what is the name of the unmanned space mission that took this photo? And that would be New Horizon. And let me see if I can't. There we go. And that winner is Jason Gunzel.
Yeah, Jason Gonzalez. Yes.
Gunzel, thank you.
Yes.
And then here we go with the new questions. What comet is the source of the Perseid meteor shower?
Okay.
And that's the first question. The next question is, this year, NASA determined that this meteor crater is the oldest known meteor crater on Earth. Where is it located? And what is the name of the crater?
Wow. Okay. Looks devastating.
Yeah, it does. And the last question is, what percent of the illuminated moon appears half as bright as the full moon?
Okay.
And that is it.
Awesome. Is that a question that a lot of people get wrong, Terry?
It's a sure question I had to look up.
Okay. Well, that's
Yeah, it really surprised me, and I had a hard time even figuring that one out. So I found it, and I'll when Chuck Allen will be here next week.
Okay.
Yeah, and he will give the answer. And I've put a link in the answer to the place where I found this information.
Oh,
Because it was kind of surprising. The answer is surprising.
that's very interesting. Before you go, Terry, tell us about our viewers about the Astronomical League and how they can get involved.
The Astronomical League is like an umbrella of international clubs now. And Gary Palmer, I'm very glad to see that you joined as an MAL. It's great to have somebody outside the USA that we can contact and we actually recognize their face. It's nice to know for all the people that are here. Please let me know when you do join. I'd love to connect and maybe get some ideas and throw some ideas back and forth. But we are an umbrella of astronomy clubs. So we have 10 different regions that are in the US, and my region is the Great Lakes. I'm around Dayton, Ohio. So I'm the Great Lakes region, which has 4 states. It has Kentucky, Indiana, Lower Michigan, and Ohio. And I think in our region, we've got somewhere around 1,500 members between those 4 states. And we have, as you've heard many times, observed programs. We have all kinds of awards. We do a lot of outreach, a lot of outreach. One of the clubs is an outreach club. That is a very popular one. This year has been kind of tough, but it's a very popular club that was started by Mike Reynolds. He was one of the founders, one of the people that got this started. And so we have so many different things that we do. We have a yearly conference. We would have been in Albuquerque this year, but it has been shoved to next year, the first week of August. Hopefully we will be there in August. And the next year, I believe it's going to come to Cincinnati, Ohio, here where it's local for our group. So we'll see how that works out. But we have a lot of different things going on in the league. It's just been kind of a tough year, as I think it has been for a lot of clubs and a lot of people. We've all moved online. We've all learned new things. And it's really, I think, you know, we can find some good to come out of some of this, because I have sure learned a lot more about being online.
Yes.
And reaching out to more clubs. And actually, we talk to a lot more people this way. So we've got a lot going on. Please join us. Let me know. We'll get in contact and see if we can come up with some ideas from the other parts of the world.
And that website is www.astroleague.org, right?
Right.
Okay, I'm putting it in the chat.
Thank you, Scott.
Thank you very much, Terry. Thank you.
You too.
Okay, back to you, Gary. You have astronomers here in Europe and in Florida. How do you want to get started?
Scott, thanks, Terry. Always good to listen to the door prize winners and the questions that next come out, the next lot of questions. What I was going to do very quickly, because I know it's going to go cloudy, so I will share the screen here. We are actually imaging live while the event's on, so hopefully you can see that. M31 at the moment, coming in live. They're 3-minute images. And we'll get on to stack these, change a camera on this one again. Still on the FCD 102. We're just leaving it there. It's a little bit of high cloud. I can watch it coming through on the guide monitor at the moment. So just really going to leave it on that, probably so that in the next half an hour to an hour, we'll lose it. If I can get onto another target, I will in the meantime. But what I was going to do was switch over to Steve Collingwood because he's not actually going to be on that long. So I thought we'd jump over to Steve and then he can go off and have a beer and do whatever he likes to do after the show.
Gin and tonic, mate. Gin and tonic. I'm on duty in the morning, so I'm crashing out fairly early today. So, and Gary said, "What are you going to talk on?" And I thought, "Oh, I don't know." So I thought I'd throw a few things out there and see how it goes. Firstly, of course, Libby should absolutely. You live in an era where you can be an astronaut. Sadly, I always wanted to be an astronaut, but NASA stopped sending monkeys into space some time ago. So, you'll have to do it for us.
But you can always buy a ticket on the next SpaceX rocket going up.
That's true.
Yeah, you don't work in the astronomy trade, do you? Buying tickets. So I thought, actually, I would possibly bait some debate. I don't know. But it was mentioned earlier, perhaps on this podcast, perhaps on the earlier one, about there's a question of do you prefer imaging or do you prefer visual, as if they are sort of different or whatever. And I am an old-fashioned, old-school visual astronomer. I'm quite nail my colours to the mast. And to me, I would say that imaging is more data acquisition and the thrill of the chase. And, you know, I think we were talking about outreach at the time. And I used to do a fair bit of outreach, not so much now because of the pandemic, etc. But there's that wonderful thing where, as seasoned, in inverted commas, astronomers, observers, imagers, whatever, we sort of have a tendency to disappear up our own backsides with the gear and the stuff, because the people we talk to about it are mainly other amateur astronomers, and you know, it generally spirals. And actually, when we're out doing outreach, it's so easy to overlook the fact that you can still turn what you can't see into an inspiring discussion. You know, we forget, you know, well, you want to see this, well, we can show you this, but actually the fact is, the reason we can't see it is the numbers involved or whatever. And actually a lot of people get into astronomy through the host of an outreach event or the host of a telescope on the sidewalk. It doesn't really matter about what scope they've got. And we always sort of try and go for bigger and better, or computerized or not, or whatever. But we also forget what you can do with a very basic little telescope. And I like small refractors. And how many people started with a 60mm Sears refractor or Tasco refractor? There you go, 50mm. That's probably F13.
This is here. Let me show. I'll come on with you here. This is my first telescope. It still has the tag on it. This is from 1970. And it's a 40 millimeter with a straight through eyepiece, a tube for a sighting scope with no adjustments, and just a metal tripod, which is actually quite wobbly. But it's this little telescope that propelled me into a life of astronomy. And so I think the little telescope is very important.
Yeah, and we sort of forget. I like 60 mil long focus refractors, for instance. And I think most of us go through a phase in our lives in this business where you sort of almost sneer at them because you can have 80 mil EDs and you can have whatever, but they're fantastic, especially like me, if you are a fan of the moon. And the moon is my preferred. It's easy to find, simple as that. Gary's pointing his pictures there. The moon. So, I suppose if anything, doesn't matter what scope you have a look at the moon. And basic. So this very dusty bit of brass here, that. For a bit of lunar history that Gary might like, that is the finder scope from Sir Patrick Moore's brass telescope that he mapped the moon with.
Wow, that is cool.
And it's basically...
Wait, hold on. He knows he knows that you have it, right? You didn't just like grab it.
Are you? Okay. Backstory, Patrick and I are very good friends and I restored his telescopes. And we took this off to replace it for a modern one because he wasn't precious about his stuff. He wanted it to be usable. And this is one of the worst finder scopes I've ever encountered. But this is basically 2 bits of clear glass just to stop the rain getting in and a nail in a brass tube. It's not lensed.
Not lensed. Okay.
No, not lensed at all.
Right.
But it, basic kit, but like Scott's tube, it works. And he mapped the moon with a 73 mil f13 refractor with 75-year-old glass in it without coatings on. Had a shell break in the lens, and it didn't matter. He could have had anything, but we should really really encourage people to get hold of whatever they can and start looking up. And it's more about the way we do that than the equipment we use to do it.
There's one thing I should really say for people getting into doing astronomy in general is it's better to try and look through a telescope first than it is to flick through a book or look on the internet, because I think one of the biggest problems here is you see too many NASA photos and instantly in your head, that's what your vision of whatever it is. And you look through the eyepiece for the first time thinking, oh, great, I get to see the Orion Nebula. And they go, is that it? And I tell you what now, when I used to do my outreach, it would break me sometimes when they say, is that it? And I'm like going, what do you mean, is that it? You're looking at something that is thousands, if not hundreds of millions of light years away and is older than you and I, and it's up there and you can see it and you say, is that it? And then they show you this picture on their iPhone and goes, I was expecting to see this. And to me, that is kind of the wrong way of getting into astronomy in so many facets. I mean, it's great that Libby gets into it from the rocket science standpoint and is fascinated by manned missions going up there. I mean, that's another way to get into it, the practical aspect. So for most people who are watching this, who are not into astronomy and have some kind of interest, you really have to start by doing visual first. Do not just jump into doing imaging. It's a whole different thing.
I agreed to a point, but I don't think you even need a telescope to get into astronomy.
No, you don't.
But there is a caveat to the reading the book thing. If you take good advice on the book, and I have a thing for old books. I like, so some of the books that I enjoy are 18th century introductions to astronomy. This is a book for kids by Peter Parley. It's Tales About the Sun, Moon and Stars. There's actually a chapter in this book about the freezing properties of moonlight.
Is that a little advanced for kids?
You know what? You'd be amazed at the stuff in this book. We've dumbed down over the decades, I have to tell you. But I love that sort of thing, because you read stuff in there and we laugh at the idea of the freezing properties of moonlight. If you think about it, though, there's usually, on a good, crisp, clear full moon, Atlas to the moon, I'm going to come to that, Gary. Full moon, right? You get a frost. They hadn't really worked out anything else. Well, you get a frost when it's a clear night of the moon. And when you read the chapter on it, you can almost believe it. It's only that we know different now, but it's perfectly believable. But there are also books from the war. So J.B. Sedgwick's Introduction to Astronomy. This was written for air raid wardens during World War II to make use of the blackouts. And it's not like books you get today. It's really nice and basic, but the language of it inspires you to get out and look up. And one for Gary, I don't know if you've got this one. This is just a blue cover, but this is The Moon by H.P. Wilkins and Sir Patrick Moore, which is one of the archetypal books on the moon, because there was a big scandal about the detail of the drawings in this book. A huge scandal, because he saw things that weren't there. But I think it's just really to enthuse people to astronomy. It's really easy to get tied up in what they can and can't see in the equipment. You do it. But actually, someone with some enthusiasm and a laser pen, or someone with enthusiasm and a cup of coffee on the street, can actually engage someone to be drawn into astronomy without any equipment whatsoever. And it's really easy to forget that when we, I build and sell observatories, remote observatories. I'm quite a long way removed from visual astronomy in many respects, the same as Scott and same as Gary. And we do technical stuff, same, same as you guys really, but it's what we do. But, actually it's really nice. I learned the sky by sitting on a kid's trampoline with a glass of scotch and a moon map and a star chart. It was brilliant. Didn't need a telescope.
No.
If you think of the enjoyment somebody gets out of looking at the sun with a basic pair of solar sunglasses.
Yeah,
for the first time. That's just a proof of the level of equipment you can use to, promote astronomy or bring it across to other people. It really doesn't have to be technical in any way.
No, and the thing about that is, and very much like your first view of the moon through a telescope, or Saturn is another prime example, all of a sudden it's real.
As long as you have a filter on there and don't take your cornea out at the same time.
Yeah, well, you've got two eyes, you've got a spare. I'll let you do the safety caveat, chaps. But when you do your first view of the moon, the sun through white light, then you see a sunspot.
That's the same as the moon looking through, just maybe like a 8-inch reflector. You don't actually realize how bright it is until you look through that telescope at the moon. And then you're trying to get your eyesight back for the next hour and a half without tripping over the mount or something.
Yeah, with the green blobs. But the thing is, the sun and the moon, I suspect, I would class as the two most dynamic objects you can view in the night sky. I don't know if anyone else agrees, but the moon is the sun's a bit flat at the minute, but the moon, you never see it the same twice.
Yeah.
It's not just a ball of dust. Yeah, rock and dust. It is a wonderfully dynamic, changing surface, because you never view it in the same conditions twice. So you get different details, not just things like the lunar X and things like that, but it's a magical target.
Yeah, it's like it's the same with the sun. I never lose interest in it. It doesn't matter whether it's white light, whether it's HA, whatever I'm looking at. It still holds that there, and it's great to get out and not look at everything that's online about it, and see what's there. That challenge of the chase again. You see a prominence there, and it's like, I'm going to have that today. I want to image that, or even visually. Sometimes pulling the camera out and going back to the visual on it is really nice to do that. I did that a couple of days back.
don't you find it great? Some of the best type of astrophotography in my book is where you've seen something and think, I've got to record that somehow.
Yeah.
That's the
chase factor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, because you've been sparked because you've seen it.
But it becomes between you and the object then, and I think that happens a lot in astrophotography in general. You know, you could take an image like this tonight of M31. You know, I've imaged it 1,000 times, and you know, 5% of those will come out a lot better than a lot of the others, because it will be dependent on the camera, the seeing conditions, any number of factors, even errors I might put in. Yeah, that I didn't, you know, the last time. So it will be a different image. There will be other structures in there that I might see because of, you know, those changes of equipment. So it doesn't get boring, but also doing lots and lots and lots of these, the technology now allows me at the end of the season to put them all together. So while I can put out one image of, say, an hour, I can now get 40, 50, 60 hours of this target from all different cameras and all different equipment, and put that together and collate a really good image.
And of course, it's very rare for you to photograph M31. I'm quite pleased you've done that.
But it's that season for it at the moment, and here I will lose that. I'm on the side of a mountain, so you know, for me to collate that data, I try each time I come out to get an hour's worth of data on it before I move on. Other targets like M45, this high cloud we're getting at the moment, it's been a real pain to get it. You keep getting the expanded stars. I can get the nebula, lovely, but to actually get the stars nice with the equipment with the high cloud running through is really, really hard. And last night,
you need like an FCD 102, mate.
Yeah, that's it.
I think that's the telescope.
But you know, and that's why you're playing around with a lot of the different equipment. But I think technology does make life so easy these days. It really does. But you lose something there. I do think there's a magical edge that you lose.
Do you find, I mean, in one respect, you could argue that Scott had one of the best starts instrumentation wise, because a 40mm refractor is not prone to seeing conditions.
No.
At all, really. You know, it's perfectly stable. It's portable. You can put it on your windowsill, or you can put it on the car bonnet, or, you know, you can take it out and about with you, and you can grab those few moments between the clouds, or, you know, and you're not waiting for it to cool down to settle. You're not checking the collimation on it. You're not aligning a mount.
No, nothing.
It's a visceral, tactile experience.
Yeah. I think as well, with the price of equipment, it's come down so much now, hasn't it? You know, when you look at the average price of even a standard SCT, it's so cheap now compared to what it used to be, that it's made it accessible to everybody. And then everybody is sort of jumping past those basic areas of having telescopes like what Scott had, I had, you had, and other people had. So you miss that experience there. And you can quite often jump into a big pool of problems by going too far too quick, or what we call aperture fever, going and getting your 11 or 12 inch Meade, you know, or Celestron or whatever, getting it out of the box. And, you know, the first problem you're going to get hit with is collimation. That's without actually lifting it onto its tripod, you know, and that's the thing. So you're already in a whole host of different issues there that, you know, collimation for some people is going to take them forever to learn. It's something that they will never ever learn. Other people get it straight away. Other people are just not interested, and that's where the refractor kicks in. You know, because
we like refractors.
Yeah.
Then you think it's a similar thing with imaging, isn't it? It's a bit of a wormhole. I'm sure Simon, you know, would have found as well. Certainly I have. You start getting into imaging, so you get a camera, and then you get a camera. You think, oh, I'm having real trouble tracking accurately. Oh, you need to auto guide. Oh, okay. So then you get an auto guider, and then you've got to learn PhD, and then you get to the point where, well, yeah, I'm not really getting the results. So someone says you need a mono camera. So then you get a mono camera, And then someone says, well, what you need with a mono camera is some filters. Well, then you need a filter wheel. And before you know it, you're down the rabbit hole.
Yeah, that's it.
I'm there.
Can I make a comment? Can I make a comment to that?
Yeah, go for it.
As a dealer, I don't see a problem with any of that argument.
No, I agree.
No, but you know what? As a dealer, I want to weigh in here because I deal with customers on a regular basis. I'm sure Simon, you probably have similar conversations with customers and people as well. Is that they get that wow factor from seeing other people's images and they want to jump right into it. And there isn't any issue with telling someone, hey, modest equipment can get you some really, really good results, right? Just by trying out. And it's something it's as simple as even taking your phone, right? And just pointing it and taking a picture. And, Simon, to your point earlier in your broadcast saying, just seeing what you can't see. Sometimes that is just enough to satisfy someone's curiosity, or what's the word I'm looking for? I don't want to sound like I'm regurgitating stuff, but Gary, that's a great picture. It's just the equipment that's available now is so low cost, and the results you can get out of it, right? And to be able to see what you can't see is a big thing. And sure, you can go right down that rabbit hole, and you can spend a ton of money if you really wanted to.
The thing is that I found...
See my observatory, you'll see a ton of money. But and my pictures really aren't any better than they were when I started out getting more serious into it. So it's something that gets missed a lot. That you can say that almost with any hobby too. I know some fantastic woodworkers that have tools that are been handed down to them that shouldn't be working anymore, that have chisels that have been sharpened a million times, right? It's taking that equipment you have and really taking it to the next level and making a craft out of it. And I think that's the part that gets missed a lot, is making that craft out of what you have.
No, it's totally right.
It's interesting from a retailer's perspective that when somebody does come into the store, at least for me, I have to understand one major factor when it comes down to astronomy, because we obviously sell cameras, as in like regular photographic cameras versus telescopes. But usually when a customer comes in and they say, I want to do X, Y, and Z, I try to lead them, in such a fashion where I say, look, don't blow your money right off the bat and buy the biggest thing off the shelf. Because what they do is they miss and don't absorb the learning curve in the correct way. So, from your point, Steve, if somebody comes in and says, I want a full-on imaging system and I want to be able to do blah, 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 and then here you go selling off-axis guiders, filter wheels, and this, that, and the other, this poor guy now has to learn every facet of the technical side of things in one foul swoop. Whereas I tell everybody...
Right. You're absolutely right, and the biggest fear with doing that, and you can almost tell right away when somebody's coming in with that big budget of mine. I've got $5,000 as a budget. Great. Well, we're only going to use like a third of that because from what you're telling me, from what you're telling me you want to do, you don't need to spend that money, and you can get some. Hey, look at all the great work at the image you had of the Pelican in North America that you shared earlier, right? That's with a small scope.
That's not even with a scope. It's done with a camera lens.
It's done with a camera lens.
Yeah.
Right? And what you can do with just a camera lens, right? And a small scope, right? And most of the objects out there are so big that you need the small scope in order to capture it. So it's a funny hobby where you don't have, where you think you need to spend a lot of money and you don't.
Right. Not when you start off with. I mean, I can't keep saying this anymore. I mean, at the end of the day, for retailers, we are here because we're making money. But as astronomers, I'm not here to make you spend your money. I'm here to make sure that your progression is a nice natural one. See, the way I got into it is I'm looking up, and by the way, at this point I wasn't unemployed. I wasn't working at Woodland Hills. I didn't have any interest in astronomy per se at that point. And it was over Christmas, and I would watch Orion come up, and I'm like staring at it going, I can see something, but I don't know what it is. So off I run back into the house, get my tripod out, get my camera out, and I start taking pictures. And I just get this long streaking mess. And for most people, it'll be an off-putting thing, but I was getting like, oh, wow, there's like blue, there's like pinks, there's all sorts of weird, wonderful colors. And I said to myself, how do I track the apparent movement of the sky in order to do a longer exposure? And that's how I discovered equatorial mounts. Was in my head was, I need to build something on my tripod that could move with the sky. And the first thing I thought of was a clock. And lo and behold, I had invented an equatorial mount for then somebody to tell me you could just go buy one in the store. And that's the part that really got me into it, was the technological engineering standpoint, and then having to understand all of that. And that's how I progressed, because then once I got into it, somebody said, oh, you're going to have to start doing guiding. And I'm like, oh, great. What on earth is guiding? And because I approached it from a technical standpoint and an engineering standpoint, when somebody explained it, but poorly, might I add, I kind of got it, tried it, and I thought, now I understand what this is really doing. I can't necessarily set up this mount, telescope and everything to track perfectly. I need something to cheat and go with it. But can you imagine if, let's just say we get Libby, because she'd be a prime example. Let's just say we all gave her all of our equipment to her tomorrow. She's just literally, her head's going to blow up because she's not going to know what end of the stick to grab, because there's just going to be so much stuff. I don't know if you've done any imaging yet before, Libby, but based upon what you're doing.
She just turned in an iPhone image of it was Saturn. So
oh, great.
She's starting to take some of the first steps in astrophotography, and the smartphone's a great way to go.
Yeah.
I'll be honest.
Yep.
The problem here is like, it would be overwhelming for somebody to have all of these things that we deal with on a regular basis. And it's not, and to me, it's what puts everybody off. The misinformation that a sales standpoint can give, and a lot of misinformation on the internet. If there's anything I can say, and for anybody who's watching out there to take home on this, do not just run out and buy a telescope and think that you're going to take pictures like we do in day one.
I was just going to say this, Simon, you cannot buy yourself a magazine cover.
No.
Yeah, no. There is no way that you can do that. You can spend, $5,000-$6,000 on the equipment. You can spend a fortune on a week with me.
Can be no wiser.
And you're still, you're still going to be needing that learning process to run through this, to get that. And with a bit of luck, in a few months' time or whatever, you will get your APOD, but it's not going to come easy, and you're going to have to put so much work into that. And I think one of the biggest things as well is why I love YouTube. It's really good for looking up information. There's a video on nearly every aspect of astronomy now. There's also a lot of misleading information there. And you follow down some of these paths with the processing, and there's bits missing or settings not shown there or different other things. And that can put people off. Some people can't watch it on video. They like to read it out of books. So you're going to be there buying all these different books in and, and sort of working from there. But it is one thing that a lot of money doesn't buy you that image or that magazine cover. You really got to put a little bit of effort and time into it.
I think there's, so Simon and Sue, I worked in telescope retail for many years at a company called Telescope House in London. And actually there's one other reason why you don't sell, if someone comes in with 5,000 as a budget, you don't load them up, which is a bit heartless in one respect, but it's not in a retailer's interest, if you're really into it, to actually sell them that stuff and have them.
Don't tell my boss that, because you know she'll disagree with you every step of the way.
It is about good customer service, because it's not in our interest to load someone up with equipment they can't use, so that sets them up for a disappointment on the first night and a learning curve that brings them back into the shop with problems for weeks and weeks and weeks, and they end up disillusioned.
Yeah.
If you sell them the right thing.
As we have said many a time, I wonder how many telescopes around the world are in the closet or underneath the bed, because within the first, couple of weeks, people got disillusioned with, trying to set them up, them not working, this, that, and the other.
Gary, there were times in my professional career, which Scott will understand, but I won't repeat, I think, that we hoped that was the case.
Yeah.
There were certain products would arrive and you think, like, that stays under the bed. That's just the reality of it, isn't it?
Yeah. Anyway, I really appreciate your talk tonight, Steve, but we're coming up on the half hour, and as Scott said, we're going to need to go to a break very soon. So
10-minute break. I've got tardigrades that are aching to be seen to our audience here. So we'll take 10 minutes. We'll come back. And Gary, you can bring up, I think you were going to bring on Gary Varney. We have a video I've got queued up for him, and then we'll get to everyone else here too, including Andreas and Shailendra, and who else is with us here? I think that's it. So, Steve, I find your knowledge of antique telescopes and antique astronomy books very interesting, and I hope that we can think about having you on to do like a little 5 or 10 minute segment on something really cool that you know about in astronomical history. So with the books that you have, or maybe some antique equipment that you own. So.
Might have to do some more reading for that, because that 10 minutes is going to be a long time there to fill that section.
Yeah, and to be honest, I've got to find books with pictures and large print.
You know what, Steve? I might actually drag you into one of our live streams to talk about some of the books, because that's actually one of the topics that I do want to cover is astronomy books. So I will probably drag you into that.
Yeah, I don't know a great deal about them. I just buy them when I find them, and
that's the whole thing. You're one of these guys that have those cool things. You and Daniel will probably have a field day together.
I like the language of them.
Yes.
But no, it's all good.
Steve Collingwood. Speaking of books, I happen to know I have the only 21st century lunar atlas that is signed by both authors. The only one on the planet.
Well played.
That's pretty cool.
I'm trying to think if I can match that.
Yeah, I think you already beat everybody with Patrick Moore's Finder Scope.
Oh, that's tip of the iceberg, mate. I've got an original 1969 moon map from the original parchment presses before they copied them.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, he gave it to me years and years ago. It's framed in my hallway, and I wouldn't let him sign it because I wasn't brought up to let people scribble on nice things.
What's it's the Clark scope that's over here, isn't it, Steve, that came over from yours?
What's that?
The Clark scope, I think it is, isn't it? The brass one?
The brass one's at Broadhurst, Clarkson and Fuller.
I can't remember what it is. I know it's up in one of the rooms, standing up there.
Oh, what, in my place?
No, over here, the one that came over when we did the London trip.
The one that the one when we did that road trip with Alan Trado and Steve.
Yeah.
That was just one that I don't know what it is. I
think
I found it and restored it and then passed it.
I know it's about 200 years old anyway. I looked it up. It's, I didn't really think that much of it. No, we'll have to get it up and running one night and get a camera on the back of it. Yeah, still it works nice visually on the moon. So
I've got a 3-inch f16, 3-inch f13 brass one that is one that the last one I did for Broadhurst Clarkson, and I've also got a 4-inch f16 brass refractor on a 7-foot tripod. And
this must be. I think this is 6-foot tripod. Must be. Yeah, I know I have to kneel down to actually look up at the moon.
You know, the best view of Saturn I ever had to anything, Patrick Moore had a 5-inch Cook.
Yeah.
And he was convinced it was a triplet, but it was a doublet. And it was about f15, and it had 7 bubbles in the glass. But this thing was the sharpest view of Saturn I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Wow.
I remember years ago, I had some prototype, and they did sell them in Japan. I never saw them anywhere else, but I had some prototype Nikon eyepieces coming.
Yeah.
And they were very large. They're very tall, weighed an absolute ton. And I can remember putting them on the 11-inch edge when it first came out, and looking at Saturn. And these eyepieces absolutely blew you away. There was nothing I'd ever looked at that had come close to them at the time.
Yeah.
And they never launched them over here. No, I had about 8 or 9 of them, that were on prototype over here to try out and look at and use for different things. And I will never forget that view of Saturn through those eyepieces on that particular telescope.
That's what a good view does, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's imprinted there forever. I mean, the Cassini division was just like nothing I'd seen before, and also being stable. Yeah.
I'm an orthoscopic man. 1970s Circle T Japanese orthoscopics all the time.
Cool.
Field of view the size of a matchstick.
Right, I'm going to grab a quick drink while we're on this break, and I will be back shortly.
Right, well, I'm off. I'll catch you later.
All right, thanks for that, Steve. Really appreciate
Thank
that.
you, Steve.
Always good fun.
Enjoy.
Yeah, will do. I'll catch up with you soon.
All the best, Steve.
Cheers, mate. I'll see you later.
What you're watching right now is a live view through my microscope that sits on my desk. And this is just one of many tardigrades that are in a drop of water right now. So
I thought maybe you had film of the dust bunnies on my camera.
no, this is a live dust bunny right here. Yeah,
That's pretty cool.
there's some more if you can see.
That's awesome.
You know, I know I said this last time, I love how they're so oblivious to us that we don't exist, these things.
Yeah,
maybe we're tardigrades in somebody else's petri dish. You never know.
That's right.
Be a scary thought, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
All right, time to get something to eat, I think.
I'll be right back as well. Get a drink of water.
Be back in a minute. Excuse me. How's it going there, Scott?
I'm fine. How are you doing, Gary?
Good, good. So the little video I sent earlier was
Yeah, I have it.
came out pretty good. Perfect.
Yeah.
I threw that together earlier. So
Oh, great.
it helps to show, instead of taking an hour like I did on NASA TV the other day to go over lunar processing, I condensed this down to 6 minutes.
Yeah, so you'll have to talk a little bit about your interaction with NASA. That's really cool,
Yeah, I became friends with Brian Day from NASA Ames, and it's just a number of things have happened since then, thanks to him. It's
awesome.
Unbelievable. Yeah, he came down to Miami late last year for the Mercury transit. And he asked me, he said, we'd like for you to be on the roof with us at the Frost Museum in Miami Beach for the Mercury transit. And I was like, huh? So, yeah, that was an honor to be there. And I probably had 500-600 people come up and look through my scope pre-COVID at the transit. And that was most rewarding experience to see the look on people's faces just going, that's Mercury?
Right.
Wow. It was fun. And then there's Gary Palmer.
And then there's Gary Palmer. That's right. That's right.
What's going on, buddy?
Hi, mate. We've known each other quite a long time online. Never met in person, but
almost too long, it seems like.
Yeah, I've so got to come out there where it's warmer.
Yeah. I mean, if you're ever in South Florida, man, we got to go out and tip a few back.
Yeah. It's definitely one of those things that needs to be done. We're entering winter rather rapidly here. I think they're threatening the first snow in Scotland.
Oh, darn.
Over the weekend. So, yeah.
Snow is why I live in South Florida. I got tired of it. 1984, I says I'm done, and I've been here ever since.
Yeah, I actually moved 7 years ago now, out of London down this way, more for the dark skies than anything else. That was the main reason. But the weather is a challenge, I must say.
Yeah, so it's summer here. I mean, we got that hurricane that went right underneath us, thankfully.
Yeah.
And that's kind of why the skies were a little iffy last night, but oh well.
It's funny because you drop into hurricane season, but then we get the remnants of those normally about 10 days later. So they skip up the coast of the US quite often.
Yeah, I aim my fans in your direction, so make sure it goes.
Yeah. And as soon as they jump on the jet stream, that's the conveyor belt over, and they're here. And a couple of years when you've had sort of 2, 3, 4 coming on the trot, we've had, the remnants of the storms come through. But the last few that have been floating around have shot straight up. They've gone up above us, sort of through Iceland and out that way. But it looks like we've got the remnants of something at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, my latitude here is good for most of the year, but there is a period which we're in right now, which is kind of iffy. But I'm jonesing for some clear skies. I really want to drop my 3X Barlow and go after something planetary or lunar.
Yeah, I've had a couple of looks at Mars, but using the large equipment has just not been a go. And they've actually been imaging with refractors and getting some reasonable results for this artist, you know.
Nice.
You just make do with what you can.
Yep.
But yeah, a couple of times I've set up the big scopes and, you know, the high stuff's come in and you have a quick look on the refractor first, and then all of a sudden it's not there, you know.
Yeah.
So
goes over the falls pretty quick.
yeah, the solar's been exactly the same this year. Not only has it been quiet on the sun, we're having the problems of actually getting the image. That's the key.
Yeah.
Well, everybody, we're back at this point, and Gary, I'm going to let you introduce Gary. Okay. We have video here, but I thought it would be nice to have
Like a little first.
you know, a little bit of background about Gary Varney and what he is, he's all about. I've seen this video I have has some amazing imagery of Mars, and so it's going to be really cool.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. After our last star party, we were talking about planetary imaging. I've known Gary online for years and years now. We go back quite a long way. Always trading different pieces of information and different things about imaging and all sorts of things. And over the years, I've watched Gary's imaging, very similar like mine, get better and better, and then worse for a bit, and then better.
Then worse again.
Everybody else's does. And I've also seen, you know, quite a few of the videos that Gary's put together. So I thought it'd be ideal to get Gary on the show. And also, Gary's a massive fan of anything to do with the moon. So any form of lunar visual, lunar imaging, and so on. So it seemed quite fitting to have you on. So if you want to tell us a little bit about yourself, please, Gary, that'd be really good.
Thank you. Thank you. It's an honor to be here, especially with David Levy earlier. I'm still pinching myself on that one. Yeah, I've been interested in the night sky since I was very young. The moon, as Gary had just mentioned, yeah, it's so bright and intense. It cuts through a lot of seeing that the planets, you know, just won't cooperate with. But earlier too, I was mentioning, was showing the picture of my 21st atlas of the moon, and I happen to have the only one on the planet that's been signed by both authors, which is very special to me. I met with them both in person, and they were more than happy to sign this book. And actually, when I met with Chuck Wood, it was when he retired the LPOD series. And I said, Chuck, I'd like to kind of carry the torch on the lunar in some fashion. And that's when I put together the Amateur Astronomy Selenology Project on Facebook. So there are a few other groups that do, you know, similar things, but we're torchbearers for the master. Chuck's a really great guy, man. I enjoyed, my brothers and I had lunch with him, and they were even both impressed. It's like, man, this was really fun. And Chuck had a good time too. He enjoyed chatting with us. Yeah, I've, as Gary had mentioned, yeah, I mean, I look at some of my earlier images and I laugh, but I use those as leverage to keep raising my bar.
That's what it's all about. Yeah, that's I think every image, certainly when you do astrophotography, is a challenge to try and rise above the last image that you took and come up with new ways of doing that.
Yeah, the learning curve. It starts out as a brick wall, but it eventually flattens a little, but it's enjoyable. It's fun to learn things related to imaging, whether it's solar. I mean, you excel. I'm amazed at some of your solar images. I know you stare at the sun a lot too, but we won't go there. but to share an image with somebody, I mean, you know, I did a lot of visual when I first started, and it's like, these are amazing views. I need to be able to share this with people. So I stuck my toe in the water of astrophotography, and I fell into the deep end. and it's been an experience, an enjoyable experience to
Cool.
do that. Yeah.
So we'll get Scott to line up the video you prepared for us, which I'm really looking forward to. I did watch some of it earlier, and I want to watch it again.
Yeah, it's kind of like if you remember the Evelyn Wood speed reading, this is going to be a very abbreviated look at how I do planetary imaging, but it's an art form, you know. Like I mentioned, I was live during the International Moon event, observed the moon event on NASA TV, and I said, you know, astrophotography is an art form, just like you could have the same vista and two artists, you know, with canvas painting the same view, and you're going to get two very different results. Astrophotography is the same way. Each person has their own eye for what they're looking at. So, you know, some people will maybe over sharpen an image, some will under sharpen, but that's, you know, they have their own preference. So there's no one set way to do this. And, you know, this Mars image that you're going to see that I processed quickly, I've done better, but this was my most recent one that I actually didn't throw in the trash bin. So, Scott, if you want to kick that off, go ahead.
All right. Well, let me just start sharing my screen a little bit here. And I've got this video queued up. So here we go.
Universal time. See, I have pretty decent seeing this evening.
You may need to talk over this, Gary. The audio is pretty low.
Yeah, that's a live view. This was back on September 5th. That was with my QHY 462 phase auto stacker.
Okay.
Auto stacker here, center of gravity.
Robust setting.
The Laplacian noise robust setting, I set it at 6. I go a little lower if seeing's really good. I had already done the analyze process here, so you could see the reorganization of frames. I typically don't keep anything below 50%, so that's what I'm doing here. I'm adjusting the slider. You do a control click on the graph, and it automatically fills in the percentage of frames to stack for you, which is a nice little shortcut feature. So learned that from Emil on one of these seminars recently. For stacking. Go ahead.
The best frames, is that right?
Yes, yeah. The analyze process rearranges all the frames and from best to worst. And then you just keep the percentage that you want to put in the stack. So I think I had 26,000 frames or something in this capture.
Wow.
So I placed alignment points, did multi-scale, let it stack, and then now I go into Registacks and do wavelet sharpening. I have a preloaded schema for the wavelets, 40% on wavelets 1 and 2. I bump up the noise to about 0.15 noise reduction. I click sharpen. I raise that 1 click on layer 1. Layers 3, 4, 5, and 6 at 20. And this is just kind of a generic setting that I look at. Sometimes when I'm actually imaging, I'll stack something quickly and look to see what I have.
Do an RGB balance. I auto balance it, but also tweak that.
Do an RGB balance, auto balance.
2 clicks down on that.
I don't know why the audio is a little low. I think what happened when I previously did a video, I had some settings down, but auto balance that. Blue is usually a little low, red's a little high. I mean, blue's a little low, so I tweak those.
Do all.
Do a do all, and it updates the entire field of view.
Gotcha.
And then I jump into Photoshop to do a little bit of cosmetic tweaks. There's other software that may do the same thing, and some people tell me, why do you pay for Photoshop? I says, because I like it. I go into levels and do a little bit of a cleanup, raise the intensity, and then filter out some of this excessive, this high-end noise. Which is what I'm doing in Photoshop levels there, pushing that first slider up to about 5, 6, go back down to 100, bring up the dark setting to increase the histogram a little bit.
Visually then.
I do it visually. You know, some people might say it's underexposed, it's overexposed, but that's up to their own eye, you know.
Right.
Then I go into camera raw filter, the texture adjustments you'll see kind of brings out some of the darker surface features with a little more clarity. The clarity level also helps with that. It's so easy to overdo it on some of these settings. So you just kind of you know, less is more is a good rule of thumb. A little bit of dehaze to get rid of some of the fuzziness that you might see in there. Black levels, bring those up, which gives you a little more vivid picture, a little bump in contrast. Sometimes you can do exposure. So there was the camera raw portion. I do a little noise reduction sometimes. Very strength level of 1. Remove JPEG artifact is a very nice feature. It pulls out some artifacts from stacking and sharpening. Just a hint of color noise reduction. Don't want to degrade the image too much. Smart sharpen. And then I'll do a very fine sharpen in Photoshop using Smart Sharpen. It's almost just like a cleanup of the sharpening. And you can toggle back and forth between the Gaussian blur and the lens blur just to see the differences, different algorithm that it applies, you know, to the sharpening of the image. Some look better. It all depends on your stack. You're seeing it, you know. So just fiddle around a little bit. Then I go back to exposure and just fiddle slightly with the gamma. That helps a little bit. Just what looks good visually to sometimes you might have a dark terminator or overexposed. You just little nuances to update that. Offset, I'll bump down a click or two just to get rid of some of the periphery noise and the blackness of space. And depending how much you adjust the gamma here too, you can raise or lower the exposure just to do a visual check on it. And that's pretty much it. And there's the final image.
That's beautiful.
I've done better, but that was back on September 5th. I tried to image some stuff last night, but no, my recycle bin is nice and full. So, but in a nutshell, that's how I would attack doing planetary processing. Jupiter and Saturn are both dynamic and wonderful targets. But right now, Mars is closest approach just happened, and now we have opposition just right around the corner. I think, yeah, it's coming up in the next in a couple of days, I believe.
So, what is your take on the recent news of these underground lakes that they have found on Mars?
That's very interesting. You know, I'm always.
Are you on the skeptic side of this, or are you on the? No.
To me, I mean, we're here. Everything here came from out there. We're proof that life is abundant within the universe. I mean, it's very possible we have life on the moons of Jupiter and Saturn. And now recently there's some the materials in the atmosphere of Venus, which, go figure. You can cook a pizza outside in about 8 seconds on the surface of Venus. So now there's possibly life in the upper atmosphere, or traces of life. So it's very intriguing to me. I'm fascinated by it immensely.
Yes, me too. Okay, well, let's. What do you say, Gary? Should we move on at this point, or?
Yeah, I mean that was really, really interesting. Thanks very much for sharing that with us, Gary. Yeah, and coming on tonight. As Andreas is up later than what I am, coming from a bit further north up there, I think we should move over to Andreas and have a listen to what he has to say, which is normally always interesting. So welcome on the show, Andreas.
Thank you for having me and the invite, Gary. It's always pleasant to be invited into these shows. And I started astronomy back 25 years ago with telescope like visually, and I progressed after that. So I've seen the long journey of just as visual, and just recently in 2018 I started to do some simple moon photography, and then I progressed with some planetary and also deep space photography. So I have seen the whole from the beginning with a small telescope, and even a solar telescope back in 28 years or so. So I have seen the sky as a visual observer, and then I have learned and progressed and learned how the sky works, and also learned equipment, and also understanding what I'm doing all after that. So tonight I'm going to share you with some latest picture, and some I think you are interested in how I do some tweaking with my pictures. So I'm going to share some pictures and some tweaking, some of my latest moon photography, and also some recent picture. I used a narrowband filter with my hyperstar system. So that is one I'm going to share. So I'm going to share my screen now. So I think hopefully I'm sharing the right screen.
Yep, that all looks good.
Yes, all look good. Yeah, we're starting with the California Nebula, NGC 1499. I shot from a week ago. So this is just 1 hour and 10 minutes with the Hyperstar. And I shot this with the ZW 2600 and the new LX Stream filter. They said it can't be used with a Hyperstar system. They said it get shifted in the red and you will probably see anything. And yeah, well, it works for me and other people that use like the RASA. So I'm going to share how some of the data on my struggle with astrophotography. This is raw data that I got out from my telescope. So you probably see anything a little red, and you see a bit of blur in the middle. We call light pollution. This always destroy my pictures, and I always tweak it to take out the colors. And then I see the processing in multiple layers. So I do one layer with the reds and the background I tweak, and then I blend it in Photoshop. I have seen the bringing out the core in Orion, and I thought, well, can I do this to Orion? Why can't you use it to a whole image? So I tweak the colors I like, and also I bring out the background, and then I merge it together, and then you get a clean noise. And then I flip it over and tweak it and get the whole detail. So this is my approach to get a very clean image with a very high level of high light pollution here in Stockholm. This is one of my things to do. This same way that when I shoot Andromeda, I always get called light pollution around it. So I take one image. I noticed that light pollution and fine details goes hand in hand. So I do one image with that I concentrated on the outer bands, and then I do one color with the background, and then I used Photoshop and just feather it out, and I get a clean image. So this is how I do. You call it cheating photography, but this is how I do it to get a clean image.
Yeah, beautiful image. Very nice.
And then later I have done some Mars. No, I have been doing some moon photography. My latest, this is shot a week ago or so. So this is my take of the minor moon. I saw when they get some picture from Pluto, they color it, and it looked very cool. So I stretched the colors. The blue is rich of titanium oxide, and the brown is iron. So I tweaked it a little for my personal taste. So this is a very high resolution image. So the moon is actually, when you shoot it, is all black and white, almost. And then you only have to bring out the colors. So first I bring out the colors, and then I clean up the image to look it more clean. And then I go to a third stage process, and I got the final result. So this is how I do some my lunar. And when you do in all astrophotography, the sampling is the most important, I think, in astrophotography, that you combine with a small refractor like the Explorer 780 and the right camera, then you get the perfect sampling, so you get the most of the equipment as possible. So this is how I learned to get the most of my equipment as possible. And yesterday it was a very clear night, and I did some Mars photography. So I can probably share, this is some raw data from Mars. This is the red channel. So this is this is the raw data coming out from Mars when I shoot with the red filter. And then I do each filter. So each filter should look all the same: red, green, and blue. The blue only shows the clouds and the such stuff on the Mars. Then you combine it to a color image, and then I process them, and then I bring out a colorful image. You can also see the called Elysium Mons. It's a little volcano. It's only you only know if you're looking for it, it's there. So this is my latest, the closest best Mars photographers I think I got. And all my photography I do with I tweak it with Lightroom. So with only with so the raw stacked data from like a sun image come into Lightroom like this. It doesn't look really disappointing. It's look, and then I just tweak it in Lightroom, and then I got the sun image. And I store all this to presets, so I come back so I can just press the button and get all the results again, so I don't have to reinvent it. So I have all different presets for different targets, different equipments. So this is how I do some of my astrophotography. And then when I set up, when I start astrophotography, I write down in a book with settings how I should point my legs with a tripod, with balancing. So everything is measured, so I can very easily set up the system with almost precise polar alignment. And then I'm done for imaging the session. So I shoot from one balcony to the south. The most of the time is Bortle 8. If I pointed the scope to my north, is Bortle 9. So this over the city core. So I have two different settings with my tripods. And I have only different settings what equipment I'm using. If I'm using the AVX or the CDX, I have different settings, and all the equipment I have measurements, so I can just put it on the scope and then I'm ready to go. So this is a little how I do astrophotography in Stockholm. And then it's very possible to in the spring I also shot the American chain. It's the M89, and this is this you can see small galaxies is shooting to heavy light pollution. So this is my first done that. So I also measured that I shot one target. It's called IC 3382. It's 349 million light years away. So you can do astrophotography and get really great results even in the city. So this is how I do it, how I learn, how I progressed, and I always progressing. I reinvented, I rethink, and I'm still learning. So I'm just doing deep astrophotography from beginning until 2019, and started with just piggyback on my Celestron, and bought an AVX and then a CDX and then a Celestron HD and a Hyperstar system. And I figure out what filter that works best, and all still progressing how how I should improve myself all the time. What can I do better? So this is little me doing astrophotography in Stockholm.
It's very good. Very, very, very good. Some nice images there. And I also look at, those Bortle 9 skies. I used to live in London, so it was very, very similar. Light pollution everywhere, and all sorts of other problems. Even air pollution causing lots of problems with distortion in images. But you work ways around those problems. Yeah, that's the key.
Yeah, that's the key, is to always to how can I improve it? How can I get rid of the light pollution? How can I improve myself? So this is my new take, to clean up the image with all the light pollution around it that I use. Dual exposures, and then I blend it in together and use the stars, and then I use different takes to different kind of objects. You can't probably do this to every, so I have tried this to some image, and it has worked out really great.
Yeah, it is just a learning experience, I think, for each person. Every person is learning. It doesn't matter how long you've been doing it, you'll see something new, something in equipment or software comes along. And also when you get new equipment, it's another learning process. And it takes you quite a bit of time to get used to that piece of equipment and then start to produce images.
Yeah, it's always a learning curve with every equipment. So I started out with just piggyback and let the telescope just out unguided. Then I progressed and buying an AVX and put my little refractor on and figure out what I'm doing. I probably do everything wrong. I have made every mistake astrophotography can do, but this is the best way to learn astrophotography, do everything wrong, because then you learn something when you're progressing. And I can see myself improving all the time. So this is how I learn from my own mistakes.
We call them schoolboy errors here. School children's errors, schoolboy errors. Yeah, that we make while we're actually imaging or capturing or different things like that. You know, and everybody does these things. At some time, they take a load of images with a mask on the front of the telescope, or they, you know, set something up wrong. And we've all done it. We've all been there. You know, maybe not check the focus halfway through the night, and the images go out of focus. All of those sorts of things, and you end up throwing all of this data in the bin, really. And you know, it's like a lot of the imaging I do. I say to people, you know, there's far better images around than what I am, or the images that I put up online. But they're all test images. They're all images with new equipment that's coming in, and you know, it's got an hour or 2 hours on something, and then it's off to the next piece of equipment. So it stays on there longer if you're trying to work out a problem with it. But in general, you're only using it for a short amount of time before you're off onto the next product. Other people have lots and lots of time to spend on the processing, and that's one thing I don't have.
Yes, I always limit the sky, so I use my stellarium with calculate how much time I had each night, if it's going to be a clear night, and I calculate how much integration time I can have with that target, and then I set up my equipment, and this is how I learned it from a YouTube video, a guy in Canada. So he's had a great video about how to do a custom stellarium, and then it was very useful to me to know my surroundings and know where I'm pointing the scope, and so this is always learning something new. And the best thing I have bought in what is a Batonov mask for my Hyperstar system, and it's made it very easy to focus with my L Extreme filter, because it doesn't let any light in almost, so it's very hard to focus without any Batonov mask, so it really helps when you're using 7 nanometers. Somebody say you can't use that kind of equipment, that you call a shift in the spectrum, but I've seen people use like Rasas and Hyperstar with just up to long extreme, and they get good results, and there's a lot of debate on if you can use this equipment, and apparently I can use it. It's same as the L-enhanced filter, and when you have a limited sky like me, I stick to a one-shot color camera, and I shoot some narrowband, some broadband. I try different type of filter. Often I shoot with Optolong's filter. When I shoot planetary, I shoot like better RGB filters. So I try out different kind and what works best for me.
It's really nice when somebody says that shouldn't work and you actually get it working. That's one of the best things in astronomy. I get that quite often with different things. This camera shouldn't work on that, and you're producing images out of it.
I think if you look at the California nebula, it's all HA, and if I shouldn't get any result, it was purely black. I get 1 minute exposure, I could see the California nebula, so I getting results. And there also debate how much data you're getting through, but in my skies, Mortal 8 and 9 skies, every data is good data. So even when you stack like 1 hour and 10 minutes, Optolong reached back to me about this is incredible. So
excellent.
then this was shoot between clouds, and the clouds come in before, so I had only 1.5 hours, and it was so it always limited to my bad weather, like in the UK, I presume.
Yeah.
You know, Gary, it's interesting how he's mentioning about any of these broadband filters that things aren't possible. A lot of people don't seem to understand what a filter actually does and why it does what it does. For somebody to turn around and say, shooting with a RASA or something like the L-enhanced filter, I've looked at so many different graphs and transmission light charts, and I see that it lets in this band of light. And for somebody to say something as odd as that is kind of like mind-blowing.
I think a lot of this is down to the optical systems, and a lot of people, and we see it certainly with some of the latest cameras that are coming out at the moment, where you're getting things like they create off-axis light because of the intensity of the light coming through, say F2, in the F2 area. And that's quite common. So, you know, things like the California nebula is quite a dark area to image. You know, the filter will bring that out quite well. But maybe if that filter went on to, say, Orion M42, that area where you've got some really bright stars, you might start to see the problem with that off-axis light coming into the images, where it's so intense it's bouncing around in the actual chamber between the camera and the filter itself.
Right. Yeah, and I've witnessed that countless times.
Yeah. We've got that at the moment. We've got an issue with one of the latest cameras where we're getting off-axis light even on a refractor. So that is a coatings issue between and a spacing issue between the actual filter and the camera sensor itself, or the camera's front window. That's on you know, quite a simple target like M45, Pleiades. So these things happen. And then it just takes a lot of work to come up with the cure for it. So sometimes manufacturers don't really know how it's going to perform and err on the side of caution and just say, well, it shouldn't really work on that, bearing those sorts of things in mind.
Yeah. That's why I like to look at some of these transmission charts. And what I hate is when they advertise simulated light transmission. It drives me crazy.
Especially when the filters are £400 or £500 a filter.
Yeah. Like, give me some real numbers, please.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, sorry to transition for you like this, but so a while ago I said I was going to get Chox a camera, and I finally shipped it to him, and I believe you got some filters as well for it. So I'm actually like itching to see what he's done. I did see the Iris Nebula because you did send me that previously, and you obviously there's a story for that. So I'll let you tell the story, Chox.
Yeah, cheers. So Simon sent me a camera, which was really, really nice of him. And then I finally managed to get some filters in stock in the UK. So I managed to get the ZWO filter set of the SHO N7Ns, I think, and the electronic filter wheel mini. So what I did do so far is, let me know when you can see my screen.
Yeah, we see it.
Right, so this was a stack of 6, I think. Yeah, 6. So this is a stack of 6 on the HA filter that was taken. And this is an individual image that I've just taken, and now the clouds have come in, as you can see, of Sadir.
Yeah, Seda.
There we go. Again, it's a little bit streaky, but the guiding kept dropping because the clouds kept coming in.
Right.
So, but you know, you can already see that level of detail that I've never seen in an individual image that I've had from a normal DSLR. So there's the kit that I've got sitting outside at the moment, which is trying to image. It's Explore Scientific DAR. A bit closer look. with a 50mm guide scope, and there's the camera with the field wheel, then the power down the bottom.
So how does this compare to your DSLR shots?
If we go to, which one's it gone to? Not that one. Could be that one. Is that it? No. I've got too many windows open. Give me a minute.
The story of our lives, right?
So yeah, so there's M51 through the standard DSLR, and that was M27 you saw on the screen a second ago, and I don't know why it's this is what I've got from the monochrome so far. This is 9 HAs at 5 minutes, 5 03s at 5 minutes, and 4 SAs at 5 minutes, because that's all that sort of came out. And then I've just been playing with it because I still don't really know how to edit, and I've swapped PCs, so I haven't got any of my software. But this is just levels and curves.
So now, have you tried to shoot
individual image?
Have you tried to shoot the elephant trunk on DSLR before?
Yes. So let me get.
Let's I want to see this, because this is the part where, like I said, the change and the dramatic difference. Again, I know we put you under accelerated learning here, but I really wanted you to see the big difference. Oh, geez.
So there's the difference. So that's from the DSLR. That was about 2 hours worth of data. Same processes used, but
just about see the elephant trunk there.
Yeah, and this is with a lot less. And look at the detail, especially in this one that I've managed to get. The detail in the middle just looks really nice, and it so much punchier is
Right.
the word, I think.
I mean, obviously, when it comes down to processing, the techniques that you're going to end up learning for processing there's going to be so many. You're essentially doing what is known as SHO, which is the Hubble palette. So it's sulfur 2, hydrogen alpha, and oxygen 3. You don't have to follow that method. You can do whatever version you want. But
yeah, so that's what I've been looking up different nebulas now, because as you said, I sent you the Iris Nebula, and it didn't really come out very well. It was the wrong type of nebula to shoot, I now know. So I've been looking up the right types of nebula. I was hoping to get M27, but it's just not at the right place for me to get today.
There is a difference between reflection nebulas and the other one I've just forgotten the name of already now. Help me out there, Gary. What's the other name for the types of nebula? Emission, that was the word. Yeah, so there's a difference between a reflection and an emission nebula. So you're looking for emission nebulas in general. And it's good that you started with SADA. I mean, it should be almost straight up for you for where you are. That is basically what we refer to as the hydrogen alpha playground. When you get longer than 5 minute exposures, I mean, you've really got to dial in your system at this point. But when you dial it in and you start doing 10 minutes and you start really upping some of the settings and then like stretching that histogram, the stuff that you see up there is just mind-boggling.
Yeah, so even with the settings, so I've gone without the box settings at the moment that come with the ZWR. I just picked the high dynamic range for now. And then I'll tweak that as I go along and see how it goes, really. I've read up a few articles, and they've sort of suggested to turn the game down to 0 when you've got a lot of light pollution. But if I'm honest, if you look at those elephant trunk ones, that was with my neighbour with his 2 floodlights on in his garden. And didn't make a blind bit of difference to the
So
image.
that,
really.
right, so that's the beautiful thing about the hydrogen alpha filters. So the one that you're using is a 7 nanometer filter. They're not as strict as say a 5 or a 3, but it's kind of neither here nor there. So what's really happening here is even though your neighbor has a floodlight, regardless of what the flood is, if it doesn't actually have any transmission in the hydrogen alpha line, it won't be seen. That's why this works so incredibly well. In fact, even in a full moon, you can image with hydrogen alpha. I mean, obviously don't get too close to the moon because that light will penetrate through the filter at some point. But you'll be so shocked that you can do this almost whenever you want now, full moon or not.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't realise he had the lights on because I was in the front room, and then it's only when I went to the kitchen I thought, what the hell's that light? And I went out and I thought, oh no, he's got his lights on. And then I looked at my image and I thought, oh, I'm pretty sure it hasn't made any difference to it. So I went back and checked, and then he turned his lights off. And then I checked the images, and there was no difference between any of them. So
certain filters are
amazing.
more susceptible. Oxygen 3 you're going to find is probably one of the hardest ones to image through. Sulfur 2, you literally see nothing half the time, just purely because sulfur 2 is one of those bands that just doesn't have a lot in them anyway. There are a couple of objects that come up brilliantly with S2. Again, you will learn that over time.
Yeah, because initially I assumed that you do an hour of each, and you know they would show you. And then when I saw the output, I thought, did I do something wrong on the oxygen and the sulfur ones? Because like there's nothing but stars in the picture, and as much as I stretched it, it didn't give me anything looking like that. You know.
You roughly need 2.5 times sulfur 2 to
Yes.
HA. Yeah, so you need 2.5 times more data, yeah, to equal the same. That it may be a little bit less on the 7 nanometer filter, but as a general rule, to see detail, there are some targets that you generally see a little bit more in sulfur 2. But the other thing that will affect it is gain, and you know, there's a multitude of information out there from everybody. Everybody has a different idea on what you should do and what you shouldn't do, and this, that, and the other. But using zero gain on it is going to turn that to 4 times the amount of data that you're going to need. You know, there is an issue against noise when using gain, but depending on what software you use to process, you can process out nearly any amount of noise in an image now. That's not an issue. But I would certainly have the gain up at around a minimum of 100 to 120 if I was imaging in narrowband. That might drop down to 80 when using the RGB filters, but you would still have gain there. And certainly on the 1600 camera. Some of these latest ones that are coming out, you can reduce the gain a little bit more. But I think it's also confusing. Companies like ZWO, you know, they bring their own software out and they've removed the gain settings on it now. It's just, you know, zero, medium and high gain settings with no real relevance to what's going on in the actual image. And that's a bit misleading for people.
You know what the funny thing is though, Gary, it is misleading because we are more we're into the settings aspect. The reason why I don't want to say the reason is, the part of the reason why they took it out was they just got so fed up with the constant questioning of what should my gain setting be set to. Yeah. I don't understand. And again, this is spawned through misinformation. I don't know if anybody's interested on why ZWO set their gain to 139, but I actually know the answer to that, oddly enough. Just like every other camera company, why they have what is called unity gain.
Yeah, but a lot of the companies don't actually understand true unity gain. That is the real problem with this.
Right.
The problem is if you set 99% of the cameras to unity gain and you put them onto a star field, you end up with no colour in your stars because you're actually going to overexpose them. So unity gain as a setting really is irrelevant. Although with the advent of CMOS cameras moving along, everybody's gone, oh, what's the unity gain for this camera? And oh no, you shouldn't use that, you must use that gain setting. You know, M31, you would get no core detailing if you use Unity gain on nearly all cameras. And you end up with your styles looking what we call donuts. Yeah, so they're white in the center, nothing in the center, and they've got a shadow of color around them. It is very different using maybe narrowband filters. You know, you're going to need that gain there to pull out the detail in the object. But I certainly think that it's really misleading, and maybe a lot of the camera companies don't understand this. We certainly see it on, you know, the SDK that comes through for a camera, and the camera company hasn't got a clue. You know, and also in third-party software. So if you go on to one of the camera sites, there'll be, you know, a list of software to use, Nina, SharpCap, and so on. You know, the list is never ending. But every one of those pieces of software will control the camera slightly differently.
Yes.
And that's the next sort of problem. So, you know, I used ASI capture the other night. We had a 462 in, couldn't get it working on half of the software, put it into ASI capture, set the histogram to 80, and all of the images are dark. So the histogram in the software means absolutely nothing. You might as well just turn it off, because, you know, time and time again, I've said to companies, the histogram is one of the most important parts of your capture software. You know, we need that as a reference to ignore our screen intensity of what we're actually watching on. Yeah. And then when like Chocks and other people are coming into this, they're sort of looking at this information, and it's just such a minefield out there now as to
yeah, without a shadow of a doubt,
what is correct, you know, or what is, you know, a good guide on this. But I'll say it and I'll repeat it. You know, a histogram is the most important piece of, you know, this actual capture software itself. And there are very, very few companies who've got a correct histogram at the moment. You know, you could go through 10 camera companies and all their proprietary software, the histogram is wrong.
You know, the problem here is, and I'm not digging at camera manufacturers here. So, you know, for those guys out there, please, you know, understand this. These guys produce product at the end of the day. They're not users. We are the end users, and they really do lean on us heavily to create the results and give that information. And the big thing here is there's nobody out there that gives that definitive answer. And this is where the photography realm, and I'm talking mirrorless cameras, DSLR camera companies, Canon, Nikon, Fuji, whoever, these companies go out of their way to set what is up, what is down. Whether it's right or wrong is irrelevant, but they have a set standard that they generally follow. Their color sciences will differ, but when it comes down to these astronomy cameras, and when somebody says to me, oh, should I buy this company or that company? I just usually turn around and say to them, buy whichever one you can actually afford and use it. And this is the learning curve for you, Chocks, is even though you're coming across the buzzwords, as I like to call them, you know, like unity gain, the reality here is I told you nothing, and my expectation is for you to just to play with settings to see what they do. And I think you proved the point is you've tried the default, and now you've started to ask those questions. Should I pull the gain back? Should I pump it up? The thing here is, though, the next thing for you to do is you can see the Orion Nebula, right?
Not till about 2-3 o'clock in the morning.
Okay, so you can see it.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I almost want to invite you to look at the Orion Nebula, and the first thing you're going to do is do a 5-minute exposure and go, oh my God, something's wrong. Because, you know, like Gary says, every single nebula has its own emission type, just like Andres shows the California Nebula with the F2 system with these narrowband filters. Again, every setting is unique for every individual object. And this is where you're going to learn the balance between this. So when you see this gain scale, don't matter which camera it is, ignore the number. I want you to literally play and see what happens when you do this, that, and the other. And it will tell you, this requires a 5-minute exposure. Oh, this only needs 1-minute exposure. And then you can start messing with it from there.
Oh right, because I did try 200 gain, and it didn't seem to make much difference. The image that was on screen.
On the ZWO camera, I would be around the 80 to 100 on your optical system.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't go any higher.
Most of the filters.
Oh, okay. Right.
Anyway.
I pushed it to 200 and it wasn't
Yeah.
hugely different to 139. So I thought, right.
It will be when you run them through the processing software. That will be the key thing. When you get them through the software, you'll see the difference then.
Brilliant. Oh yeah. Cheers. Thanks for the advice, guys.
No problem. Thanks for that. And we're going to move over to Steve now, who's out in Canada. Always good to see you on the show, Steve.
Oh, thanks, Gary. I'll admit I don't really have a whole lot to contribute for tonight's evening. I came to hang out and be part of the discussion as they came up. The weather here has been horrible, so I haven't had a chance to do much astronomy at all in the past couple of weeks. But I'm hoping that the weekend, next weekend, clears up as a new moon comes in. And yeah, I really feel like I'm being put on the spot.
I got to ask you this, Steve.
Yeah.
How the hell do you guys deal with the jet stream? I mean, I monitor that thing like a hawk, and it is constantly over you.
I ignore it. Okay. So I shouldn't say that. Yeah, the jet stream is over us quite a bit. I think it's over us now, to be honest with you, because the high winds that we're experiencing. But it contributes a lot to how we to our weather pattern altogether. So in the Toronto area, Southern Ontario area, when the jet stream is below us, it is typically much cooler. And that actually helps us a lot for astronomy because it brings down a lot of cool air from the north, which really gives us a good clear sky and very still. When the jet stream moves above us, though, and it starts drawing in a lot of that more humid air up from the Gulf, then it gets very hot, very humid. Dew heater sales usually do pretty good around that time, and the sky,
none.
Yeah, the sky is very very mucky at that point. The seeing is actually horrible. So the jet stream does play quite an important role for us. About 3 weeks ago, like when the fires in California were at, well, I don't want to say at the worst, but when they were bad, and everyone was under that blanket of smoke, including us. Right? It was really bad for us. It'd be forecasted for clear, but it was just a white sky altogether. You can smell it. You can feel it in your lungs in some point, especially if you're sensitive to smoke, like I am and my wife. But that following weekend, the new moon weekend, we had this ridge of low pressure come in because the jet stream did drop below us, and it got very cold. I was waking up to frost in the field. I was out camping and imaging that weekend, but it cleared everything up. It pushed everything down. So the jet stream can be your friend sometimes, but not today. I can tell you that for sure. It's been bad.
We've got exactly the same here. I mean, I'm literally just across the other side of the pond to you, so that the jet stream either comes racing straight across. I think at the moment it's doing a sharp drop down just off the North Sea, so it's sort of running down and through. But you can soon pick it up when it's there. You soon know when it's about.
Yeah, I'm just looking at it right now, and yeah, it's right over you. And it goes back up and pulls it back down. So that's why you don't have the same, you don't get the same humidity levels that we do.
We get really bad humidity here. Normally the dew heaters are running on at late August. Yeah, okay. So
yeah.
You walk out, and within an hour of it being dark, you can run your hands on anything outside, and there's dew on everything.
Sure.
And then, you know, a couple of nights later, all of a sudden, it's absolutely bone dry. Everything out there is bone dry all night. So it really does go up and down, the humidity here.
Yeah.
It makes a massive difference to you know, any type of imaging.
And I remember from one of the first star parties that we did with Scott back, I think it was the second one. The night before, when I was make sure everything was working, and nothing worked because the humidity was very, very high, and I left my equipment off, and it just the moisture got into everything, and that was it. I was done for the night. Nothing would work. I was actually quite concerned, but the following night it was bone dry, like you were saying.
We get lots of problems with the cooled cameras, depending on models. Of them condensating on the front. It's a real problem here. Right. And that is when you get that humidity kick in, and you're roughly around sort of 13 degrees C. You start dropping the camera's cooler. Once it gets down over -10, it's causing all sorts of problems. And there's no real good cure to that. You know, that is a problem. If you go near a filter, if you swap a filter over and you breathe near it, you can't actually see the film that you're putting on that filter.
Right.
And at those humidity levels, once you put the filter back in, yeah, that's in there for the night. That's not going away unless you've got some form of heater around any of the filters or around that area.
Yeah. And that goes to part of the craft, if you will, right, of astrophotography. And Chucks, you'll find this too. You'll find out what works and what doesn't work for you, and you get to know your own equipment and just the feel of it. Same thing when you start getting into guiding and your guide settings, and you'll know on certain nights when seeing isn't very good, you have to make some changes and so on. I think Simon, you mentioned earlier, it's not a one size fits all type of hobby where you're constantly going to be making adjustments, and that's part of it too, right? That's part of the fun. There was a presentation that I did on one of Scott's other programs earlier in the summer, and I called it Astrophotography: What You Don't Need, and it really comes down to what you don't need is to create a headache for yourself. Right, and sometimes it's as simple as taking your camera on a tripod, pointing it, and hitting a button, and seeing what you get, because you don't know what's out there, because you can't see it, and you'd be amazed that it's just there. And sometimes that's enough to impress the guys at work, right? And get yourself a free drink at the bar. Let me show you something kind of cool, right? And that's all part of the hobby and making it fun. You know, we can talk about you know, on the outreach side and how important is it, and that's very important. But then it's people getting out there on their own, even using, there it is, my green screen's not cooperating, using just a phone on their own, right? And getting a simple image of it, even if it's just the moon, even if it's just a Pleiades, and you get the 5 stars in there to show what that small constellation, that small cluster of stars, and what it really is. It is quite impressive, and it could be enough to launch someone into further down. How else can I take this a little bit farther, right? And I could take my DSLR and push it a little bit more, play with some of the settings, and get something out of it. So that I think that's a pretty important theme that I think gets lost, right, in the hobby, right? We spoke about this earlier about going out and buying the equipment. So I think of my cousin in fishing, right? When he starts spending $500 on a fishing rod and he doesn't even have the reel yet, right? And I ask him, so have you caught any more fish? And he usually comes with a good whack across my head. So you should see the fish finder he has. It's like a foot wide, but he hasn't caught any more than I have. But in any case, it's a lot of it's learning that equipment and understanding what it's capable of doing.
Just quickly before we move on, that is one thing that gets lost on everybody this time of year, because they've been thinking about taking out their cameras you know, a basic telescope, something like that. And the one thing that's going to hit them is the dew. And, you know, on a standard camera with a 50mm lens, that dew is going to be in 20 minutes starting to cover the front of the lens.
Right.
And it is one of those things that, you know, people who go away on holiday, take their equipment away, take the camera away, tripod away, and think, right, I'm going to have a good go at this. And the one thing they forget is some form of dew control. And if you, as you know, if you wipe a camera lens, you can clear the dew off of it. It's going to be back there again within 5 minutes. You know, once it's first on there, it is a big problem this time of year, and something to sort of take in.
Yeah, and there's some basic things you could use to figure that out, right? As to where are you going to need to do control for your equipment and when you're going to have to turn it on. Looking at some of the weather data, determining what that dew point is, right? There's some easy calculations on how to do that. You can look that up online. A lot of weather websites will provide that information too. And I think you know, just seeing what the temperature is and where the dew point is, and then where the temperature is going throughout the night, especially in August, especially in the spring, where I am, right? Because the temperature can drop like a rock really, really quick, right? And that's when dew becomes a factor, right? If it's a 25 degrees outside, and then Celsius, mind you, and then you have a dew point of 5. Typically not going to be an issue, right? But if you have a dew point of 20, right, and the temperature is going to get down to 12, then you're going to have a problem, right?
The quickest fix for a camera lens is on the way to your location, get yourself a large Starbucks coffee, because when you finish with a cup, you can cut the bottom of the cup off, take your lens off and slide it over the lens and put the lens back on, and there's your instant dew shield.
You know, the funniest thing is I know a fair amount about dew and things like that, just purely because of the products that we sell. Do I have dew problems? No, and I have no idea. And this is the part that scares me, is one day I'm going to go out, I'm going to have a dewing issue, and I'm not actually going to realize what the hell it is. Because I don't get dew out here at all.
It is just a mist that forms on the front of the equipment or in the actual equipment. As we were saying.
No, I understand the principle behind it, and I have experienced it in other places per se. But for me, when I have a problem with the camera or the lens, or my image comes out, it's like, what the hell's going on? The first thing that comes into my mind is not dew. It never is.
You know what a lot of that is, though, Simon, too, is it because you mentioned you don't have the humidity where you are.
Mm-hmm. Right? No, we have none.
You have none. We have a lot. We have humidity all year round, right into the wintertime. It could be snowing outside, and that humidity is still going to be very high, right? Dew comes down to the relative humidity in the atmosphere of your location. If your relative humidity is really low, your dew point's going to be really low as well. So then dew's not going to be a problem. Mm-hmm. Right? So you can have that even if you have that temperature fluctuation, right? If the humidity is low, then you don't have to really be concerned about it. You might have other things you need to worry about, though. If it's that dry, then from a mechanical side, you want to make sure that everything is operating correctly and not gathering up dust and.
Oh yeah, I will admit we have a different issue that I have to deal with a lot of time, is the sheer amount of dust, and electrostatic is one of the worst things, because if you end up positively charging your scope, dust in general is negatively charged. It's just going to go and just stick like glue.
Yep.
And it drives me nuts, but there is just zero I can do about that. And short off of not sweeping the floor, you got to deal with it.
A lot of that is actual camera manufacturers. I don't know whether you know that the glass on the camera actually varies phenomenal from manufacturer to manufacturer.
Oh, of course, yeah.
And the Luminaria used to be fantastic cameras, but wow, were they dust magnets? It was like somebody statically charged the actual camera window. So as soon as you took a cover off of it, it's just covered.
Oh yeah, it's go.
Yeah, that's it. So anyway, thanks for that. What we're going to do now is we're going to move over to Terry from the Astronomical League. I'm going to put on the spot and hopefully see whether she's got any of her fantastic aurora images to share.
Thanks, Gary. I'm kind of going to come at this from a different way from what I have done as a beginner and starting out. As you guys have seen, I'm going to share my screen. You guys do a lot of deep sky that is absolutely beautiful, and that is definitely somewhere I want to go to. But I started out basically with a camera and tripod, and I'll be honest, I will never give up the camera and tripod because it is so easy to take everywhere, drag around, and do imaging. A lot of the problems that I do run into is, you know, some of my stuff is a one shot. I'm working with nature on the move. I can't put the shot together a lot of times. I've got to take what is there. And so finding images to stack sometimes doesn't work. Sometimes it does. But so far I'm shooting with Canon with a 6D and a 5D Mark III. And most of mine I'm shooting fast glass. I've got usually f.1.814. Sometimes I do have the Nikon. I shoot with a Canon camera, but I've adapted the Nikon 14-24. I love that lens. But anyway, this is the way I started because one of the very first important things I was taught is you need to learn the sky. What if you got to go to and you know nothing about the sky? You need to at least have a good idea of the sky. So every time the seasons change, I refresh my mind a little bit, but usually I can find my way around the sky. If I was lost, I could find the North Star. I could find my directions, you know, and I think that's very important. That's something, especially when I'm working with kids, I tell them, you don't need the big fancy telescope. Grab some binoculars, check out the sky and learn something about it. And so I've kind of started back what I would say is at the beginning. And let me get to, let's see if there we go. Okay, so that was at Arches, climbed up the side of Double Arch and to take images. There was a beautiful night. And I think that's another thing, especially because Ohio is not the best kind of weather. You travel a lot. I have to head out of Ohio. I'm getting ready to take off for 3 days out of Ohio to try to do some imaging over the next couple of weeks.
That's spectacular.
Yeah. You remember everything. When you take this picture, I could tell you all about that night. It brings back so much enjoyment that you have. It's just like when you guys have a great image, you sit back and say, wow. You know, I sit back and say, oh my gosh, I remember climbing up the side of that thing thinking I was going to die. You do things to get that shot.
Where was this taken? Sorry.
Oh, that was taken at Arches National Park. It's Double Arch in Arches. And this is what I was talking about. Devil's Tower. This is my Perseid meteor. And oh my gosh, you've got one shot. You can't stack it. You can't do a whole lot with it. And I have to learn more about noise reduction. And I use Lightroom. I use Photoshop. I use different software. But as you guys have said, there is a learning curve with everything you do. No matter what software, what cameras, what you are doing, there is a learning curve. And I do enjoy it, but yeah, it does take time. But again, I've watched the Perseid meteor shower at Devil's Tower a couple of times, and it's an amazing place. And again, I look at this and I remember the story that goes with it. Monument Valley. The first time I ever caught the sunset to the right, the moon rise to the left, and the stars up above. And that was the first time I actually caught that. I couldn't see the stars quite like that. And it was amazing to me. So my whole point is, this is where I'm starting out, but I've liked it so much, I'll never give this up. And this is my sunset. Whoops. And that night was the first time I caught the green flash, and I've actually got it on an image, and all it is a tiny green flash. But it was an amazing time with a simple camera and a tripod that kids can set up and do and start learning at a young age. And that when I work with them, that's what I try to tell them about the motion of the earth, how everything changes in the sky, the seasons. And it can be done with something maybe mom and dad have already got, and they can help you learn how to learn the sky and learn how to take pictures at the very simplest beginning. And again, a sun pillar out my backyard, gorgeous sunset. And first time I've caught the zodiacal light and the Milky Way. Like I said, I'll never give up the tripod. But with that being said, since we have been home all year, I have taught myself to auto guide. I now have all of the mounts that I have. I have one isn't I've got a small observatory in the backyard. That mount is not go-to. And I kind of had to figure out how to get everything working for auto guiding. And then I've got a go-to mount that can go on the road, and I've got that working. So I've taught myself how to auto guide. And that's my last one. So I think one of the important things that I listen to you guys. You guys have got so much good information. And I listen to that and I learn from what you are saying. I listen to what Chalks is doing. Simon with the sun. I love the sun. I've got an H alpha scope that I've done some imaging with. But I am just now stepping into your world. So I listen a lot to what you guys are saying and what you're looking at. And I'm trying to stop sharing my screen, but it's not working.
Actually, I was hoping that before you stop sharing, go back to the picture with the sunset for a second.
Okay, sure will. Since I can figure out how to get back.
If you can, that is.
There we go. No, I should.
Coming back.
Okay.
Or I can unshare you and you can go
there
back.
We go. Got it.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm going to ask you this question here is so I've taken a lot of sunset shots before, and the interesting thing here is either you got lucky with atmospheric dispersion, or you had a specific setting, or there was some processing going on. How did you get the sun to stop flaring out like so much, and that you've actually got a disk?
If I did anything, I took down the brightness some, but I don't think I did that because I still have the blue in the water. I'm going to guess I was doing some fairly short exposures, and then I brought up the shadows would be my guess.
Ah, okay. All right.
So,
yeah, because it's very rare to be able to take a shot like that naturally. Yeah. Because the sun can be overpowering, and it's just really weird because I don't get to see the sun look like that very often. And it's great to see the size comparison because people who do astronomy very quickly forget the physical sizes of everything. And there's this fantastic optical illusion that when the sun is low to the horizon, or the moon for that matter, and you've got an object to compare against, and in this case, the lighthouse, you suddenly realize how big the sun actually is. But when it's high up in the sky, in your mind's eye, it's this tiny little ball, just like the moon appears to be this tiny little thing in the sky.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that is what I did. And that, you're right. It's just like distance. Try to explain the distance to a kid, for that matter, even an adult, the distance in astronomy, how far away something is. And yet we can still see it. The Andromeda Galaxy, you can see this with your naked eye and how far away it is. I mean, when I work with kids, that just kind of blows their minds a little bit because they can't believe they can see this. And yet it is that far away. So with this one, I think I got lucky, but I was doing short shots because honestly, I was after the green flash that night. And I'm not sure if that was the sunset I caught the green flash with, but one of them I did. And actually a shark was swimming through the water. There's no way you could see its fin, but a shark was swimming through there when I took that picture. But anyway, my whole point is I really enjoy my camera and tripod, and it's simple to take. And that's what I'll be taking on my next shoot. I've got a Sky Guider Pro, and as you guys saw in the very beginning, I've hooked up the Auto Guider to the Sky Guider Pro, and I will be taking a 100 to 400 Canon lens with me when I leave this time, and using the counterweight, setting up that Sky Guider Pro to hold a heavier weight to see how it will do. But even here at home using that lens, I can get up to a 5-minute exposure. So depending, it'll probably rain since I'm wanting to image.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, it never fails. So, you know, I'm only going to be gone for 3 days, but I'm hoping to catch some fall leaves and some scenery that way. But I'm definitely hoping to do some night sky. And I'm starting to get into the deep sky imaging. And, you know, that's another thing. I'll be looking at cameras, how I want to do that. My dog's having a fit here. So I'm kind of looking at all that. And so it's my stepping stone to get to where you guys already are. So listening to you helps me understand more of what I need to do and the routes I need to take and what I need to consider, because I have a lot to consider as I move forward.
The thing is, though, I mean, when you showed your aurora pictures, the irony is now switched here is it's what we wish we could do. And the funny thing here is, I think if I tried to shoot the aurora now with literally zero experience, I probably wouldn't get anywhere near what you're getting, because in my mind, I'll be overly technical. And that's kind of the point or the problem that we have when we do astrophotography is we're over technical about the whole damn thing. And we lose the artistic or the fun part behind it. And in my mind, I'll be too busy thinking, okay, well, shutter speed, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do I track? Am I going to do this? What happens if that happens? And you're just snapping. You don't care.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. When I am shooting the aurora, all I'm trying to do is hoping I can catch up when it does the coronal, the video that I showed you guys. When it goes coronal like that, it moves so fast. If you are not prepared for it, you can miss it very easily. And I've watched the aurora. I don't catch it in Ohio hardly ever. And sometimes I can catch it in Minnesota and Michigan. But very honestly, most of my images that you're going to see there are really good aurora from Alaska. And I've watched it enough there, you kind of learn a little bit of how to tell if it's going to go straight up or if it's going to stay low. And I'm not always right, but it's just like you guys. When you've done it so much, every time you look at it, you kind of know what to set your cameras at or how to set them up. It's the same thing with a camera and tripod. I do the same thing. And yes, it is nothing for me to come home with a few thousand pictures when I come back from Alaska, because every night I've got aurora, I shoot well over 1,000 a night if it's good aurora, easily.
Just out of interest, have you actually ever tried to do a stack combine of these aurora images, or does it just straight up not work? Again, I don't know. I've never done it before.
I've never combined aurora because it's always moving.
Yeah.
Now, I have stacked it. One time I was very curious because I love the way the trees look, and the aurora was moving so fast and so active, and I was sitting with the tripod stationary. I did stack that one picture, and it looks impressive, but you can tell, I mean, I can tell probably because I know that the aurora was there, but not as much as what it was. But it was incredible doing that. And that's what I'm working on now is compositing, trying to take, you know, when you look at a setting or rising moon and it's that gorgeous, either the earth shine or you see that beautiful orange moon, but yet you can't expose to get your landscape and your moon at the same time and get the same what you saw. And so I have been working on compositing a moon picture that I saw rising that was beautiful orange over a farm to get it to look exactly like what I saw. So I'm working more and more with software, but my next move honestly is going to be a ZWO camera is what I'm thinking. So I'm not quite ready for that yet, but that's probably in the next couple of months what I'll be looking at.
Cool.
That's awesome. That is awesome.
Really cool. Really nice images.
Thank you. Thank you. I know it's different than, you know, a different level than what you guys are at. But as I sit and listen to you, I learn from all of you, and then I can kind of apply it and learn more about how I'm doing things and how I want to move, what direction I want to move.
The the whole ethos of the shows is to have people from all different types of astronomy, you know, so it's not really a levels thing. It's really what you like doing and where you are, you know, and some people like what they're, you know, that particular point that they're doing. That's why they're there. Some people love the scenery and, you know, wide field stuff and having Earth objects in their images and all of those sorts of things that add a different spice to the image.
Yeah, and I think it helps you learn the sky. If you really want to have the Andromeda galaxy or you want a constellation, you have to have an idea, you know, of where you're aiming your camera at, and what you have to know your camera. And I think for a lot of people, like I can operate my camera in the dark very easily. I know how to move everything. I shoot everything manual. And that takes a while to learn. And like you were saying, when you buy new equipment, it's a new learning curve. You have to learn everything all over again. And so.
Yeah, cool.
Here's the ultimate question, Gary. If we turn the lights off in that room because you spend so much time in that room, would you still be able to find your way around?
I do have to take a torch out of here. And the reason is it is actually really dark. It's about portal 3 here, portal 2, portal 3. So having all of these lights on, if I step out the door, I am literally blind. I cannot see a thing and will trip over everything on the way back to the house. So, but I really appreciate that, Terry. That was really interesting.
Thank you.
Well, I've closed the observatory, yeah, because we're threatened with a bit of rain coming through by the looks of it. But if we've got time, I have been asked to run back through some of the noise control that I was doing in some of the software the other day. So I was going to screen share that up for a few minutes. Let me just switch this to screen share and go straight into here. So hopefully we can see that. Is that sharing okay?
Yes.
Yeah, cool. Just wanted to check after the last time. I was sharing the wrong screen for about 10 minutes and talking. So this has already been pre-processed. It was imaged the other night when we were on one of the Open Go-To shows, so I thought we'd use that. And it's already been dynamic background and color calibrated. So if we go back before, yeah, just readjust the lighting on that. There we go. So it's had the color calibration applied through photometric color calibration. That's been applied to it, and the next step would be now to apply some noise control. So if we start to look in the image, you can see the background noise there. So we're just going to clean up the screen a little bit, move a couple of these boxes around that we don't need. And then we're going to make a simple mask just using the luminance button at the top there, and we'll make a simple mask of the image in luminance. This now needs to be stretched. That's one of the main key things on this. You can't use unstretched masks at this point because the image is not stretched. But the actual mask to protect the actual objects there while we deal with the background noise needs to be stretched. And it is really easy to do. All we need to do is select that mask in the histogram, and we apply a full stretch to it. And then we drag the triangular icon across at the bottom into the bottom bar of the histogram, and that will automatically apply that setting. Then if we reset the image, apply that to the image or the mask, and then we drag the mask over onto the name bar on the left hand side. And that's the mask attached. What we now need to do is invert it so it's actually covering the stars and covering the main object in the image. So we just invert the mask like that, and then we can turn it off if we want. So it's still active. If the bar on the left hand side is orange, you've got a mask active in the area. And then what we need to do is set up our noise control. So I'm going to use multi-scale linear transform. Some people use a true wavelet transform. They're very, very similar, to be honest, and the way that I use them is very, very similar. So we're going to bring this over. We've got 4 boxes there that we're going to use. We do a real simple setting on this. select the noise control. First box is going to read 3.0, and then we're going to move the percentage to 50%. So always remember that these amounts need to be gentle to start with. If you feel that it's not enough, you can go in here and you can play with all of these settings, but I generally do quite a simple one on something like this. The next box, noise control, we're going to move to 2000. There we go. Same again, 50%. Doesn't have to be exactly 50%, but somewhere around there. The next box, we're going to move to 1000, 50%. There we go. And the last box, 500. You can change these. You can turn these layers off. If you've got an image with more noise in, you can attack it a bit harder. You can be a lot softer. It really depends on you. So this box here, down to 500, and then the same thing again, 50%. And then we apply it to the image with the mask on. Give it a couple of seconds to wear away, and then we do a forwards and backwards. This is the easiest way to do noise control on the background. So if you've accidentally set the gain a little bit high, or any number of other reasons that you might have noise in the background, you can use this process.
Real quick, Gary, can you explain what the layer scales are? Don't go too much in detail, just a brief gloss over.
There is a simple way of doing this. If you imagine that we use wavelets generally for sharpening on, say, planets, on solar imaging, lunar imaging, all of those sorts of things. We can reverse that and we can actually use them for noise control. So a wavelet system is a way of looking at each or set amounts of layers in the image, so that we're not attacking the image as a whole. So the easiest way of explaining the wavelet layers simply is if you have 4 pieces of paper and you drew on each piece of paper and then stacked them on top of each other, you would actually be able to draw detail out from the 4th piece of paper through to the first piece of paper. Well, we're actually using the same process now to attack the noise, so that we don't just go in as a blanket on the image. If you go in with a harsh noise control, you're going to remove all sorts of detail that you might actually want in the background there. There might be soft nebula in there, or any sorts of amounts of data. So by using the wavelets, we can dictate where we're coming in on these layers and how we do this. And then if we look at that image, so if we go back on that image now, you'll see there the changes in the noise level, and then we go forwards. You'll see that it's flattened the background down and it's taken the gain noise out. And that means the image is all ready for stretching then. So we can set that up, we can stretch it with a histogram, we could do a mask stretch. There's lots of different ways that you could do this. Other people might go into other bits of processing before they do their stretch, but I always do it at the point where I'm about ready to stretch the image. And if we look in here, bearing in mind this is a one-shot color with no filters on, you're only talking 15 3-minute shots here. So there's quite a lot of detail. You can see the back sides of the nebula there. There's no filters there. If we had a hydrogen alpha filter even on the color camera, you would start to pick out a lot of these outer areas. And you can also see the star field that it's in. So there's nothing to stop us losing a lot of these stars and cropping this image and coming right in close to it. And that would be our final image. What an image like this always makes me think is if we're looking at, like Jerry's field, exoplanets, then technically every one of these stars could have a planet around it. And in a field like this, there's a few planets that are possibly visible there.
I'm glad you showed that, Gary, because I think it's a common mistake that everybody does is they stretch before they do noise reduction. It's actually the other way around. You should do noise reduction before you stretch.
Yeah, that's it. And it just makes it so much easier when you're doing that. So, there we go. Now I've got to find how I come out of
screen share.
Yeah, no, it's hidden itself. Oh, there it is. It's over there. Sorry, it's jumped onto the other screen. There we go.
I got a question for you, Gary, from my live chat. Let me just switch the view so it's not just on me, because why you want to see me, I don't know. Got to ask, what is the most common mistake observatory owners make when starting up? And I know that you've had your hand involved in a lot of setting ups of observatories, so you're probably better off to answer this than I am, because I've never set one up before.
There are a few there, and it depends on the type of observatory. So first thing would be, if you're going to use a pier in there, is actually getting the pier level. I know that sounds really stupid, but I've been to some that have been bolted to the floor, or the floor is very, very soft. So the floor is maybe like slabs, like a slab effect. And as you walk on those, you can actually watch the image moving. So it's always a good idea to have the pier, in a sense, another layered floor separated by a hole in it for the pier to come through. Roll-off roof observatories, one of the most common problems is people building the framework at the top that holds the runners out of soft wood. So soft wood actually expands and contracts and so on in the different weathers. So you'll find that at certain points of the night, you can't actually close your roof properly. And that becomes a big problem when it's raining. So, or not allowing enough room for cabling to come through. I know we're moving into an age now where everything's starting to become wireless or become controlled, but there are still a lot of cables needed on this, and depending on what you're going to use your observatory for, whether it's going to be a mix of all types of imaging, you might well want, half a dozen cables running up to the bottom of a pier ready, to connect on different equipment in the future. And somebody puts in, something like an 1 3/4 pipe and finds they can only get 2 or 3 cables down there with the connectors on, because you've got to remember that the connectors are the key to this. It's not the thickness of the cable, it's the thickness of the connector going down the cable with others in there, maybe.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you now, if somebody came up to me and said, I need your set as an observatory, I would probably screw it up and bolt the telescope in upside down or something.
Question for you, Gary. Kean and Lucas wants to know, how much RAM memory and processing rate does your computer have?
This one here is quite a large computer. It's a Alienware Area 51 computer. I've actually got 2 of these, one in this office and one in the house office, that are used for processing. You don't have to go this far. I'll be quite straightforward on it. Most of the high specs normally come with the cameras these days. So if we were doing high speed USB 3 recording, that would be one of the main things that you need a slightly higher spec computer for. In general processing, anything i5 upwards is pretty good for your processing. But, Jerry and I share the same things, and you'll hear Jerry say it on the show all the time. Yeah, your time is your money, so if you spend a little bit on the computer, then you're going to be processing pretty fast. But, I have to do this for a living, and I have, these screens running live processing to all sorts of different people, and then we're switching out of that equipment and going over to others. The biggest problem, if you do decide to do any form of sort of outreach like this, is when you're processing on the computer, it stops the video chat. And that is all down to RAM in the computer. So if the computer's only got like 8 gig of RAM and we were doing one of these, it will literally freeze your screens. And I'm wondering whether we're still connected or what's going on while the computer's working.
Sorry, I was just getting text messages from people. I do actually get constant bombardments of people asking me questions, even offline. Even though he's not going to hear the answer to this, this is actually quite a good one. Scott, you're probably going to be more geared to answer this because this is in regards to an ED102. Okay. How do I figure out backspace limit on an ED102 with a flattener? Does the flattener count against the total backspacing distance or the OTA? Does that make sense to you?
whenever you use a flattener reducer, generally it pulls it in on back focus.
Right. Yeah, so for those of you who probably wondering what on earth we're just banging on about, is most telescopes, when you use for imaging, require some type of field flattener because they're initially designed for the curvature of your eye, especially with the eyepiece. And the last thing you want is a curved image hitting a sensor, because the sensor is flat essentially. So what the flattener does is it creates that curved surface and flattens it out so it hits that. And this is a constant question I get all the time, and I'm sure Steve probably gets phone calls on this, is what is my back focus distance for the camera and the field flattener? 9 times out of 10, it's 55 millimeters.
It is. We did cover this very, very slightly, didn't we, on one of the shows in the week. The problem is the mating surfaces. And I can use exactly what I used the other day to demonstrate that. I've just got it here from the other day when we did this. Yeah. The problem is when you're measuring these, you're measuring from the flat surface there. Yeah. And depending on what adapters you've got, not all of these adapters screw in correctly. So they will leave 1 or 2 mil out. So that will sit out very, very slightly, yeah, from the mating surface, depending on what types of connectors you're using and the quality of the threads. And your problem there is if that sits out 1 or 2 millimeters and something else goes in 1 or 2 millimeters, your 55 millimeters of backspace is now wrong. Yeah, and it's a real critical thing to look at on cameras. If you moved over, let's say, an APM 107, their field flattener on there needs something like, I think it was around 79 mil of back focus on it from the field flattener, yeah, or from the reducer. So it will also depend on the length of the telescope as to the actual back focus from the actual unit. Also, just on a quick note, swapping things around as well. So if you've got things like filter holders, yeah, some cameras they're fit on. Yeah, some cameras you'll need to get the correct adapters. And if you don't get the correct adapters, you're adding space now. So the like a ZWO filter holder would be 21 millimeter roughly. Without the correct adapters, it's not going to go onto the full frame camera. So if you put it in front of that adapter, you're now adding on for 3.5 millimeters. And that again is going to put your spacing out straight away.
So we should also mention that filters have an optical thickness. And this is another thing that drives me nuts, is people don't remember this. Do you add or do you subtract? So for example, we'll use a ZWO filter with an optical thickness of say 1.5 millimeters. We'll say 2 millimeters to keep the number simple. People don't seem to understand, is it add or subtract?
Yeah, but what I'm also going to say to you on some of these measurements, once you've got your field flattener or your reducer correct on its spacing, you have to think that a lot of these other measurements that everybody gets so hung up on are irrelevant. And they're irrelevant because you're limited by your seeing conditions. So that distance there won't make any difference. What will make a difference is how flat the filters are between each filter. So, you know, the focal distance between the, so the HA and the S2 filter, both in the reg, they're going to be closer than maybe if you've got a luminance filter there, that's going to be shot right out of focus as soon as you switch to it. So that then goes down to the filter manufacturer as to actually how matched a set of filters are. And to get matched filters, you're going to pay a lot of money. Yeah. That initial measurement of the thickness of the filter won't really make a lot of difference because generally people buy them in a set. So if they go for Antilia, Barda, you know, the list is endless of filters. They're generally all cut out the same class unless they're really cheap and they're just what we call quality street wrappers in a plastic box.
No comment on that one for a second. I hate to say this, but Chocs, you look very confused there. Any reason why?
Well, as I spoke to you before, I'm looking at getting a field flattener stroke focuser because I'm not using one at the minute. And yeah, I keep hearing a lot of this stuff about back focus. And even when you said to me you'll need 55mm back focus, I just sort of screwed it all together, put it on, and tried to get focus. And when I got focus, it was okay. If I didn't,
What you have to
I
think
just
is,
added bits.
let's just say you've got 100mm back focus. By putting a reducer on there, that back focus will now shrink massively. You'll probably come in by about 60mm, yeah, on the back focus there. You will have your distance in between your sensor, and different manufacturers have different spacing for their sensors. So, you know, if you swap cameras, that 55mm is not going to be the same, even if you've got the adapters on there. It will be different for most model cameras. Some of them try and keep them uniform. Go on, Steve.
We can't hear you.
Yeah. The red flashing light on my microphone. I wasn't paying attention. I was going to say though that back focus distance, right, is important to maintain for the entire illuminated field.
Yeah.
So if you have a smaller sensor, right, it's still critical. That distance is still critical, but you're not going to get the same issues you would on a larger sensor.
Yeah.
Am I saying that right? Am I making sense? Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that 55mm back focus, what's really keep in mind is that it's the way I've always explained it to people is that 55mm is important because DSLRs typically have a 45mm flange back to the sensor, right? And then when you add your T-ring, that adds the 55mm back focus. So for a DSLR, that is where that 55mm standard typically comes from. When you start getting into higher end scopes, so Gary, you're saying that having a 77?
Yeah, it depends on what telescope it's actually attached to, but
yeah,
roughly on the 107.
Right. So those higher end scopes are going to have that larger back focus as well, because you can have other pieces of equipment in there. That may be a rotator, you're going to have a filter wheel, adaptive optics, right? Like we're talking to higher end equipment spectrum, and you need that back focus distance there in order to maintain that flatness across that entire field for the sensor, right? When you start getting into smaller sensors, like a 4/3, like you'd have on a 1600 base camera or a 294 base camera, right? You're in a smaller area of that image circle. And I like, again, not wanting to overcomplicate things, that 55mm, if you're off by a millimeter or so coming in and out, right, it's not going to make the biggest of differences, right? So it's not something not to really stress on.
Yeah, so one of the things there is most manufacturers will give a tolerance on their actual reducer as to plus or minus, say, 1 or 2 millimeters.
Yeah.
But what you have to bear in mind is this sort of size sensor has been standard for about the last, if we're going to see in it, let me just get my phone a second and put a torchlight into it. This sort of sensor, there we go. Yeah, it's about the average sort of size that's been on the market, you know, in the CMOS area. It's that would be your average size sensor in there. This is the sort of stuff we're working with now. Right. It's almost 4 or 5 times the size of it. So this is where the importance of that spacing really kicks in now. As we're moving into these larger sensors, everything has to be a lot more accurate because, as you were saying, you know, the smaller sensors only going to show a certain amount of the field of view, whereas in actual fact, the larger sensor is going to go outside really the field of view, and you're going to get vignetting on a lot of the telescopes now.
Yeah. So, Chocks, real quick, I'm going to explain it in the layperson's way. It's the fastest way to do it.
There's a test at the end.
Yeah. If you look at your pictures, every single one of them, what I want you to do is look in the corners now. I'm pretty sure you play computer games, so you're familiar with a game called Quake, right?
Yeah.
Okay. If you start seeing the Quake symbol showing up in the corners of your stars, then it tells me that your back focus on your flattener is off. Okay. And the shape of it changes if you're too close or too far. So
Right.
So the idea
Okay.
behind it, this game that we're going to play here, and why it's 55 millimeters, is we're trying to find the point of when this symbol disappears in the corner. So the closer it gets, the shape changes. And that's what we refer to as coma. So you'll come across this phrase. Now, if you're getting
Yeah, I've
coma,
heard that.
right, so if you're getting coma, you're too close. If you start getting the Quake symbol, you're too far out. Okay, that's how it works.
Right. Okay. Because I was wondering, what is the impact of it? So am I going to get extra light on the side or what? But I did notice the minute I switched to the monochrome one, that's practically disappeared.
Right. So probably by chance, you just hit the back focus dead on.
Oh, okay.
And then on top of that, because I know you just screwed everything in, and on top of that, just like Steve says, it is a smaller sensor, so you're not competing against an APS-C or a full-frame camera any longer. Your field of view has now shrunk down. So those problem areas, those Quake symbols or that coma, which looks like a comet, hence the name, is outside of the field of view because you're only looking at this part here. So the chances are, the smaller your sensor, the more forgiving back focus distance from a field flattener becomes. The bigger the sensor, the more critical you have to hit it.
There's always a plus and a minus to everything, though. On the smaller sensor, you're closer to the stars, so your guiding's got to be better.
Yeah, don't confuse them, God. Don't confuse them now.
No, to be honest, the guiding's fine. I mean, it's always around the 0.50, and
you will notice the difference. Yeah, that you've got to be more accurate on your setup the closer you're getting, to an object. Yeah, so where the DSLR is more forgiving, you've got that wider field of view. Yeah, now everything's going to have to be a little bit more precise each time when you set up.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. I'll bear that in mind. I haven't had that much chance yet. Only got a couple of hours last night and an hour before, but yeah.
I didn't mean to put you on the spot there, Chalks. I just saw you with that look on your face,
fine.
and I knew.
No, it was because I've been reading and investigating these things. All these things have come up, and I still don't get what it is. It's like, when Scott started talking about rotation the other week, I asked him about rotation and sent him a few pictures, and he confirmed it wasn't rotation. And then I was like, "Oh, is it coma?" So he said it could be coma, and then I was sort of
there is a difference.
Vignette in, and sorry, go on, Gary.
Yeah, if you get your spacing too far out, then you can create a circular pattern of stars. Yeah, so the actual pattern of stars will run around, the image. Yeah,
hence the Quake symbol, by the way.
Yeah. What you have to think, if you've got no flattener on there, you're going to get pointed stars coming out around from the center. Yeah. When you get your field flattener on there and your spacing correct, the stars will be round in the corners, round in the center at the sides, and round at the bottom corners. And that's what you're looking at, is to get those stars round on the outer edges. And sometimes you'll just have to play with it. That's the same here. There's no magical number. It's just a case of playing around with it for your particular system.
Yeah, no, I'll get there. I mean, I've only just got past the stage of, does it get into the center of the field? Does the guiding work? And
your best thing is to take a few shots, stop, look at the shots, blow the shots up, lighten the shots up. Yeah, have a look up in the corners. If it's not working, then change it. Otherwise, you just go through a whole night and you keep wasting the nights, whereas you actually want one of those nights to progress. And that means you're not necessarily going to get images right the way through the night. You will if you're quick on it. Yeah, but you're using that as an experience. And those nights that you've got clouds coming through with the gaps on, they're ideal nights to get those shots where you can test for correction on the field of view.
Right. Yeah. No. Well, it gives me some stuff to test then. Yeah. Cheers.
Yeah.
Because I was reading about it all, and even when we were talking about the gain, there's a million and one settings that people tell you, and you see the graphs, and everyone's like, you download this and you check this graph, and I'm thinking, what?
I've been shot down
So complicated.
so many times in the early days of CMOS, where people are saying, oh no, you got to use the Unity gain. That's what X manufacturer said. Yeah. And what I'm saying is that no, the X manufacturer is picking a nice SHO target for their catalog, yeah, and those settings will work fine for that target. But when you move to another one, those settings are all out the window. And this is the key thing. It's the same as capture software. Just because a company recommends it doesn't mean to say they use it. So. Yeah. It's because somebody's offered the software with their drivers built in or whatever, and it's easy. People will go ahead and use it, but that manufacturer doesn't know whether there's a problem with their camera in it, for instance.
They don't actually care half the time.
No, and I had a problem with an image the other day on a new camera, sent it to the manufacturer and got told to take some flats, and that would subtract it out. Like, I don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Yeah. What I'm getting at there is that it doesn't matter. At the moment, lots of companies are really busy and they really don't care. This is the issue. So finding the advice is a bit of a minefield. You can't just expect manufacturers to know every single thing about a product, because they can't test it on every single thing and in every single environment. That's really what you're there for.
Yeah, that's what I'll verify that, because there are so many parameters, so many ways, so many combinations. It's impossible. It's impossible to test it in every possible way. So,
I mean, as a manufacturer, Scott, you probably come across that more than anybody else out there, and I can just imagine how stressful it can be from a support stand.
You just you have to take things one at a time. When there are issues, somebody's trying to work their way through it. I try to have people on my team that can really go through the details. Sometimes part of that team is a volunteer, and they'll figure it out. So we work closely with beta testers and. But I have a good core group of very, very experienced people, and some of these problems are old problems that we saw with other products, and other experiences from a decade or two ago.
So some of the problems do come round and round again. You'll see this, and you see it with different manufacturers. Certainly in the camera market, we will have seen a problem 2 years ago, and then a new camera will come on, and it's, oh yeah, we saw that on such and such. Here's the fix for it. It's that simple, They do go round and round and round as equipment evolves.
It could be even existing product. With continual manufacturing, sometimes there are things that happen, like the company that is manufacturing your boards, for example. They will choose a component that should be identical to a component that is no longer made, has all the same, specs and everything that you can read into it, but somehow it changes the function of your board. And so these are the kind of things that are a little bit maddening. When it comes to optics, though, it's pretty stable. There's not a lot of changes that do happen there. Sometimes there's coding issues, these kinds of things that you're chasing down. But there's manufacturers keep a pair to list. And that pair to list is a running list of all kinds of problems and all kinds of things that you're constantly chasing down, And when I first got into the manufacturing world of telescopes, I just thought, oh, it's very static. You fix a problem, it stays fixed. But that's not true. It is a constantly moving constantly changing animal. And so it's, it drives some engineers just absolutely crazy.
I think that's now even more so with more electronics coming on board with everything. You know, everybody wants an automated society, and in a sense that you know creates more problems as the equipment gets more technical. I mean, if you actually think what we're hanging on the back of a telescope now compared to what we were hanging on the back of a telescope, you know, even 3 years ago, you know, you got 8-position filter wheels, you got rotators, you got all of this other stuff. Then you've got the actual electronic focusers now, and you know, everybody wants a guide scope of some form and camera on there, and they want the smallest one possible to keep the weight down. So that's all going on the back of the telescope. So there's any number of parameters there now that can go wrong.
That's right. That's right. But it makes it exciting. So
yeah,
you know, and so I'm never discouraged by it. It's frustrating sometimes when you're chasing something down. We've run into a problem recently with Windows 10, where they stopped supporting a certain type, you know, a network connection that they used to support. And so it's something we're still working through right now. So it doesn't put us dead in the water, but it makes life for some users, you know, a little bit more difficult when they're trying to do Wi-Fi connections with Windows.
We had it last week. There was an update, and all of my messaging system is my ASI cameras have stopped working. My ASI guide camera won't connect with the main camera, and basically you've just got to reinstall the software. You've got to reinstall the SDK for the camera, and you've got to reinstall the ASCOM driver. But all of a sudden, a change will come along in the background, and it will affect, you know, stuff for everybody whose computers are updating. Those people whose computers are not updating on maybe another platform, you've not got that problem.
Right.
I have my own conspiracy theories on all of this stuff. I mean, this is probably not the ideal platform to share it with, but I will say this, change brings forth innovation without getting into too much detail.
It does. I mean, you know, everything really these days is about change, isn't it? Nothing is static anymore. Nothing stays still. So, you know, whether it's just somebody wants something to look different, the actual object itself is still the same. It's still working the same, but it's got, you know, many accessible upgrades to it. You know, people want their telescopes now to look like a Ferrari, or to look like this, or do whatever, you know, but theoretically it's still the same object. It's still the same thing.
I've noticed that this has become the thing, and maybe it's because it's a younger generation of people getting into the hobby. Is it's gotta look cool, therefore it's going to perform 10 times better. And it's amazing the lengths, and you're laughing at this, Chox, as I know you're probably just as guilty for doing this, but people go out of their way for color coordination down to the types of rings, the dovetails. It's just insanity sometimes.
This came in about, it must be 10 years ago. It came in with a couple of the companies like AM. Yeah, they brought out their carbon fiber telescopes that were all color coordinated, you know, in bronze and bronze tube rings. And they were really expensive then. You know, they were serious money, into £6,000–7,000 for the average telescope. And that's gradually filtered down now to, you know, the most basic of telescopes. The most basic doublet is now coming out with, you know, bright red tube rings on it, you know, bright silver tube rings, whatever color coordination. But that's led on from an innovation in technology. Anodizing has got so easy now that you can basically produce whatever color you want. It's not a real expensive hobby.
I think that the thing is, though, from a retail standpoint, aesthetics is a critical factor. I don't want people to be misled in this industry. when it comes down to optics, not a great deal has actually changed. What's really changed is the aesthetics of everything. And I think in so many ways it's become a good thing for younger kids, is they don't see this guy with a dusty old wooden telescope or some really ancient looking brass telescope. They see some cool composite fibers like carbon fiber, rolled steel, or brushed aluminum or aluminium if you're from the UK. And using these different type of materials to create a product that is actually exciting. And I think that's been a big thing for all of us. I mean, I didn't get into this hobby because I wanted to have cool looking stuff and ooh, it looks pretty. I got into it because I wanted to do astronomy. People now get into this hobby, oddly enough, and say, well, do you by any chance have that in red or black? Because, you know, I want it to match my scheme. I'm like going, really? Are you serious?
Yeah, I mean, there's companies making lots of money out of, you know, the anodized add-ons, you know, that you can buy now to make all of your stuff matching. But there are some things that have changed in the optics, as Scott will sort of say, you know, glass has changed a lot in the last 10 years. You know, what you can do with a doublet telescope now that you couldn't do a decade ago.
Oh, yeah.
That's right. In the field of filters and also in the field of ED glass becoming more available from other manufacturers. You know, I would like to learn more myself about the history of the ED glass, because it was originally created for microscopes to help eliminate chromatic aberration. To make ED glass back then, you know, when it was first invented, I mean, they could only make them in little tiny diameters, you know. To make a big chunk of ED glass now, it's like a miracle. So,
I mean, just out of it, oh, sorry, real quick, just out of interest, Scott, I know you've got so many different types of scopes in your range, and I'm going to refer to refractors specifically without going too broad, is the type of glass that you guys use and pick out. I mean, what determines if you're going to use FPL 51, FPL 53, FCD 100, FCD 1?
Frankly, you know, right now, I think the two best ED glass types are made by O'Hara, which is the FPL 53 glass, and then Hoya's FCD 100. Those two glasses are like neck and neck, okay? Now, what you combine those glasses with, okay, and whether you're air spacing them or you're going for a doublet or a triplet or, you know, a quad, this also attenuates how the ED glass can perform, you know? So there were ED doublets that were thrown out there with FPL 53 glass, okay, that people enjoyed because relatively low cost because only two elements, okay? But some of this is kind of, you know, telescope makers use this as kind of a marketing edge too, okay? Throwing in just FPL 53 sounds like magic, okay? A doublet, okay? So does it perform really well as a doublet? Maybe the best is a doublet can perform? Yeah, okay. But does it perform like a triplet? No, okay? So these are the little things that don't immediately occur to someone that's in the market for an ED Apo, for example, okay? The other thing that's really important is the lens cells and how the optics are held in there. And this is an area where, you know, manufacturers can do a really good job or they can do a really marginal job, okay? And so these are, and they also change greatly the cost of a telescope. So it's you know, it's always best to you know, have a lens cell that's fully adjustable, you know, and you know, just so that you can get the best alignment, best performance out of these optics that you're throwing in there. But just like any business, there's all kinds of buzzwords and marketing things that you can do that may or may not make a real material difference in the ultimate performance. We still get people that turn in stunning work with our FCD1 line, which is not near as good of glass as our FCD 100 line, for example. So and with narrowband imaging, we're getting people that are turning in mind-blowing images with our AR doublets, which are just crown and flint, no ED glass at all. So
and that's the thing. It's like some of the best solar images I've seen are taken with the AR series scopes.
Right. So you get into a monochromatic light, or you start working with narrowband or line filters, this kind of thing. You can really, do some amazing stuff with just an achromat. So the filters are real. That was a huge game changer in astrophotography and the image processing tools, but also the techniques. So as these tools to image process this data become available, as they get better, you need gurus like Gary Palmer and frankly, like yourself, Simon, to show people the way to make the best use of these things. Because now you got a bazillion controls, okay? And how do you use those and follow through these steps correctly? So.
I think we're going to have to say goodbye to Steve here, because I keep seeing the chat thing popping up saying he's leaving, and he's still hanging in there. So let's wave goodbye to him.
No, I'm not expecting that at all. But have a good evening, everyone. Yeah. Thanks for having me and putting up with me.
That's fine. It's good to have you on, Steve. Thanks for coming on.
I'll talk to you all soon. And everyone who watched, thank you for tuning in. And Scott, thanks for putting this on.
Yeah, thank you for participating, Steve.
Have a good night, everyone.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Good night. Take care.
Yep. Okay. So we're now at the part of our show where it is late for a lot of people here. So we should probably start to wrap it up. If there's any last things that people want to share or talk about, by all means. But if we've come towards the end, I'll have to close it down.
Yeah, I'm really done with everything. I don't know about Andreas.
Oh, it's exciting times when we have like the Nobel Prize for it was what do you call it, black holes. So it was very exciting that astronomy was rewarded, and with all the detection of asteroids and now flying by the Earth. And last year I remember a large asteroid that was around 80 meters when we saw just one day, just flew by the Earth and we didn't even know about it. So we live in exciting times, also with the detection of maybe some form of life from Venus. So there's much interesting discovering are made now.
I think it's a good time to be in astronomy.
It's a great time. It is a great time. It's the golden age.
It really is.
I think it's definitely, from a technological mixture, again, for the theme that we had today, visual and outreach, it's definitely a situation where the two have blended together and not one is beating one out over the other. I mean, I'm going to say this, it's going to be a very, very sad day in the near future if we keep going down the way that we're going with global warming, the pollution, and God knows what else, that we are going to lose the night sky for a vast majority of us. And I was watching this great program with David Attenborough and how he talks about how the world changes, and he addresses light pollution. And I was shocked. I was like, why is this guy talking about, and he's like a nature guy, but he actually pulled out light pollution as being one of the things that is just dominating this planet. And when he showed the ISS video shots, looking back at Earth, and it's fascinating. It is so pretty and everything. But the more I stare at it, the more I start to go, every time somebody turns on a light, someone like myself is literally screaming because we see less and less of the sky. And at some point in time, I can see this happening. All of us who are all over the world are going to end up in this one little tiny patch on the planet because it's the only dark sky we've got left.
I don't know. I think I'm more optimistic myself. I think that we are, yeah, certainly we're going under very rough times. But there's been no time in human history when it wasn't rough. Okay.
No,
there was,
of course.
There was always some sort of huge problem, some major disease, some time where we felt that it was the end of humanity. And humans have, thrived in this, and they're so creative. And so, I think that while, it is, we can maybe be mortified or scared stiff in our tracks. Okay. There's also every possibility to solve our problems and to move forward. So I think I'm an optimistic kind of guy, and some people think I'm not realistic, but I would say that the pessimists are also very unrealistic because thinking that it's all doom and gloom all the time, it's just not true. It's not reality.
I think social media has given people a voice, whether it's good or bad.
That's
yeah,
right.
And that.
Oh yeah, that part's
that's
good as well. So
yeah, so that there are a lot of negative things. There's a lot more reading material for people to go through these days, and that doesn't matter what subject it's on, whether it's astronomy, politics, whatever. There's positive and negatives, but you do seem to go through stages where there's a lot of negatives all stacking up against each other to run through the reading material.
Yes. Terry, is there any last words you'd like to say from the Astronomical League with the... You're muted. You are muted. You are muted, Terry. Here, let me see. Hold on. Let's get you unmuted here.
Never mind everything I just said. Probably better left alone. Yes, the Astronomical League, thank you very much, Scott, for having us. Thank you for everything you're doing. And everybody else, thanks for all the information. You guys are helping all of us learn. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming on.
Thanks. Glad to.
Yeah. Simon, thank you very much for all of your skills and for producing the what we think is the first ever blended
joint thing.
Streaming history. Yeah, that's very cool. I'm sure somebody's going to come back and say, oh no, we did it with 10 broadcasts or whatever. I don't know. I'm not sure of that. Andreas, thank you very much. I know it's super late there, but it was great to have you on. And,
it's always a pleasure to be on.
Yeah.
And as when I go from concert like Iron Maiden, they always sing and always look on the bright side of life. And that's what I think also.
Absolutely. Shailendra, thank you very much. You're becoming you'll be one of the astrophotography gurus pretty soon. So, it's exciting to see your work increase. So it's awesome.
Yeah, cheers. Thanks to everyone for all the tips and assistance. It's really helping.
Yeah. All right. And Gary, what can I say? Thank you again. It's awesome.
Thank you for hosting it.
Yep.
Yeah, it's always good fun. Thanks to all the guests that have come on. Yep. And thanks to the people watching. They're what make the show. Yeah, at the end of the day.
Absolutely.
That's the real sort of key. It's nice to see the questions coming in, even though lots of them I don't see until after the show and read back through them. It is nice to see a lot of the stuff that comes in and the comments and other things. So yeah, thanks to everybody for coming on and for the people watching it.
Awesome. Yep. Thank you very much. And we'll say goodnight. So let me see.
All right. So for the guys who are watching my stream, thank you very much for watching. You guys have been great. So don't forget, if you want to win a planisphere, the question on my stream, the telescopes.net stream, is who were the first 2 people that were on the stream? Email me the answer at simon@telescopes.net. That's only for the people that are on the Woodland Hills Cameron Telescopes live stream. And on that note, we will see you in about 2 weeks. And hey, who knows? We're probably going to have another one of these group discussions and another joint effort.
Yeah.
We'll figure it out. Right. See you guys soon.
Very cool.
Okay.
Thank you. All righty. So.
All right. So I've ended my stream now. That was probably very weird and jarring for the people that are watching your stream.
Cool. Cheers, guys. See you later.
Take care.